Welcome back to the final day here down in China for Division 2. We've gone through all the regular season and now we are down to the tiebreakers. We're going to be starting off with 5th versus 6th, of course, to work out a little bit of extra change and some potential seeding for those TI regional qualifiers as well. And then, of course, we get down to the good stuff as well, where we're still playing for a final promotional slot between 3 teams. So a lot on the line today, Fluke.
Yeah, it definitely is. As you said, a little bit of change in our first series is going to be what these teams are going to be playing for today between Supernova as well as Team Disillusion. Neither of them are going to be out of the tour, but still getting that extra bit of cash going in towards the TI qualifiers is going to be very, very important for them. And even the seeding is going to be very, very important as well. But the final tiebreaker is going to be where everybody's eyes are going to be set, because that is going to be for one spot to get promoted into Division 1, where we all know this is the best place for a lot of these teams. Not only is it a good bit of practice for them going into Division 1, but it is also a good scouting ground for a lot of those players as well. If you play really, really well in Division 1, who knows, you might end up on some of the big teams and then you may have a chance at going towards the majors. So very excited to see who comes out on top of that, because I think it was a very highly contested region between those four teams, and Holy Grail was the only one that's able to secure their slot, and everybody else has to fight out for the final one.
Yep, that they do indeed. So it will be a very competitive last day here to determine, as we get to see, of course, once again, how we got to this position with our most recent day of action down in China. And that was Big Brain up against Holy Grail, and Big Brain, well, they gave Holy Grail their first loss of the tour. They were 6-0 heading into this, and with the win, that put them in contention for these tiebreakers. Of course, some other results had to go their way, which luckily they did, but Big Brain looked super good in this series.
Yeah, they did. I think they looked really, really strong when they had this Sven hero for them. I think God King really showed us that Sven can be one of those heroes that can kind of just take over a game. There was a lot of headaches that he caused them as well. And I don't think Holy Grail really played, at their perfect best that they have in this entire tour, but it still doesn't take anything away from Big Brain, who were able to come into this series. They knew that they needed to get the win to force some of these tiebreakers, and they're able to do it. I mean, Holy Grail fought tooth and nail in this first game, and I thought that they're really going to be able to get something done there with off the back of Garner and his puck, but it was just one of those games where they were a little bit too far behind for them to finish off that game number 1. And this game number 2 was a big question mark for me. It really wasn't long at all. There was a good few first couple of opportunities for Big Brain to solidify their lanes, but it just got way too out of hand. CSJ really was a bit of a thorn in their side, and it didn't even really get to the point where we were able to see both of these two giraffes flourish before Mr. God King called GG and disconnected.
Yeah, was a experimental draft, some may say, as this is the final fight. We see God King jump in with 2 heroes dead, and he joins his fellow brothers in the grave and calls it quits and leaves the game. So yeah, they were trying to mess around, see what was able to happen here with the Phantom Assassin, and work out for them. Luckily enough, game 2 worked out, and they went back to their stable Sven, which is, I mean, that's 2 victories they're able to get with it off the back of this series. And in both the games, it looked pretty goddamn good as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think going into the tiebreakers today, there's got to be something these teams are thinking of, right? Because they're all best of 1. So if you want to come into a series and have this kind of strategy like the Sven that was able to get you a big series victory, I think going to that best of 1 is going to be very, very important for them. They even had the Nyx Assassin that had a very standout performance in this 3rd and final game, which was very exciting to watch. And I think Big Brain have put themselves in a really good spot to try and come out with some mind games going in towards those best of 1s, because I think they probably played the best out of all those teams going into those final couple of series, and really puts them in a good spot with this Sven to finish it out. And they got the first piece of the puzzle done to start out the day.
Yes, they did indeed. And for our second series, we had Limit up against Supernova. This one didn't really mean a whole lot, considering Limit were already relegated. Supernova, their position wasn't really going to change. I mean, with a victory, I guess we'd get to see them play for these tiebreakers, but they were guaranteed to stick around in Division 2. And we saw they had a good series. This was to be expected, though. A lot of the teams, when you're going up against Limit, it's just, you got to be able to get the job done. And at the end of the day, Supernova did.
Yeah, it was just one of those series where, as you said, coming into it, it wasn't really much to play for both of these two teams. It was much more the fact that Supernova, when they get the series victory, it means that they're able to play for a little bit more extra cash and have a very competitive scrim, I think, is a good way to think of it for both these two teams. Obviously, 2,000 American dollars is nothing to scoff at, but going in towards the TI qualifiers, that's where it's all important for these teams. They're able to figure out a few more things. Going into those final qualifiers and being able to finish it off up against Limit is exactly what they wanted to do. And it seemed like Limit were experimenting a little bit with some of these other heroes going in towards the TI qualifiers, but unfortunately, they just weren't up to snuff, especially in this second game. I think this was a massive performance from Han. There was just this moment where he hit his kind of like 1-2 item power spike and they just never looked back. He was an absolute freak on the Templar Assassin and super carried that game. And Supernova are definitely going to be coming into today with a whole lot of extra gusto and a little bit of momentum as well.
Yeah, we'll see how much that momentum is able to pay off, though, with up against their opponent being Team Dissolution. So another team that we've seen, I mean, these are the two only teams that have stuck around from the previous tour. So, continuing to build some strength as a unit, which we see is one of the most important things right now in Dota rosters, just playing together for a long time and trying to get that chemistry down pat and understanding each other's flaws and strengths as well. So we'll see if Supernova are going to be able to use that heading into the, of course, first tiebreaker of the day. But our final series that we had yesterday, that was also a 2-0, but that one meant so goddamn much. The last arc taking on Team Zero. Team Zero, if they were able to get the victory, they would have been promotees along with Holy Grail, but because they lost, means that we have this 3-way tiebreaker.
Yeah, I really thought that this was going to be a highly contested series, and it was relatively close, even though it did end up in a 2-0. I think the drafts coming out here from the last arc were really the kind of final nail in the coffin. They got themselves a good Broodmother pick to open up their draft, but finishing it off with the Bloodseeker as well as the Necrophos, I think really kind of solidified everything for them. There wasn't that much magic burst that the Necro had to worry about in this game, number one. Yeah, there was a Timbersaw, but having a Bloodseeker means that a lot of the Timbersaw's effectiveness really has been kind of neutered, and the way that Echo was able to play as well, I think he showed that this Necro can be a hero that you have as this last kind of pick overall and can be very, very scary. And once again, we've just seen a Broodmother take over. Maybe Team Zero thought that CTY on the Naga Siren was able to pull it back once again, but it just didn't work out for them in this game number one. And that could be a little bit of a dent to the confidence for Team Zero after they kind of demolished a Broodmother in their previous series 2 games in a row. So they probably felt like that this was their end-all be-all counter for it, and it just unfortunately didn't work out for them, and now they have to play tiebreakers to try and get into Division 1.
Hopefully it doesn't stop the confidence, though, because we see a lot of people put the importance on the Naga versus Brood, so hopefully they still believe in CTY's Naga, because, I mean, like you said, they bodied the Broods in both the games that we were covering, so we've seen he has the capability to be able to run it in very, very high level. And we even get to see this game another successful Templar Assassin, this time played in the safe lane for Erica, but they really like giving him these form of hard carries. I mean, I can't blame them considering how good of a carry Erica truly is, and often you just have Echoes on, or Echo now, on some kind of playmaker. Well, no, he is still Echoes now. You just have him on some form of playmaker or just some utility hero like we saw last game with the Necro and now the Dino as well. Definitely fits his playstyle very much.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I think the way that he played the Primal Beast as well was a good showing of what it's like to be able to just constantly just keep moving around the map, and he didn't really have the craziest amount of net worth to start out that game, but it was just the movements that he was making and the connections that he was able to make as well with things like his Sky Mage to really be able to enable Erica to walk around the map and farm up and get towards that late game carry kind of style. So big props to the last arc. They obviously had an idea going into that series and it paid off for them, and now hopefully they're able to finish the job, because it's going to be a tough task. Winning 2 best-of-1s against both Big Brain and Team Zero will be hard for all 3 of those teams. So I'm very, very excited to see what those tiebreakers are going to look like. But, I mean, this next series is going to be exciting as well.
Yes, it will be indeed. So we'll get to see how these 2 teams break out. What was actually the results in the regular season? Looks like Team Disillusion were able to take it 2-1 fashion. Yeah. So we'll see, of course, if that is going to be the same fate. They were... Supernova were playing with a stand in that series, if that means anything too much in particular. So we'll see now with the full roster and a little bit more games under their belt how different this series is actually going to look.
Yeah, I remember Snare and I were covering that series as well, and Karma coming in for Team Disillusion. We weren't 100% sure whether or not Karma was going to play the mid lane and they were going to transition in towards the off lane for one of the other players. But Karma was able to stand in and do a really, really good job for them. And that was before 7.33D when Magnus was still Magnus. So that might be something that we can think about going into it. It was all Universal Heroes that were able to really kind of control the map with, but slightly different patch now going into the remainder of it. And I think unfortunately for Team Disillusion, they're able to beat IGV. That was a very wonky series from Team Disillusion. So both these teams have a win and a loss in their most recent matches. So it's not like one team really has much more momentum over the other, but I want to see what kind of ideas they bring into this series because, as we said, it was start of week 2 for when they played against each other. So a lot has changed since then.
What do we make of the start that we've got? Supernova opened up with the Shadow Demon, responded with the Morphling Spirit Breaker, and then the Tide Hunter to close out the first phase, and then, of course, the Enchantress now from Team Disillusion.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of teams pick this Tide Hunter into the Morphling. It is kind of one of those lane matchups that I think you can abuse the Morphling early on with like Gush plus one of these position 4s that can put a lot of pressure on him, whether it be the Pugna or the Shadow Demon for Supernova. So they should have a relatively strong lane into the Morphling, but Team Disillusion, they shore up that safe lane with the Enchantress. So I don't think they're going to really be able to get away with everything they wanted to on the Tide Hunter, and that's when it really starts to swing back towards the Morphling. As you start getting levels, Morph can really take over that lane. So I think right now I'm really liking what Team Disillusion have. I think Lonfer has been one of those players that you put him on these hardcore carries and he really does shine. And Team Disillusion like playing around this 4 protect 1 kind of strategy until Lonfer's ready to go. And that's why I think, if they just pick a very high tempo kind of hero right now, they are lacking a little bit of disable. So maybe something for Chen to come in with a bit of disable, but they go for the Shadow Fiend on Han. This is something I have not seen in a long time.
Very greedy pick. You got your double hard range carries in a way. I mean, Storm Spirit will definitely struggle a little bit versus the Shadow Fiend. Well, no, he'll struggle a lot. This is definitely Shadow Fiend favored matchup. We'll see how it's going to be able to play out in the game, though, because, I mean, Storm can always fall back into the jungle. You're always going to have the Pugna as well to buff you up. And I think Team Disillusion at the moment, like, their only form of movement across the map is going to be the Enchantress Spirit Breaker. So maybe you can help gank the Shadow Fiend's lane early and really put the Storm in the bin, because I'm a bit concerned that if that lane doesn't go as well as what it should, then the Storm can get super active and prove to be a bit of an issue for Radiant.
Yeah, and that's why I really feel like that Team Disillusion, they need to have something that's very high tempo, can play with those 2 heroes for Aeonid. Something that just allows them to have a little bit of presence across the map, so they can go in towards the Shadow Fiend's lane, they can gank for him, they can get him into a much better position. Usually we see small KK on those kind of playmaking heroes, but it seems like this time around they want him to have him on a little bit more of a hard carry. And Supernova, they decided to finish out with the Naga Siren here, usually one of those heroes that gets banned out against the Morphling. He doesn't like playing into illusion carries all too much. So I think Supernova have done a really good job at allowing this Morphling to get through, but still having answers for it. They've obviously got their own combo with the Storm and the Pugna, but a lot of their other heroes seem like they're very targeted towards this Morphling and shutting it down here for Team Disillusion.
So what is the response now for Team Disillusion? Are you looking for your off-lane? Papuja.
Okay. I have not seen Aeonid play Pudge. So obviously it's great into the Naga Siren. You get yourself an Aghanim Scepter and Naga really cannot play the fight. Gives you that little bit of extra lockdown. Blink Bite is going to be hard for the Storm Spirit to try and deal with. Lincoln's has been very prevalent for a lot of these core players, so I'm not sure if it's going to be the end-all be-all lockdown that they can try and have. The Tide Hunter's going to have a fantastic time this game, though, I think is the biggest thing for me. He's got a lot of physical damage he has to try and deal with, but Kraken Shell is going to be absolutely broken this game with the amount of disable he's able to break out of. So as long as Sheep is in a good position to be able to save out the Tide Hunter if any of those disables do come his way, I think they should be able to relatively easily get the Ravage off. But if Team Disillusion get away with some of their greedier cores, because all 3 of their cores are kind of greedy, right? Like the Pudge needs to get towards Ag Scepter, he wants to try and have a Blink Dagger, maybe an extra item on top of that. if Team Dissolution get out of their laning phase with a little bit of gold, maybe on Aenid, and then small KK and Lonfer can play on their own for a little bit, they can have a pretty scary gank squad. But I am just concerned of them trying to be a little bit too greedy with all three of their cores they have, and getting to the point where Supernova just play around their Storm with the battery in the Pugna and just kind of get run over in a lot of these objectives.
I'd say I prefer Supernova's on the right, yeah?
Yep.
I prefer Supernova's draft a little bit more than Disillusions. This Pudge is a big question mark for me, so... and the big question mark is how this mid lane goes. Like, it should be very Shadowfin favored. How much are you going to be able to rotate between the Enchantress and the Spirit Breaker as well? Because you do have that big advantage compared to Dire. Your Pugna and Shadow Demon supports very much will suffer at rotating mid to protect the Storm early on. I'm speaking about like pre-level 6 rotating with Enchantress creep and diving under the tower. That is up. You have to do that if you're going to try and shut down the Storm Spirit. Sure, small KK can do it in the lane. Maybe he can get a solo kill, but you need to kill him twice. Because for Supernova, the only heroes that make plays is going to be the Storm Pugna. You're not going to include the Shadow Demon in that. It's just he won't really be able to provide too much damage. He doesn't even provide anything really to a gank. So that is my big concern for Dire, is how much the Storm gets shut down. But if he has an okay time and can be relatively active, I kind of prefer Dire's lineup. I mean, Naga should have a very good game versus all the cores. I think Lincoln's has so much value already. So we'll see. I've also seen this Tidehunter lane go back and forth. I think I've been favoring the adaptive strike build from what I've been seeing from people in pro games, just to be able to nuke him down. Because if you don't, you can just... The Kraken is a really good tool to be able to just stay alive and address the right click on Morph. So that is also a bit of a volatile lane. So we'll see. I think we're in store for a good game, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of lanes and a lot of matchups that can kind of go 50-50 depending on how they play and what kind of resources they put into it. I do agree with you, though. I really think that the Enchantress needs to make sure that she is active early on, try and get Aenid to the point where he has his Vanguard, and I think he should be relatively okay in this lane, especially with a level of Flesh Heap leveled up. And if they make that rotation pre-level 6 towards the Storm, that's when you can get small KK off to a really, really good start, and it's going to look really strong for him. But there's a lot of these other lanes that can be very, very, very volatile. I have no idea what CD means.
Well, just besides the basic cooldown, but do people type?
I don't know.
That's right, you're a 2K player, but you don't know.
Ah, come on, bro.
Never played in none of these officials, unlike me.
I mean, you could literally just click it. You could just click it. Alt-click it. You don't need to write CD.
I'm very intrigued. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I thought you were gonna be able to give me the insight. Expected too much of you, I suppose.
So I'm supposed to know all the Chinese memes, and I'm supposed to know all the player matchups and all the ins and outs. Yeah, okay, all right. I'll work on that for next time. Sorry, Aries, I didn't mean to disappoint.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. It's all right. So you're gonna have a bit of a break until next year's DPC.
Yep.
So we'll yeah, it's a nice little homework for you. I'll check back in every month, maybe. See how you're doing.
All right, I'll make sure I get my binder ready of all the Chinese memes. How about that?
I appreciate it.
All right. Whereas I'll get the little B's out and see if I can figure out what CD means.
Nice. Dude, we'll be unstoppable then. We'll know everything. We'll be able to tell if the Morphling dies bottom or if he got attribute shift off, which he didn't, but they're going to chase him down and he's in a lot of danger. All right, Shadow Demon tired, putting some pressure on. Nice body blocks out of Renfu Dao, though. Unfair to get back out. He's got some tankers and some stick charges. Going to be a long time to add your shift down, though.
Yeah, he should be fine. Pops his big one, gets about half of his HP back. He does have to be careful of the gush spam, and this is kind of one of the issues when you pick Tidehunter into the Morphling is, yeah, you can have the adaptive strike spam, but it's still going to take a little while until it gets there. Yeah. And I think the Shadow Demon does put a little bit of extra pressure back onto the Morphling, because disruption as well as Shadow Poison can be hard for you to try and figure out how much HP you actually need on the Morphling, especially if he continues to be anchor smashed like this. Like, it's going to be a hard lane for Lonfer until he starts getting a few more of these levels. Maybe Renfu Dao needs to kind of just be a body and just continually charge like the Shadow Demon so he doesn't feel strong. in this lane, but they're doing okay. It's not like Lonfer's CS is... I mean, I guess it is pretty bad. He's at 7-1. I was going to say, it's not the worst, but he's almost getting doubled by Chen right now.
I was going to say they might have kill threat on him when Sheep gets level 3, but I think Lonfer should hit that just beforehand, so we'll see if they make it go even if it matters or not. Other lanes looking great though. You see SF in regards to the last hit, 16 and 4. Top lane, even potentially getting a kill onto Dong. Not to beat. Naga and Pudge trade their life. Back and forth. It was Aenid that found first blood. But the rebuttal is there as Chol is licking his lips. Some freebies, some extra creeps, some experience. No, my friend, please don't deny yourself.
Oh, he's going to kill the courier. Get a Chol, get it. Oh. I thought he was going to be able to get it. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Chola.
Dude, you had a full wave of creeps there. Oh, no. What was on the courier? I wonder. It's still at the tower. Can we see?
I think it's just wards. Yeah, wards, tankers, and a stick.
That's a lot. I mean, I see why.
You hate to see it. I could see in the way that he was moving, he was debating whether or not he wanted to deny himself. And then he walked in, saw the courier, was like, oh, I can kill the courier, and then it'll be fine if I don't deny myself. But he said a little bit too long, and Aenid hit a pretty decent hook to be able to pull him back in. So Chola, good start, but unfortunately poor finish. And now Aenid's at the point where he's got his ring, and he's about 400 gold away from his Vanguard, which is going to be the big spot for the Pudge to stay in. Now with 2 Flesh Heap stacks as well. It's going to be very hard to deal with, especially if Eren decides to stick around. Probably at the 5-minute mark, you might want to try and make a rotation towards the middle lane, see if you can get a kill with small KK, try and enable the SF a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, that's super important because both the side lanes are going to be pretty self-sufficient. As Han is going to run into this wandering Enchantress inside his own jungle. Hopefully Han gets a kill considering how difficult that mid lane is going. His attendance, man, making it really work for it. He kind of went, that's the thing, you use a little bit too much more mana than maybe what that kill initially would have required out of you. You dragged further away from the jungle. So, minor things, but, it's the Enchantress being a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, what, 2 extra waves that small KK has now over top of Han, and he is over doubled his CS. He gets a bottle refill from Eren as well, so you're probably thinking that that's pretty worth of your team disillusion right now, that Han's sitting back, having to farm in the jungle till he gets at level 6 because he knows that there is potential for ganks to come his way. And they've just given small KK so much room. He's got treads up now, going to be going into the Dragonlance. Okay, Eren's okay. Can go too far away. Now they get the first power rune as well. Small KK is kind of loving life right now. I'm wondering if Small KK maybe goes for like a little bit more of a battle build, just to try and be a little bit more useful early on. The fact that they have Lonfer on this Morphling who will take a bit of time. Like, he's going to need his Lincolns, he's going to need his Manta style, probably Aghanim Scepter as well, and then he'll feel confident in going into these fights. So maybe that puts pressure on Small KK to go like Dragonlance BKB, right? Like Dragonlance Blink BKB, and try and be this like fighty Shadow Fiend that just gets a lot of stuff done in regards to him walking around with his Pudge as well.
I think just the ultimate thing is this hero, his item build is not really discovered yet. That's really the big thing. Like we don't really see it a whole lot anymore. And nope, Sheep's just getting cross-map charge, is on his classic support shenanigans, trying to steal this wisdom room. They're bringing everyone. I mean, even small KKs here. Aenid is even going to TP and stop hitting the tower for it. So the Pudge will be rewarded with the kill. Gets a little flesh heap stacks as well. Meanwhile, Han got the wisdom room too. So I mean, that just showcases how rough of a game that he truly is having.
Yep, has to walk all the way over to get himself a wisdom rune just to fill up his bottle and starts to go back to base. So TD, they're starting out really, really strong here. Even though they've got some very, very greedy cores, I think it's perfectly okay that they're doing what they're doing, because Supernova have not been able to put the pressure back, because it's not like they've got super fast tempo cores or supports either, right? Like, you already touched on the fact that these supports really aren't going to be able to do much until they start getting a lot of these levels, like looking towards Chola on the Pugna. He's got a decent amount of experience, but you need to wait until your Storm Spirit's ready before he really becomes the petrol station that you like him to be. And now Aen is just able to run over the top. Is he going to kill Dong?
Oh,
Dong's got no
wow.
song.
Is this a solo kill?
Whoa.
And Han, I don't think Han had a point in Vortex, so all right. I mean, I probably would have got chased down anyway. Maybe even just, dude, god damn. This Pudge pick, top of the net worth. Naga is just minorly ahead of the Storm Spirit, so far out. These lanes are going incredibly well for Team Disillusion, and you can start collapsing on mid like they're doing currently. I mean, Storm's getting blown up. Han able to get the zip away with his remaining mana. Of course, there's Chola nearby. I'm not sure if Chola has Tranks just yet or not. It went up. What? Arcane?
All right, I thought Aenid was going to be able to get himself another solo kill, but Dong just sidestepped the hook. I'm basically just on Aenid Cam, to be perfectly honest. He's one of my favorite players that I've seen from this tour so far, and now that he's playing something that's very exciting like a Pudge, keen to watch what he's doing. He's in such a good spot. He's 600 gold now. He can just easily work in towards an Aghanim Scepter, and I don't see how they're supposed to stop a Pudge with Ags, man. Like, he's going to melt through the illusion, so that means the Morphling's going to have less issues in these fights. If he ever gets a hold of the Storm, he's going to be able to bite him and do so much damage. It's really going to be on the Pugner as well as the Shadow Demon to try and mitigate some of this damage. You have to kind of... Oh, no, he's found another one. You going to kill
Well,
both?
the shot the Dismember. Oh, very close. Oh, Renfrew down. Okay, I mean, it's just space. This tier 1 towers are going to go down mid lane. You still got a Morphling that's farming bottom. So is the Tide. So he's going to start to get active, and you kind of need to. Chen acting as that tower blockade. It's a bit more difficult to do it into a Shadow Fiend, though, with all his high magical nukes. So Chen doesn't really have any resistance against that as well. Nova kind of need to take a stand if they're going to try and defend the tower. And they will. They're going to bring 4. Might need to Ravage to start. Going to try and commit on Han, but Aaron just shrugs it off with some of the Nature's Attendants, keeps the Shadow Fiend healthy. And will at least be able to get the Power Rune as well. Aaron does step a little bit far forward. The Poison stacks are starting to get going now. Up to 3, make it a 4th. And make it a Dead Enchantress as well. So nicely done. They bring all 4 members required. They're also going to be able to address the Catapult Wave, which should keep their own tower healthy for a little bit longer.
Yeah, they were really respecting that shield rune. They didn't want to just ravage a Shadow Fiend who still had basically a full shield rune available for him. They didn't want to have to try and go through his HP basically an extra half time. So they leave that one be. I thought that definitely was going to be a good ravage angle, especially when there was like 2 or 3 heroes that were stuck up on the high ground. Maybe you had enough damage with the Storm Spirit there. The Pugner was still in the background to provide the petrol station, but they just didn't want to go for it. So to at least get an Enchantress out of that. I think if they got nothing out of that, you definitely would have been very sad if you were Supernova. Just seeing all those heroes walk away from you and weren't really able to do much. Aenid's still putting a lot of pressure onto Dong in the top lane. He's just kind of sticking there, and there's not really much they can do about him. He's almost got maxed out Flesh Heap. He's got a Vanguard, he's got a point booster. He has 2,000 health already. He's sitting on 8 armor, and then he pops Flesh Heap, and he basically takes 0 damage from these illusions. So he's a very hard boy to kick out of this top lane, and the question is, what does Supernova do about it?
That's what I'm trying to work out, and I keep bumping my head that like I feel like it's a pretty good Nagi game, and then I see this Pudge, and I see not only a Pudge, I see this Pudge top net worth. So like he's gonna address the Naga. So I actually don't know what you need to do on Supernova. We're yet to see them play with the Storm Pugner, so that's something. Maybe you can just... Are you going to wait Witchblade, though? Maybe they'll make an attempt mid lane. You do have Aaron starting to move over. It's a pretty nice defensive Requiem, and dude, Aenid gets the hook away as well. Are you serious? Han is out of mana now, but it's not going to be in concern. So Requiem is used. They will at least be able to secure the Power Rune as well for Han, so now he's got an illusion to play with. They're even going to think about going back in. Aaron steps a little bit too far into the river. Will be punished for that, but that might be it.
Yeah, you can see that Aenid, just with the little amount of mana that he had, he didn't want to step up too far. I'm going to see if they can get a go on here on the Chen, but he's a very tanky boy as well. Like, he's got Meteor Hammer, he's got himself a cloak, he's going to be moving in towards that pipe. So Tidehunter could eventually become a bit of an issue for them as well. Like, Pudge doesn't really do all too well with Tidehunters because you kind of want to be in the face of everybody, so that means you're going to get Anchor Smash as well as Ravage. So There are some back and forth that this game is going to have towards the mid game, and I think right now the big issue is the Pudge is getting ever closer to that Aghanim Scepter. He's what, about 1,300 gold away from completing that. Once that comes up, it's very hard for your Nagasona to try and get these fights going. They haven't been able to shut down this Morphling who's had a pretty free time. And the net worth is really starting to become a bit of an issue now for Supernova because their Storm just has not been able to get in this game, man. Like, I don't even think Witchblade's going to help all too much. Gives you that a little bit of extra damage, but you're still going to run into issues of trying to kill a Pudge and then trying to kill a Shadow Fiend off the back of that as well. And they've got a little bit of save with the Spirit Breaker as well as the Enchantress. So you're going to need to overkill.
Really good position for Aaron. He reads this perfectly, just wandering inside Supernova's jungle, acting as that smoke block. I think they would have had the damage with those three potentially onto the Pudge, especially with the Shadow Demon there with the poison, but reads it well. Thanks to gank. They're going to song for the Shadow Fiend. He's pretty vulnerable. Ranford Dow's over to the right side. Pudge is going to stop to TP in. It's probably going to be way too late though. Attempts to charge up the Requiem, but it will not be there in the time. Can they even Ravage? No, they're not going to consider it. They'll back on off. Maybe feeling like lacking a little bit of mana for the Storm to continue with the chase. So, all right, some nice moves. I mean, really just importantly, the one onto the Shadow Fiend. Now, that is really the first vital kill they've got in some time. They will... Was that Stolen Wisdom? I believe Stolen Wisdom rune from Ranfu Dao. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it looks like he's walking his way around. Yeah, so Lon first stole one and Ranford Dao took their one. So I think the biggest thing for me was they did that all without Ravage. Maybe if you'd pop Ravage, this probably would have called for Supernova to fall back and farm, but they are seeming to do that as well. I would have hoped they would just try and put a little bit more pressure onto this tier 1 tower, hopefully get it to like half HP and try and finish it off that way. But they feel like they're not strong enough with the Shadow Fiend coming back in. I guess, you know, with the responses they potentially could have underneath the tier 1 tower, you don't want to have to play with a Morphling who can just TP underneath the tower and get a clean-up crew. It's never fun. So, taking stock of the two carries right now, Naga is at her Manta style going in towards the Orchid. So that's going to be an extra bit of damage for them, while as Lonfer won't die instantaneously to it because he does have his Manta up, but it looks like right now Supernova want to try and kill Aeonid. It's very close to that Ag Scepter.
Not sure if the ward inside dies near the outpost was able to scout that out. I didn't actually see the start of their pathing, so potentially it's given them a read of what's going on. So Ray didn't bring the numbers over, but you are just not contesting this Morphling. I mean, Manta completed. Really wonder what the follow-up item build's going to be for him. I mean, Scepter just seems like it is it doesn't even matter if it's a good or bad game. If you don't even have the greatest Scepter target, you're probably just going to it anyway. Maybe it's just a question of like when he wants it. So Lonfair he's getting surrounded. He's gonna have to get very crafty with this escape because Chola blocks off the bridge, and all of a sudden Han's gonna show up as well. This is a gigantic kill. Finally, dude, they're able to get Lonfair. He has been off in his own world doing whatever he would possibly want on the map, taking over their ancients, taking stacks, pushing out bottom. Finally, they get the big kill onto the Morphling. Chen, though, he might be in some danger. They also have their own rotating over if required with the help of the Impetus. Will be a defensive Ravage, but the team's going to start to follow up as well to provide some assistance. She can use the banishment if required. Chola's actually going to protect himself with a decrep, and now they look to try and go. As even Storm Spirit finds the long zip, he recognizes he doesn't need to try and help out with the kill into Ranford Dao. He wants to try and catch out to the Pudge as well before he escapes, and Aeonid might not make it. One more right click over the tree line. Nova starting to make some really good plays across the map.
Yeah, I think the way that they're just punishing TD across the map is really, really good, right? Like, they're playing around with their Storm Spirit. They're putting Chen in the front line, so he kind of just gets a lot of vision for them. Extremely hard to kill that Tidehunter there, especially after he basically instantly purged off the bite. There was no real lockdown for them. Pops the Ravage, team gets the TP in, and it's just cleanup crew. And they're doing this all without Dong, right? Like, Dong was involved in the kill on the Morphling, which is exactly when he needs to be included, but they get themselves kills on the other side of the map without their Nagasaren, who's continually just sitting back and farming. And they fought their way back into this game. They are down by 3k net worth, yeah, to be fair, but they're fighting their way back in here, and they are able to find what things they can and can't kill. Like right now, Chen feels basically untouchable, but also in the same vein, they know they can kill Anid. And they kill the SF though. Big Diddy rune on Lonfer.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous now. Ranfu also gets the bounce back with the Nether Strike a little bit too late. Dong might be able to get the kill on Spirit Breaker. Han is really low on mana and out of health as well. So the double damage rune from Lonfer was huge in that team fight.
Yeah, now he's got 3.5k gold off the back of that as well. So I was saying that Supernova are fighting their way back into this game, but when a fight like that goes so poorly, they don't even kill small KK. He was able to eventually get the Requiem off. Didn't have the extra bit of lockdown now that he has the Sanjin Yasha. I think maybe if he got hit by the... if the Meteor Hammer had hit before the Requiem went off, I know that sounds kind of pretty obvious, but that definitely would have resulted in the kill of the Shadow Fiend, and then that probably would have sent TD packing. They wouldn't have wanted to continue to try and keep that fight going because they had known that a lot of their scary cores were not available to fight. So Dong just a little slow on the song there as well. Like maybe if he'd caught them coming in, they didn't get that extra 2 kills on the 2 supports, and they're able to turn that back around, and maybe you're able to get Han out of harm's way. But this is the issue with the Storm Spirit sometimes. E-Blade.
Has he got that queued up or no? Did I see that?
Yeah, he's got E-Blade.
Okay.
Lincoln's into E-Blade. It would be good if you're going against like a TA or something like that, but like the 2 cores you're going up against a mixed damage cause, right? Like Morphling has Adaptive Strike, he has Waveform. SF has Requiem and his Razors, so it's like it's not like you don't have any magical damage. And then you got a Pudge as well, who does Rot. So
they're in. Decent charge. Detection. Not gonna matter, it'll pop out. They do land the hook. Maybe a fight's going to break out now with this connecting. Small KK trying to charge up the Requiem. It's just for a Pugner, I guess you zone away the rest of Supernova in case they want to try and defend him. That will be a 1-for-1. Supports exchanging their lives, and either side happy to back on off and continue farming.
Yeah, they would have loved to have gotten something else out of that, but that's all Anid was able to fish out of the pond, so... It is a little unfortunate they didn't secure that onto a big core kill. I believe he has, he's got Blink flying out to him now. So Anid is going to be in a good position to be able to catch whoever he wants now. Be able to just directly get on top of them and take them down. So this is where it starts getting a little spooky for Supernova. The fact that Pudge is at his very strong 2-item timing. SF's getting to the point where he's getting very, very hard to deal with. He's going to go Mage Slayer into Satanic. So he kind of just wants to be a beefy boy in these fights and let the Morphling do all the damage for him, who now has Aghanim Scepter completed. So I guess...
Oh, they're going for this.
Make it go. It's almost 3,000 health, dude. That's so hard to kill.
And meanwhile, they're on to Chen on the opposite side of the map. A defensive Ravage, but... And again, just a little bit too late.
That's not good. Whenever you see a Tidehunter defensively Ravage and they still go down, that is like the worst scenario for you. Lonfer tried his best to Manta dodge it, but it seemed like it didn't really matter. So
that's got to be Roche now, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything they need. They probably want to push out these waves just a little bit more because they are kind of like tickling the river. So Anid can push out this bottom wave one more time. Lonfer or Small KK can just smash down this bottom side. It is going to be Radiant for another couple of minutes. So I am surprised they haven't decided to just walk directly into it.
It's a nice room for Han. See what they're able to do. I mean, Shadow Demon having Blink as well is going to be very valuable. Now his positioning is going to be much easier. You can always cancel out the Dismember target, which is super important. Decent amount of value with his Purge as well to maybe control some of the SF or Pudge movements in the fights. But we'll have to see how the vision game is going to be because you do still have some issues with heroes getting on top of you. So we'll see how the support's positioning is going to be as this game goes on.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very important, right? The Pugner and the Shadow Demon have such an important role to play for Supernova. Yeah, at the end of the day, your cores are going to be the ones who are going to carry a team fight, but if your Pugner and your Shadow Demon are not in good positions and get caught out by like a Morphling or a Pudge, they're basically dead weight. So they need to be in very, very good positions. Do they have a ward around here? Yes, they do. There's a Radiant ward, so they're going to be able to see that somebody's around.
Oh, nice Manta. Song's still on cooldown though for 30. Okay, dude, that was a sick Manta.
Well, they're all TPing in.
They're TPing in. I don't know. Ravage is down as well. You boys can go. A little bit. And yeah, I mean, Lonfair, he's trying to lead the charge. Everyone else ended very close to the hook, so they'll be able to push some away. That's a lot of economic damage. Not only do you get the tower, but you force some teleports, and that means they're going to be a little bit less mobile for a decent chunk of time. They're going to mass TP down to bottom. They even see Bradford down charging. He's desperately praying to get enough mana back with the bottle sips, but he's just not fast enough with the TP. Ranfu down, body blocks are there. It's not going to matter though, so at least he gets away. Do you rush now? I mean, ultimates are back up.
Still feels like it's, I don't want to say next to impossible for them to win a fight, but they, you know, Chen doesn't have a dagger. He's still a little bit away from that. They would really love to have that dagger to play a little bit offensive. And the way that TD are playing Ranfu now is it's going to be the body in the front line. You're more than aware of it right now. They leave.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What a timing. Oh, small KK. That was a perfect Requiem.
Yeah, see you later notes indeed, Han. That is a little unfortunate that you got timed like that. And what a big kill for them to get. You could see that they were a little bit tentative of finishing it off, but from what I can see, what color is... So yeah, it was a Radiant Watcher, so they were able to see where the storm was coming from. They timed it absolutely perfectly, and they got rid of Han in one fell swoop. So now, 8k net worth, Aegis on the Morphling, or Aegis on the Shadow Fiend, pardon me, he's almost at his Satanic. Like, I don't think Small KK is dying for the rest of this game. He's going to have so much HP to get through. They're going to have to blow basically everything, and then if they do that, then you've got Lon Fur that you have to kind of worry about as well.
Do you go high ground, you think, right now?
Probably not right now. Maybe you're waiting for the Satanic and the Daedalus to be finished. They are about 1,000 gold away, so you can kind of clean up this last remaining tier 2, then you start setting your sights onto the high ground. Because you don't want to overextend, right? Like, you don't want to walk into a Tidehunter who you haven't seen build an item for a little while, so you're probably thinking in your mind that there is going to be a dagger coming soon. And walking into a Ravage, it could spell disaster.
That dagger is now completed as well, so they're going to back on off. They do have the entire side farming on their own territory, so looking to try and get those last set of items like you were saying. And maybe it's just going to be a walk down mid. There's still a tier 2 tower that's left standing as well. And they're at the stage where they kind of needed to group up, so they will not be able to... Oh, dude, there's a heart. All right. Why not?
Very strong, very strong. Aenid is in no man's land.
Let's see. Let's truly see how tanky this boy. All right, he can die. He can die.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Aenid. He didn't get rot off before they went on him. Maybe if they put rot on him beforehand, it could have dissuaded some of the people from staying, but he literally had nothing and he just died. So Aenid is not the 1v5 tank just yet. He has his own heart as well, as Dong has picked up his. So there still is ways for him to die. They have to be very careful. Sheep has no dagger.
Just over position. An aggressive banishment, and they punish him instantly. I mean, they read, yeah, you blink him like that, there is no escape for you, my friend. And now up the high ground they go. Aenid's going to be up in 10 seconds. They happen to do this 4v4 at the moment. Oh, Chen outside the base. Sorry.
Could get a good angle here. You have to be very, very careful because they don't want to play into this Aegis and the Satanic. Don't want to blow everything and then him just go back to full HP. Alright, they're going to try and burn the Aegis early on here. I wouldn't hate to see maybe like a song play just to set them up to kill the Aegis. Then they turn back around with the Ravage, especially now that Requiem's done. Go, 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 go.
Oh, sorry. Alright, they're going. On will start, giving them the information. They got a pretty good clear forward to work with as well. With the Ravage clipping onto 4, they're going to try and target down Ranford down. But look at A&A with the counter initiation towards the backline he goes. He wants to try and deal with the supports as Chol is in some danger. The defensive song sings them to sleep and should get them safely back to their side of the map and inside their base. But Team Disillusion, they're ready to chase, they're ready to hunt. Ranford Dow holds the Naga into place. Dong's still going to be a bit more of a difficult kill to find. You've got a minute still left on the Aegis, but you do have to keep this in the back of your mind and how long you want to stick around with a potential siege. So I'll back on off, try and refill their resources and maybe go for a final push before they lose the second life.
Yeah, just a little overzealous there from Ranford Dow. I thought maybe A&E would try and commit in with them as well, but he didn't want to overextend. And they have lost themselves a little bit of time. They did get the full Anabrax in the middle lane, so it's not the worst trade right now. And Team Dissolution is starting to bleed out more and more of these resources, right? Ravage is on cooldown for 80 seconds. They don't have Song for another 70 as well. And they're slowly just chipping away, getting towards their next set of items. Lonfer is going to go for a Blink Dagger himself, so Swift Blink can definitely be on the horizon. Aiden is just an absolute beefcake. He's got 4,000 HP. He's going to have a pipe soon as well. And Small KK, does he have a damage item coming out? He's got Butterfly on the horizon.
What is the definition of a beefcake?
I would say like 3.5k HP up is beefcake. Just a big old beefy boy. Or do you mean literally like an IRL beefcake?
Sure, let's go with that as well.
Oh, that sounds... I mean, there's two definitions, right? A cake made out of beef or beef made out of cake. Take from that what you will.
All right. What happens if a guy has... Oh, Ranford Dow? Just a Spirit Breaker, but it is a kill. And they will be happy with a little bit of gold. What happens if someone has like 5,000 health? What do you then?
I'd probably just say like... I'd have 5,000 health. I don't know, like an Omega Chonk Boy. How about that?
Mega Chonk Boy.
That's as far as I get.
All right, Mega Chonk Boy.
I don't know what else you would go.
What you say? 3,500? Podge has got?
Yeah, 3,500 plus is Beefcake, and then would you say 5,000 is a Mega Chonk Boy?
He's got 4,100 right now. He keeps getting flesh heap. This kill might get him some of those stacks. Wait, they're taking
Nobody else is here.
A-ended, my friend. Just get the kill. Just become a mega chunk. That is all we're requiring out of you. All right, never mind. Won't get the kill. Aaron Meyer. All right, Eric can do it himself. Pudge, come on. You gotta follow what Eric could do. This guy can get some kills. Where's the chunkiness?
Maybe he needs another heart. You should just go 3 hearts. Pure pump build.
Okay.
Maybe he goes... I mean, he's finished his pipe now, I think. I wouldn't hate to see Overwhelming Blink.
He needs armor, dude. What? I'm so surprised he's not going.
If you have more HP, it doesn't matter. Armor doesn't matter.
Oh, right.
Armor's for the weak.
Oh, really? Okay, very interesting. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Well, if you have enough HP that it takes them, like, let's say it takes them like 30 seconds to kill you, even though that you've only got like 12 armor, then you got a Morphling and a Shadow Fiend, dude. They're going to be dealing damage. Who needs armor? Yeah? Just soak. Like raw damage. In all seriousness, I do think that you are right, though.
Oh, thank you.
I would hate to see like a Shivers or an AC. I think would make him basically unkillable because I don't think they have enough magical damage to get through his HP bar. And if he has just armor, then Riptide doesn't completely tear him to shreds because if he gets Riptided, it's -8 armor from one Riptide.
But like I understand that means he doesn't get chunky, and we want him to be a mega chunky. So don't worry about the armor. Double heart goes, you know, pipe as well gives you a little bit of health. So why not chunk it up, my friend? 4,200 right now. I'm pretty sure does Dandelion give you 300 health? Or am I don't know what.
300 mana gives you.
Oh no, never mind. All right, well, I'm John Sanjin Kaya as well, so he's starting to chunk up a little bit.
He could get Havoc Hammer, which gives him strength for T4 items.
All right, deal with the Naga illusions a little bit. Could have some extra value, more AoE damage, but
probably Martyr's Plate that he'll get. 25% magic resist, redirects 20% of all damage dealt to your allied heroes in 900 range towards you for 8 seconds, which I think would be pretty bonkers.
Scotty now completed for the Morphling, so he's continuing to be able to find a butterfly now as well. So probably for them, they're just going to be waiting for this next Roche. Unfortunately, it's going to be up in a minute 40, so still will take some time. I mean, they can probably still try and fight, though. I'm a bit surprised they're not occupying some of Supernova's territory, considering how maybe they don't feel like they're that far ahead, but you got some really big items now completed. So I'd like to at least start to see them posture a little bit closer towards the river.
Yeah, I agree. I think they definitely should be trying to flex some of their brand new items that they've got. Han, though, has picked up something fresh and shiny with the Hex for himself, so Aenid could be in trouble here, buddy. Even though you've got almost 4,400 HP, you have to be careful, because if you get Hexed and you don't get Rot and Flesh Heap off, it's kind of hard for them to not say that you were dead. Looks like they just leave him be. They want to try and get to a little bit of a juicier target. It's very hard for Supernova to connect on any of these ganks because they just have no vision. Like they've got one ward that's up towards the Twin Gate, and that's basically about it. So they're kind of just running blind and hoping they find somebody farming a lane or at least a camp.
Oh, can they get him? All right, looks like they will be able to get him there in the end. Maybe. No way. He doesn't even die. Alright, Han's just going to be able to zip on away, and Aaron won't die as well. And it's going to be in, though. Going to try and target at the chat. Where are the boys? What's going on? I think they're getting top barracks or something. No one else is with Aenid. Maybe it's just some space making? Why not? Pudge will die, but you're getting a full set of barracks top.
Oh, we got Hex, though. Oh, he's so dead. Oh, that is not good.
And they get more. Don't attempt on the small KK. And they'll have the Ravage to follow as well. With the Shadowfit's in a lot of danger. All right, they're gonna get the kill. And now, is this just a disaster throw? Aaron as well. He's gonna be able to get chased down. What is going on?
Yeah, this is the one issue that I have with TD throughout this tour is their teamwork sometimes really falls to bits. Like, they don't seem to connect with each other properly. They aren't able to really line up where they want to be properly in a lot of these fights. And now Ranfu Dao gets found on the side as well from Han. It's a 5-0, man. And yeah, they get a lane of racks, but at the end of the day, the game's not won until the Ancient falls. So you could be 2 lanes of racks down and still win this game quite easily for Supernova. I just want to see them group up, man. Like, I just want to see them, like, TD all together and have a team fight going 5 versus 5, because they've got a lot of gold and a lot of their cores, and they just aren't combining it together, and they're getting picked off one by one. And this is going to give an Aegis away to Supernova as well. Aegis and Cheese. Oh, things are starting to swing. So, with the Aegis in their hands, they are going to be very, very hard for them to take down, a Naga Siren with an Aegis. I'm surprised they didn't give that to Han. At least they gave him the cheese, I'd imagine. So, I mean, basically 3 lives on a lot of their cores. This is a very rough set of circumstances.
So do we think the beefcake, it's not enough? He needs to go mega chunky. That's how they come back now?
Yeah, I think he needs armor now. I think this is like, you know, the Mega Chunk Boy status, I think maybe a little bit too far out of reach. Maybe if he gets some more Flesh Heap stacks, but he needs some kind of armor. He only has 12 armor, and they don't have armor items for anybody else. They don't have an AC like on their Shadow Fiends. They don't really have like a Shivas that's floating around either, and they're getting torn to pieces by this Naga Siren, and even the Storm does a decent amount of physical damage. So yeah, you've got 4.2k HP, but the amount of damage that they can do, it is very hard for you to stay alive. So I would just personally like to see a little bit of armor, and then you can just go for like an Overwhelming Blink. Finishes off with Shiva Overwhelming Blink. Chef's kiss. Winnable.
Dong. They're gonna wrap all the way around. What is the play call? Fighting into Aegis and Cheese. Supernova gonna smoke as well. They see Dong. That is not the target. Not inside the base like that. They're gonna try. This dude's got Aegis. You may kill him the once, but can you get out before the reinforcements show up, as they are here now to party? Ravage can fly out shortly from Chen. They won't even need it. And now the Morphling as well slept to set up for the combo that'll come in a couple of seconds. Going to be able to play around with the mirrored image. And it gets a pretty good jump in as well, but there's Chen's Ravage. Gives them time to react and reset their positioning as Pudge is trying to address some of the supports, but the banishment keeps Chola alive, and now Aaron as well, stuck inside Dire's territory. Ranford down charging as well. Why not? Take me instead, he says, but they will still get Aaron by the looks of it. The Supernova. What is going on? Back-to-back fights now. 0 casualties. This time it's a full for nothing. And the net worth lead has evaporated.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think trying to kill Dong, if you get the Aegis and you just leave, I think that's perfectly fine for Team Disillusion, right? Like they kind of obliterated him. There wasn't too many members that were around during the time that he was respawning. So if you just take care of Dong, kill the Nagasard, and you just retreat. You just fall out of the base. You go, okay, we got Aegis for free. Let's just go back. Let's just farm some more of these creeps, try and slowly chip away at this final lane of racks, and then we can just kind of chop down this game and take it in small little segments. But they wanted to take a giant big piece of the pie and finish this game right here, right now. And they did a good job. Like, look, the TP is just complete. You can just leave. You can just walk away. Yeah, you might have run into Han in the background, but you stayed. Small KK doesn't even have a BKB.
Yeah.
And he just dies. And if they lost Lonfer, I would say that this game is like heavily in favor of Supernova. The fact that he was able to survive is a small little bit of recompense for TD. In fact, they didn't lose their Morphling, but that was egregious, them just walking in there and thinking they could stay and get a second kill.
I can add those to the lexicon. Egregious. What was the other one? Recompense. Some crap. Oh, mid lane. Ravage still look cooldown for the moment. They're going to try to target down Aaron. They'll be successful with the initial jump. They get the secondary though. A&M. They got a glimpse of him. Very, very close. We'll be able to make it out in the end. I mean, you brought it up as well. I was going to mention it. Why is Small KK not actually got a BKB? Has he queued it up now after that fight? He must have.
No.
Oh, what's he got queued up?
Bloodthorn.
Oh.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed it because he hasn't really needed it in a lot of these fights. Like, yeah, no. He has been disabled and stuff like that, but things have been going relatively well for TD. So I could imagine it's probably one of those games where a lot of core players have been in that position where they're like, I don't need BKB. And now you start losing all of these fights and you're like, man, if I had a BKB for that second life of the Naga, that's BKB Requiem, right? They have no way of stopping it. Yep. And then you probably turn around and kill the Naga.
Long zip in. Where's your chunk? Where's your beef now, Aenid? Boys are here to protect him. A defensive Ravage from the tree line. There's not going to be much follow-up, and now the Song. This could be Song to set up for the Ravage. This could be devastating. Really nice timing there. Ranford down, stops the Ravage, but they're still going to be able to get off on the high ground. The long zip in as well. They're standing strong. The damage is slowly getting chipped into the side of Team Disillusion, but looks like the ensnare holds Lonfer into place. He doesn't have a buyback, and now Han as well is looking for the finishing blow. E-Blade's going to stop himself from being able to secure the kill into the Shadow Fiend. They will make it back to base. They're just going to go for the Jugular.
Yeah, this is... I don't know how they lost this game. They lost this game with a little bit of greed, I think. Just not playing the game properly, not playing together, and now they've been punished. And all props to Supernova for making this one a comeback victory.
What?
There's no way. They don't come back from this. That's it.
What?
That should have been
Lord.
a win for TD. That is very disappointing, and that has been the tale of their tour. They have been completely outclassed by every top 4 team that is above them. They didn't even get a single game win against any of those top 4 teams, and they went basically the distance with everybody else. So a lot of the games that I see them lose have been off the back of their own hubris, right? Like, it just feels like that they just don't care. They just go in, they do whatever. Lonfer's kind of clowning around. Everybody's clowning around. They're making really bad decisions, and props to Supernova. They punish them, and that is a game that TD would imagine they want back. Like, they were really far ahead. I can understand it, right? I can understand feeling really, really confident, but at some point, when you get smacked in the face by losing one of those fights, whether they did, surely you just say, all right, it's time to fix our shit and just think about ending this game properly so we don't throw the game. And they didn't do that. They just went in, they killed the Naga Siren. Sick. That was good. You got rid of an Aegis for free. Now leave. And they didn't think they had to leave, and they got punished extremely hard for it. They walked down mid, and then they got punished again for being way too far forward. And I mean, Supernova, they did exactly what they needed to get back into this game. Some teams usually just roll over in games like this, but Supernova did a really good job of keeping themselves in the fight and finishing it off the way that they needed to.
What was the win percentage, the highest for Radiant?
Let me have a quick look. I'd imagine it was very high. Like this Morphling and SF were basically untouchable.
So like 84?
I don't have Dota Plus, so I can't see.
Oh, what the hell, dude? He's fucking stingy.
Come on, man. Give me a break.
Come on,
I'm a small little boy.
Come on, bro. I get it, man. I get it. I understand. So, my God. What a performance in the end. I mean, just really need a couple fights. Really nicely done. I'm a little bit surprised at how much value we saw out of the Naga in these fights. I mean, I don't know if this is really an armor issue. Well, yeah, item issue, armor issue for the Pudge, because he could not lock onto the Naga. Aenid tried, I think even this fight in particular, I mean, I think he did a good job trying to get rid of Pugna. Like, it's a lot of their defensive utility to buff up the Storm. I mean, you kill Pugna first. It's just simple as that. You always get the medic. But we see whenever he's in the middle, like, it didn't even matter. I'm very surprised how much value that Dong actually had this game on the Nug, considering I thought we saw multiple times in that game what the Pudge was able to do. So at least in the last couple of fights, it didn't really come into play. And he popped off with all his net worth. He was still on par with the Morphling, on par with the Shadow Fiend. And we saw how much damage he was able to do.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it was itemization that really kind of hampered what TD had to do this game. They needed a BKB on their cores, probably not the Morphling. Maybe even at least a Lincoln's for the Morph would have been nice. Small KK needed a BKB, Aenid needed a BKB, and Aenid also needed some armor items. I didn't hate anything else that they really did item-wise, but it was just their play. And it eventually got to the point that because they hadn't gotten the perfect items for the game, they kind of just lost out in a lot of these fights where it was just too hard for them to control Han, too hard for them to get on top of Dong when their Pudge was basically their answer, and then he just kind of got eviscerated in the start of every single one of these fights. So yeah, Team Dissolution, they're going to be kicking themselves from this because that was not the performance you want to make in a tiebreaker. Luckily for them, it's not a best of one. It is a best of three, so they definitely have 2 games to come back in this series. But if this is how they're playing when a game looked basically short up for them, then I'm not quite sure how it's going to go if this game starts looking rough for them in the first 10, 15 minutes, you know?
Damn, I didn't even notice my guy was 12-2. All right. What a great performance from Mr. Han. A very unique item build. E-Blade, Hex, Lincolns, and the Brooch as well. But then he was able to get the job done, and the boys on Supernova were able to get the job done as well. So able to find a way back in this game some way, somehow. Gives them a game advantage in our first tiebreaker of the night. The 5th, 6th tiebreaker for a little bit of seeding heading into TI qualifiers and for a little bit of change as well. So Supernova, let's strike first in our first series. Let's see what we have in store for us though after the break. Well, a great comeback from the boys on Supernova gives them a game advantage in our first tiebreaker of the night. Let's see what we have in store for us with our second draft already up on our screen. What the heck? A PL ban first phase? Did that happen last game?
No, it did not. I guess, yeah, I was going to say Supernova wanting to get themselves the Morphling this time around because Team Disillusion did choose second pick. And that means Supernova decided to go on to Radiant's side. So they want to open up with the Morphling. They want to get rid of the PL. Maybe Team Disillusion is just going to answer with their own Naga Siren. You know, you can just go, what, Naga plus Shadow Demon. I think Shadow Demon did a pretty good job so far with the Silencer being taken out. Maybe you can... probably don't want to go Undying here just because that feels a little bad. Maybe Enchantress plus Naga Siren could be pretty strong lane for Team Disillusion if they want to try and open that up.
I liked your SD Naga a little bit more. I think both of them play pretty well into the Morphling. But why not? Let's go Spirit Breaker and, of course, Techies, because Techies is a very cool and fun hero to verse. And they will snag the Shadow Demon. So, yeah, I think there's a little bit of a miss. I very much prefer Supernova's first phase compared to Disillusion's. I think you missed a bit of an opportunity with block while countering the Morphling a little bit with the Shadow Demon, because now you've gone Spirit Breaker with that in the pool. I mean, you've got Shadow Demon Morph, which is not only nice to be able to get the Morphling illusions, it's a good save, which Morphling, you know, your only vulnerability sometimes can be chain locked down and blown up full to zero. But Shadow Demon's one of the better supports versus Spirit Breaker as well. I'd say even top 3. So I'm favoring Supernova just a little bit, at least heading out of the first phase. I think they'd be happier.
Yeah, definitely. I think Supernova kind of got what they wanted. I completely forgot the Techies was still in the pool for Team Disillusion. I'm surprised they went double support here. I guess maybe they were scared of being Morphling plus Spirit Breaker. But I still feel like that Shadow Demon is just a little bit stronger than what the Spirit Breaker is going to be in this combination that they've got so far. So now it's going to be hard for Team Disillusion to get some of those good cores into the Morphling. There probably will be either like a TB or a Naga ban coming in for Supernova to try and shore up their Morphling. Maybe even something like a Void Spirit, not Void Spirit, Faceless Void. Could be another ban that we might see here for Supernova to protect their Morphling a little more.
10 seconds remaining.
Tide ban is interesting. I mean, Tide Techies is a very strong lane, so maybe they feel like that could... Because we did see the Tide have a very good start versus the Morphling, like being able to put a lot of pressure on. So maybe if they're thinking of playing the Shadow Demon with the Morphling, could be a little bit of a weak matchup, so they're concerned about that. Yeah, I'm a little bit intrigued on that ban. I mean, they banned out another offlaner with the Visage as well, so maybe just trying to target some A unit heroes.
Yeah, just try and make sure that it's a little nicer lane, because, as you said, I do agree with it with the Tidehunter. I think it is just one of those heroes that kind of feels like it does pretty well into the morph. You can become a bit of a tank yourself with some of the items that you like to build. He's one of the aura builders. We're seeing his popularity come up and up in Dream League, as well as, you know, obviously, I'd imagine in the Bali Major, he's going to end up being a very, very important hero against the Morphling, who is going to be at the forefront. It's like Morphling and Techies are going to be the two heroes that teams are really going to be hoping that they get. Because they are still first ban material, but there still are plenty of other heroes, I think, that you want to try and get rid of that just fit into much more draws. Whereas I think the Morphling and the Tidehunter do have their counters that you have to be worried about. So Doom is the response here from Disillusion. So that is going to be the Aeonid hero. Pretty good in the Morphling. You can have some issues with the Shadow Demon because he can ball people up. And going in with a Doom into a pretty open draft against some of these cores can be a little scary, because if you have heroes that don't really care about the Doom, then that makes his job a little bit harder.
See how they want to try and respond to the Doom now, Supernova. If they're going to try and draft a little bit of team fight for themselves, they want to try and play some early aggressive game. So, I mean, it's going to be your second support to follow. I would probably say you're offlaner. Maybe they'll try and have some crazy flex in there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, do you go something along the lines of, like, Dark Willow +1 for Supernova? Or whether or not this is going to be, like, a Sheep Shadow Demon once again, and they try and pick Chola, his hero. as a position 5. A lot of the good lane dominators have been kind of taken out. Pugna, Undying, as well as... Well, there's still Enchantress, actually. So you could probably play around Enchantress, I think, if you really wanted to for Supernova. Then you just pick an offlaner for Chen that provides you a few more of these auras, can be a little tanky. You really want to try and have a pipe this time around. Maybe even a Lotus Orb would be really, really nice for your Morphling. So Beastmaster in the pool as well. Maybe you might not want to pick that into the Doom, as we've seen the Doom in the response of the Beastmaster. Witch Doctor? Hell yeah. What a hero. I don't know if it's that great.
Yeah. It's your anti-tank. I mean, they...
Yeah.
But yeah, it's your anti-tank versus Doom, which is the big thing. I mean, I've seen... I think it was Solo that was running like no cast points. I'm trying to remember who else did that. I think it was him. So yeah, it's just, I mean, any of these beefy offlaners, you know, Maledict is super no fun to play into. So definitely interesting. 2 defensive supports though. So I really would like to see something like a Puck, a Storm's banned out, but some like real mobile, get onto the backline, cause some chaos, have a little bit of control as well. Because these supports, you can't let them freely spellcast this game.
Yeah.
Oh.
They got Baden. Was it Supernova that did this draft a while ago? I'm not sure if it was. I remember there was a draft that one of the teams did here in this tour, and it was basically like 4 saving heroes and a super hard carry. And it did not work out. So I'm just trying to think, because it was like a Baden, Shadow Demon, I think maybe it was like a Lich as well, or maybe like an Oracle was one of the heroes, and they just kind of basically just had all of these heroes sit behind their big carry, and they tried to win the game like that. Yeah. But I did not like it, which was kind of the point I was getting to.
I think this game can be potentially wrapped up. I think you just win on the Drow Ranger pick.
Yeah.
I think it's an exceptional pick.
Yeah, she has no issues with people getting in her face. She has to worry about the Morphling only. Probably has been absolutely fantastic. Probably one of the only heroes you kind of have to worry about. If you get like Storms, I mean not Storm Spirited, like one of the spirits here, like you've got a Doom and a Drow Ranger, so you've got a lot of lockdown. All 4 of your heroes have lockdown against a spirit or a pesky little hero. So Supernova, they need to have something sick right now to pull it all together in their mid lane. What is going to be the Han hero? Pango.
Instantly not. Instantly not.
I think this is like a 60-40, even like a 70-30 draft win for Team Dissolution. Abaddon's going to have a horrible lane into the Spirit Breaker plus Drow lane. Like you constantly are just going to have to deal with Frost Arrows. The Shadow Demon doesn't do much for you at all. Yeah, you can ball up Lon first so he doesn't just constantly chase down Chen. But Lena's going to have a pretty good lane into the Pangolier as well. The only thing is like maybe the safe lane looks pretty good for Supernova, but them getting together, like you have 3 heroes that are designed to save a Morphling. And that's kind of their primary objective. And when you have 3 heroes that are doing very much similar things, it's very hard for you to actually formulate a game plan that works without all 3 of them just kind of sitting back and waiting for something to happen. So, yeah, this is a very rough draft for Supernova to try and pilot. And I think Team Dissolution they just need to get their items and do their lanes fine and not get kind of balled over, and they should be A-okay in this game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what they're able to do on Supernova. I think this Pango pick definitely fixes some of the issues that they had with their lineup without anyone being able to make plays, and you were lacking a lot of damage as well between your 2 supports and between the Abaddon offlane. So I think the Pango helps out, but I also think Pango is going to have a bit more of a difficult lane into the Lena. In fact, it should be probably like 65-35 favored for Lena. So I really like Dire's draft. We'll see how it's able to break out though. Let's just see. You know, we'll see what craziness they want to try and pull out the hat. Hopefully Abaddon has some stuff queued up. He's got a double Wraith and Phase Boots, so not too much just yet. It's potentially going to be that Echo Saber build that we're seeing a little bit on the Abaddons, but Brandford now has a Wraith Band as well.
Yeah, I really don't know what is the best way for them to
What's
win
going
this
on?
game. They were doing this game
Wow.
one.
Okay.
They all just turbo tipped Lonfer.
What is going on?
I have no idea why, but literally everybody in the game tipped Lonfer at the start of last game as well. So add that one into figure out what Chinese memes are. Why does everyone tip Lonfer? So I'll figure that one out. One thing I will say about the draft for Supernova is Chola can do a lot of work early as a Witch Doctor. He can be a very, very powerful hero if you're able to kind of abuse, maledict, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm just trying to think can Chen, or does Chen have to go for like this aura build and really just be like an aura bot in this game and just try and
he's
be
gonna go
an
right
orphotic
click.
shield? That's what I was thinking.
Go.
Is like, I think you need the damage from the Abaddon, but is he going to be forced into going into these auras, feeling like they just need that little bit of extra survivability and then just run out of damage anyways?
I think auras would do nothing for them this game. I think you die. Doesn't matter. I think I imagine it's going to be. I mean, he's got double Wraith Phase Boots. I think it's going to be Echo after. So, because I just was one of the. They just have so much damage on Dire. I don't even know if the auras are going to be able to stop that as well. So hopefully he's not. Hopefully he doesn't go into it. I mean, I must also say I really don't know what an offlane Abaddon or what the kind of the play is for Chen. So we will see. We'll see what the call is going to be for him. But we got an interesting game.
Yeah, very much so. Especially off the back of that game number one. I'm not all too ready to throw all my chips in on TD. After the way they made some decisions in that game number one. So they started out really well then, and the game still did snowball out of control, but I still don't see the same kind of avenues this time around for Nova. Maybe they might get the first battle on Fer. Chase him underneath the tower.
All right.
Got a shield pop. No, he's too fast. Yeah, he's too close.
Boom. Bottom Chola started with the cask, which I mean, it's just preference on individual players and regions. I must say I do like the no cask build. So I through bounces level 1, you do 50 damage. It's kind of crap.
Oh yeah, it feels horrible, right? Like it really does nothing for you, especially because you have a Morphling in your lane. So having Voodoo at high levels can be really, really important, especially because you're just going to get chipped away at constantly in this lane. So if you have Voodoo high levels, then you can really kind of waste the mana of the techies.
Oh, he's not. All right, ain't it? Was a little bit. I guess Scorched Earth was on cooldown. Now they're going to chase Aaron down.
Hit him with a grenade.
Consider about going back for the deny. Not to be. They get a little bit of glimpse of vision. And they get a pull as well. Didn't even mean it. So it's extra something for the boys on Radiant.
Yeah. And that's the power of the Voodoo, right? He was able to live through the level 1 of the sticky bombs. So I do agree with you. I definitely feel like you just max out everything here.
No, they refilled Small KK's bottle. This dude is going to obliterate Han mid lane, and you TP in and refill as well. So unfair. Poor Han.
I mean, he didn't know the matchup, but he picked Pango blind. And we have been seeing a few laners creep in here and there. So, kind of knew what he was getting himself into. I hope that after this lane, he's just able to transfer that into some side lane pressure, because that's really what he needs to do.
Top. Never mind. Even bottom. I thought they were going to continue running for Chen. Want to chase maybe without the boots. Meanwhile, we got to kill onto the Doom bottom lane though, so which is a pretty big kill for them to find. That's solo.
They did it without Maledict. I don't know if it was solo, because Chola did go back to base.
I think it was solo, dude. Chola already had that assist. How did he get the kill?
Did he just chase him down with Adaptive Strike? He had 2 levels in Adaptive Strike. It's the only way that I could think about it, is like, you just put Eren somewhere else. He was just doing some other stuff, and Aeonid just got chased down. It's the only way that I can think about it.
Further capability, I'd love to see that again. I have no idea what the hell just happened. But I bet some wonky stuff going on. Drow's only got 11 last hits.
Yeah, she's actually not doing too well in this lane. I thought this lane would be so easy for the side of TD. I guess Shadow Demon's probably just putting a lot more pressure on them than they had expected. And going into a Universal here, it is very hard to outlast hit that. Chola, the solo kill. 2 levels into Voodoo. He just stood his ground and punched him, dude.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
And Aenid's getting solo zoned out by Morph now. Level 5 compared to the level 3. So this was definitely at least the one lane I had a little bit more faith in for Supernova. I did not think at all that it would go Morphling's way. He's got treads now. This is unlaneable for Doom.
Yep. Treads and wand.
Wild.
3 levels in adaptive strike. Like, he's got the range drop as well. So, I mean, even Eren's really not going to be that important to this lane. 2 levels in the sticky bomb. I mean, you're just going to kind of annoy the Morphling, to be perfectly honest. And that's really about it. And he's just going to get adaptive truck spam in this lane. And that kind of frees up Chola to go top. Look at him go,
dude. Unfair. God, that's not even enough for the pushback. Renfu might be able to get a deny, but oh, Nova, they are rolling.
This is the one thing that I said in the draft. They're going to be okay as long as they don't get rolled over. They're doing pretty well. Swat KK is absolutely obliterating mid. I will say that. He is doing a fantastic job in this Lina against the Pangolier. It is a very Lina-favored lane, but Chola, he's put on his big boy pants today. And he's rocking and rolling in a lot of these lanes. It's going to be scary.
Yeah, dude. Oh, he didn't have anywhere else to charge to. They might be going a bit too far, though, Han. The wall to bounce back on. It's going to be in an awkward position, though. He's still going to go for small KK, but it's off the mark. You're going to be cautious how you use your spells. If you still stick around, Eren should be okay with the 1 charge usage. Now, I mean, they are very low on resources. Either side are as well, so it looks like no kills are going to be claimed in this lane.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a clown fiesta for the supports. So just rolling around, trying to do their own bit, and the mid laners just didn't have enough resources left in the tank. Maybe if the laser beam was ready from small KK, would have been fine. But they didn't get themselves a free kill. So it opens up a lot of solo lanes. And because Lonfer was having some struggles against Chen, he's A-OK now. He's got phase boots. He's going to be going into an orb of corrosion. So I mean, he can just farm up and chill out.
Dude, I need to know what happened bottom. Renfrew's about to get solo killed. Never mind. Nice timing to the charge. He's 1,600 advantage over the Doom, dude. I'm just in awe at what they're able to do to him. He might just die here. Only 1 point in Maledict. Pretty good blasts off for Eren, which also might have just fed himself. And meanwhile, top lane as well. Drow has no bodyguards, so she's getting dived. She's just going to be able to TP out. There's no stuns to prevent that. And it does mean Spirit Breaker has to cancel his, though.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova, they have... I don't know if they've broke the mental of TD, but I said this was like a 60-40 draft loss for them. Even like I was close to pushing it to like a 70-30. I thought their lanes were going to be horrible, but they have just come out on top and they've just said, we are going to play the game that we want to play, and they're doing fantastic right now. The game is still early stages, only 8 minutes into the game, so it's not the end of the world, but the fact that Morphling is absolutely obliterating bottom, Lonfer is losing out by almost 1,000 gold to Chen, who I thought he was going to dominate, and their mid lane is the only port of call for them. They've literally got Alina who has a Kaya at 8 minutes in, and they're feeling okay, but Nova knew that this was going to be a rough lane for them, so they didn't play towards it all too much, and Han just needs to get his levels and make a gank with a power in, I'd imagine.
That's the important thing you just said. And the fact that he hasn't died, though, as well. Yeah, like he's done enough. You've done enough to actually be a factor this game, because you've done enough, you're somehow third in net worth. So you got your levels, you can gank, you're going to be rushing Diffusal, you're probably going to clear one more wave and maybe smoke with Sheep to try and use this Rolling Thunder. They will be a bit awkward now they see Sheep inside the lane, so we'll see what the play is actually going to be between these two.
It seems like they have communicated that at least, but so we're going to smoke up anyways. Oh, he's going to get himself a bounty. 2 bounty runes to fill his bottle? Oh my god. Pog. Pog. Can they find one though?
That would be ideal. Maybe they're just happy with getting Aaron. Just want to kick the techies out of the lane, soaking too much experience in gold. Should be able to open up the tower now with 2 points in the Curse of Avernus. Let's see what Chen goes as well. He's got 1,300 gold in the bank. Overcorrosion currently queued up. Let's see if that's going to be the decision. He could think to get kind of greedy. I wonder... Let's truly see how greedy he is. I'm the old position 1 and Abaddon build. Okay, he's gone to Echo. Never mind. So I like that.
I was going to say, I was like, I know there's like this small little voice in Chen's mind that's saying, do it. Build a Radiance. Yeah. Build a Radiance. Yeah. But I think he probably got the call from his team saying they're feeling pretty strong with how their lanes have gone. They're 7-1 up. We can just keep this snowball rolling. Drow's going to take a little bit of time before she becomes scary. Small KK is only really the issue that they have. And as long as he goes this right-click kind of build, whether it be Radiance or the Echo, he can kind of soak up a Doom as well. So if Chen gets himself to a point where I think Harpoon is going to be fantastic this game, you know, you just pull the Lina or pull the Drow into a precarious position, that you can kind of run over this game, especially because Lonfer, have a look. Look what he's got queued up, gang. This is desperation. This is sadness for a Drow Ranger. The Hand of Midas.
Yeah, alright. Midas gaming. Doom going Midas? Doom is going Midas as well. Oh, Midas crew. You're also not going to have a Doom for too much longer. As they're actually okay. Fine, not going to commit. Pango went back to mid. They were playing with a 5. They only need 4 to get the tower and to kick them out. And they'll probably just rotate to mid as a crew. I wonder if Winter wants to join, if Dong wants to join. Dude, he is... I am so far, man. It's going to be a great Lincoln's timing. Up the top he goes. He sees a full free wave and some extra jungle camps for him. So a perfect place for Dong to be farming.
Yeah, I also think that Morphling is probably Dong's best hero, full stop. This guy has done some miraculous games on Morphling. Even if they might not have won, he has been by and far the biggest standout in a lot of those services he's been a part of. So I'm very happy that I get to see Dong Morphling at least one more time before the tour is over and I go into other esport retirement. So hopefully he pulls out a big one.
Time to chonk up, brother.
Yep, time to chonk up. Is it like an equivalent for a Morphling? Because obviously he doesn't get like 4,000 HP, but he has like 4,000 agi. Do we say the same thing? That he's chonky.
Mega ripped. What's going on in the river?
Rolling Thunder
Love
doesn't do
the
much.
wave fight. High five. No, it does not at all. So they're connecting on bottom where Aenid's currently showing. He's going to have to... We'll be chilling.
Yep. Runs directly into the wave, does Han. So he's just going to have to walk away with shame of his ulti on cooldown. Should be okay with them holding a lot of their other towers as well, though. Chola's able to sit back, farm up. Surprisingly, didn't go the Death Ward. Wanted to get more levels in the Maledict before he picks up that Death Ward, but not sure if there's too many ways for them to actually abuse the Death Ward this game, so maybe it might be something that he has as an afterthought rather than anything else. So doing a really, really good job at just kind of putting the extra pressure back onto TD, so they're constantly afraid, constantly thinking about what they need to do. They can't just sit back and farm, because if you let these Midases go, they really can be an issue for you. Now with the Echo up on Chen, they obliterate this tier 1 tower. There's a Lincoln Sphere up on Dong as well, so he feels happy. Maybe if they kill Small KK, this is big.
That's a big kill. That is a huge kill. And they're going to be able to protect the Pangolier as well. TPs are in, but they're far too late. Dekis will still commit his. They do have a control issue on Nova, but it looks like once the slow goes, Aaron a little bit too late. The sacrificial play, really, that is just the suicide play, in fact, but does not pay off for him.
Yeah, I really like the way that Nova played that fight. They had the spot. Oh, no. They lose another member here. This is terrible times. Oh, and
this is awkward.
God. Got the J's on.
Does he defensive doom to get
so
out?
hard.
He's doing a great job. I should be able to get him. Diffuser's up in a couple of seconds. And yeah, they'll get the kill. All right, man. They're playing some really good Dota on Nova.
Yeah, they took the tier 2 as well at the same time, man. So they got everything out of that. They got the tier 2 tower. Okay, maybe Chola might feed his life away here in the jungle. So,
just deny the DD. That's your only role. Don't let them
dude,
have
so
it.
tanky.
Yeah, 2 points is even enough on Voodoo.
Oh, okay.
All right. And they got the DD.
Yeah, just laser beam him, finish him off. But yeah, like now they get an ancient stack as well for Han. They got the kill on a dog.
They're getting the other ancient stack, dude.
And another one.
They're getting 2.
Oh my god! Like, and they got the tier 2. Like this is the perfect roll on that Supernova needed with their draft to keep this going. They're getting close to the harpoon as well for Chen. He's like what? 500 gold away from finishing that off. He can bring out his diadem if he wants to. And Aenid, pardon me, at least has finished his hand of Midas. Same with Lonfer. So they have Midases at least to use in this game, but they still need a lot of time. Drow needs 1 to 2 extra items before she can start to fight. Maybe small KK is there is a little glimmer of hope.
Oh no! They're not even gonna get the Doom kill. Ranford Dow can try, but they've got Chen and Chola to buff up some of the health pools, so Ranford Dow just charges into his death. Look, it was a little unfortunate. As soon as you doomed, he purged just before, so you were never going to be able to chase him down. But regardless, that must feel awful to try and doom a Shadow Demon.
Yeah,
and
you
top
doom a
lane,
4.
what's going on here, actually? Oh, LSC off the mark. He might get blown up. Oh, Jesus, he's playing on a fine line there, Dong.
He has Lincoln Sphere, so he knows that he can't get Laguna Bladed. Maybe they're waiting for Ranfudao to come in, pop his Lincolns.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, that's pretty cute, actually.
Yeah, you could see small KK was hovering around because Ranfudao was just respawning. So he was able to pop the Lincolns from range, but Dong, fast fingers. It's the attribute shift off and is A-OK. So net worth lead is starting to shrink a little bit. These Midases are going to work, but they want to try and get themselves a kill onto Lonfer. Oh, sheep. Okay. Walks in and dies.
We're still all things considering. I think Dire in a fine position. And like you said, net worth lead. Like, it's not too bad. Everything's paying off. Like, Lonfer's just been chilling. You might be able to get a couple free kills across the map. Han, they're eyeing out the Pango. Glyph might signal this. He does have Chen in a pretty good position if required.
Yeah, and they can just kind of split their attention here. They're cutting waves, they're taking towers, they're shrinking this map. But they still need to make sure they're getting some of these core kills, because the slower this game goes here for TD, the better. Definitely going to be able to do a lot of work when their cores start to come online, but Harpoon is available for Chen, so he's a mega threat. They've got a Pavis up now on Chola, so he's very scary, getting close to a Manta. Almost Lincoln Sphere for Han as well. They're probably thinking about Roche now, right? Like, you've got an Abaddon, he's got a Harpoon, he's able to take Roche really, really fast. Your Morphling's really strong. You've almost got maxed out Voodoo Restoration as well. So, yeah, it looks like they're going to set their attention on the Roche.
With this going on, though, TD, as long as they can get the map in a decent position, it's really not going to be the worst for them. They'll exchange the T1 tower down bottom, and it's going to be able to continue to farm up inside the jungle. So just shove bot, shove mid, get another round of jungle camps, and you'll be fine. And the payoff, it'll be pretty decent with all the farm you get across the map. And I really do not think you can go high ground with his Aegis. So as long as you... Because Bray didn't have very horrible pickoff. Like, that's a big concern. So you can just split push this game.
Yeah.
It might take a fight, though, which really would favor Nova right now, Aenid. It'll be the first point of contact. Looks like the only contact as well. Darren's going to be able to blast off into the TP, and Ranfudao also charges out to the river. We'll also get the Lincolns off the courier from Han, so nice snipe.
Okay, so it means now that the Pango's not going to have his Lincolns at the same time as he would want to. So Han is a little bit more susceptible to the charge and what have you, but they kill Aenid. Do they know that his career's here?
Dire's
Oh, the
kill it.
Doctrine. Oh, they were super slow to react.
Nobody even clicked it.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Yeah, that was his Octarine that he was finishing off. So they don't kill that, but they at least kill the tier 2 tower.
is under attack.
I don't know, dude. This is a risky play, and I mean,
Yeah.
I get it. I suppose, like, maybe you're not going to be in a better position, but if you lose this fight, it could honestly just be game. If you
Yeah, they are-
executed though, who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing now, right? It's like, does TD feel like that they can defend this, or do they feel like they can let this one go? There's no rolling thunder for another couple of seconds.
They're going to be able to blow him up by the looks of it. It's a good charge in from Ranfoot down, but the Harpoon's going to be able to drag back Aiden as well. Lena's in, but the combo's not enough. Dire, 2 gigantic kills onto cores that don't have a buyback.
Yeah, they've still got an Aegis on Dong as well, so they can stick around for as long as they want to. Rolling Thunder has come back off cooldown. They want to try and get this fight going. He hasn't pulled the trigger on the Rolling Thunder just yet.
They can get small KK. This Lena's going to be so cautious. Han's going to push the Lena back so they can deal with the Spirit Breaker. This
It's
Rolling
just enough
Thunder now
space to get the-
expended though, and they are about to respawn. Do they continue to pillage the base?
They're going to try. They should be able to at least get this tier 3 tower, but the smokes are out. They have to be
Oh my... Wow,
Damn.
and that just crumbles. As soon as one person dies, the whole formation breaks and shatters. As even the Shadow Team will join them in the afterlife. Chol is just going to try and put his body on the line to enable everyone else to retreat. They've got the vision for the charge, and now the Doom will follow as well. And this is where the ball might stop short, as 4 will go down. You've got a full set of barracks, but it is down to 1,000 net worth lead. They can look to take the tier 1 mid. They now might be in the driver's seat, even down a full set of barracks.
Yeah, this was just overstaying their welcome just a little bit too long. I did not expect Small KK to just execute Chen. Like, he was very healthy when it came to his HP, but they came in, they executed... Small KK, what are you doing there, brother?
Well, they got double Wisdom Room. Is that worth the death, though? Is he going to get a kill with it?
No.
Or not? Oh, Sheep got the kill.
Yeah, so, yeah, they steal a bit of the experience with the Wisdom Rune, but they're going to lose a Tormentor. They lose their Lena for a decent amount of time. Do they even get... Yeah, they at least got the mid-tier 1 tower out of that, and Lonfer is starting to become a bit of an issue in these fights. Like, he does a lot of damage. As long as he can stay away from the Rolling Thunder and they can survive through that, then that should be good for them. But what a sick ward they have.
Dire are scared.
You want to find
Come here, my
Lonfer. Han gets
friend.
close.
No one else is nearby.
Okay. If we had other people in the area, Lonfer could have definitely been going down, especially because they know Small KK is still in the grave, and especially with Doom on cooldown as well. So, looks like round 2 here for Supernova. They have to deal with bottom, though, because that is their one advantage they have in this game is the super creeps on the bottom side of the map. But TD have done a fantastic job of just absolutely pushing out this bottom lane as far as they possibly can. Small KK is not going to get touched as well because they've got some defensive vision for him.
That is a very... Yeah. A banish.
Yeah, I thought there was some way for them to get that kill. Small KK, he's in trouble. Doesn't have a TP for 10 seconds.
Oh, this could be back-to-back pickoffs.
Oh, sick blink.
They're going to read it. Oh, what does he
went
do?
up.
Oh, he's just going to try and get a kill. But maybe he can fly away?
Oh,
No way. Whoa, he popped
popped out.
down. Oh, my. All
that
right,
could have
all
been
right.
that could have been game losing, right? Because he does have buyback, so that's okay. He got buyback out of that. Nice little use of the flame cloak. Makes Lena look very strong, but the way that he popped down, I was like, oh no, all of his hard work for nothing. So they're slowing this game down, man. They are still kind of stuck inside of their base, but the fact that Supernova are not making these clean moves and these clean pickoffs, once again, it is very hard for them to get these pickoffs because their heroes kind of do suck at it. And you can just see Small KK is abusing that, just pushing the waves, making it so that Supernova can't ball up and barrel down a lane. Maybe they just try and hope until they can get towards Roche, but I'd imagine if TD snagged themselves a Roshan, Aegis and Cheese, woof. I mean, that's going to be very hard to fight into. Especially because your Morphling doesn't do, like, crazy damage just yet. Like, he's not, like, this 1v5 freak.
Dude, this laner looks so fun. Just almost one-hitting waves with Dragon Slave with the maxed out Fiery Soul. This build looks kind of fun. It's interesting smoke. I mean, it's a really awesome placement, actually. Look at the pathing. Man, Nova wrap all the way around. Dire's here is that aggressively positioned. Dude, what a maneuver from them. Whoever called that. Winter, so Dong might be able to get the kill onto Ranfu Dao. He's got a bit of an issue with detection.
Oh, he's being such an annoying little bugger. The way that he just charges,
showing
stops.
under a ward. This is a really good fight. The roll from Han is going to try and target. Oh, they can catch up to Aenid now. Fuse will slow him down. Chen's going to be in with the combo. And there will be no escape for the Doom. He's seeming to be a little bit tanky, but once everyone's able to get onto him, what do they do now? 2 heroes dead. They both have buyback. Aaron's even ready to cut mid as well.
Yeah, this is all you have to do. Cut the waves with the techies. Push in bottom as hard as you possibly can on Small KK. You're at no risk of being caught out. You know there's no rolling thunder. So you just try and get whatever you can out of this map. They also came back in with Small KK.
Okay. Oh boy, Small KK.
He's dead.
Committed now. If you don't get the kill, it is at the cost of your own life, and he does not have a buyback. 70 seconds without him. That's pretty deep harm, but he's got a Linkens as well. There's no creeps. That's a bit of an issue.
They can get through it with the Curse of Avernus, but it's about whether or not they think that they should take a tier 3 tower. The 2 lanes of Rax now up. 40 seconds until Small KK comes back. 2 minutes 40 until we have Roche.
What?
Yeah,
they might be able to actually take a fight if anyone is caught out. Like, definitely a Witch Doctor. But they're doing a great job to getting on top of the Drow Ranger, though, is Aenid. Nice swashbuckle Han. Unable to play around with the Rolling Thunder, though. Dong is starting to connect back to the team. They're going to be quick on Team Disillusion. You need to make a decision whether you want to continue the fight or get out. As now Lonfer, he's taking a bit too long. The Purge stops sending Pike to disengage, and now Dong has shown up to clean up the party.
They overstepped just too much. It was a nice move after they saw Dong TP, but they just didn't have any vision to see when he was coming back, and he just walks his way back to a team fight and they win it. Oh, okay, Small KK. It's gonna, all right, buyback's coming out. Why not? Ranfu Dao.
He has Spirit Breaker and Spirit Breaker action. And yep, that's a dieback.
Oh. How are they supposed to get some of these Lincoln's pops without a Spirit Breaker? This game could be done and dusted, and the tiebreakers could be over in a very quick fashion. I am so surprised with the way that Supernova have been able to play. They have played this draft basically to perfection, and TD got punished so hard for not winning their lanes. And after one fight where Small KK just gets himself caught out, this is the game crumbling.
Oh, that's a good LSA. It's going to mean nothing, though. Instantly, you see Han. His job is just to get on top of the Drow Ranger to minimize her impact inside the fights. And now they can turn to the Lena as well. Caught outside the base. She doesn't have a buyback. So it's going to be a 3v5. It's up to Lonfer, and it's up to Aenid, who does have the Doom up shortly, but a long-range Harpoon drags Drow Ranger and is going to bury her in the grave for the final time. As GG with an exclamation mark as the boys on Supernova going to be able to take our 5th, 6th tiebreaker.
Yeah, big congrats to Supernova. That game number 1, they punished TD for being way too overzealous. And then game number 2, they come in with a draft that was arguably much weaker. I thought that their lanes were going to be very rough for them. Dong put on a masterclass against the Doom. I have no idea how he was able to obliterate that Doom so hard. And Han just held his own. He just had to hold his own. That's all he had to do. If he didn't get completely shut out of this game, he was going to be able to be the team fight glue that was going to hold Supernova together. And they just did a really good job of just grouping together as 5. And they just took every fight that they needed to. They took the towers. They punished TD whenever they overstepped. And they just had this Morphling who was just doing whatever he wanted. This was a very, very good game from Supernova, and kind of what I touched on at the start of the broadcast, it does feel like that Supernova are starting to hit their stride going into these TI qualifiers. Do I think they're going to be able to come out on top of the TI qualifiers? Probably not. They're going to be playing up against a lot of big teams from Division 1 and a lot of the big scary teams still here from Division 2, but they're going to be able to put up a really, really good fight, and I'm very, very impressed with how they're able to end their tour here in such a good way as well. It was an interesting draft, and they finish it off, and props to them. And unfortunately for TD, that first game is, I mean, it's probably going to haunt them for a long time. If you're not extremely tilted after that game number 1, I don't really know what's going to happen for you. You kind of just got beaten in game number 2, which is perfectly fair, but game number 1, they threw that one away.
Yep. So, like you said, though, they're starting to come into their own on Supernova, which is good to see. Unfortunately, it's a bit too late for this tour. Not too late potentially for the regional qualifiers. So I hope this team continues to stick around as well, because I mean, they do even have the backing of Asta. So it's the third kind of organization, well, the third team in Asta. So they have some support there that can help them grow. And they did place a little bit worse this tour. I mean, last tour was 4-3, this tour 3-4. But we do still see, you know, they're making improvements one day at a time, one series at a time. And overall, this is definitely a pleasant team to watch as well. They've got a lot of high caliber players, and they can make some very interesting drafts work and make some fun plays as well. So I mean, I'd say Morphling. Morphling or Han. I mean, Han, 9-1 and 9 should get bodied in that lane. He was like 700 behind. So who do you reckon?
I think I would probably just have to give it to Dong, because of the masterclass that he put on to the Doom. The fact that he was able to obliterate Doom the way that he did was absolutely shocking to me, because it felt like Chola left at level 3 and never returned. He just let Dong do his thing, and he absolutely bodied him in the lane, and he just became this very, very scary hero. And you could see that there was a lot of pressure on Spore KK to try and deal with the Morphling. And it's just too hard for Alina, especially when the Morphling was able to come into a game like this. And him not dying is very, very impressive and very, very important for their ball as well. So Dong has been very impressive for a number of series now, and I'm excited to see what he can do for the remainder of his Division 2 career. Heck, maybe even some of these other players maybe getting the call up into Division 1. Like, could you imagine what Supernova are going to look like if the King steps down from his giant, well, actually, he's called Emperor Sumail now, comes down from his big throne and gives Han a few pointers. I think they're going to be a pretty scary team to go up against.
Yeah, that I think they will indeed. So that is the end for our first tiebreaker of the night. Supernova taking down Team Disillusion, which means Supernova, they will finish in 5th position and Disillusion will finish in 6th. But of course, next up is really where we are all hoping for the exciting games and waiting to see what is in store. We've got 3 teams for 1 promotional slot. Big Brain, Team Zero, and The Last Dark. This will be a 3-way best of 1 tiebreaker. There's a chance we repeat and we continue to go again, because these teams are incredibly close. So yes, hopefully we get Infinite Tiebreakers. Production is telling us to shut up, because they, they're just, I don't know. What are they, haters of good Dota?
They've got plenty of practice doing Infinite Tiebreakers. It's happened like 3 times now. So they should be ready. They should be ready to strap themselves in for a wonderful night of 4 or 5 rounds of Chinese Dota.
Yeah, they definitely should be. So with that being said, hopefully we do get some let's start with crazy games, and then maybe, 2 tiebreakers. Maybe we can start thinking about a 3rd once we get to the later stage of the night. But just importantly, let's get some good games. Let's get some good Dota, because this means a lot for these teams. Not only is it just promotional slot, but it also is really seeding as well, heading into the regional qualifiers. There's a potential, I believe, first place in Division 2, at least last tour, depending on the region. First place in Division 2 was even placed in upper bracket. So I know we're fighting for second. There might even be a chance for second place even to be starting upper bracket, which is so vital for double elimination. So not as only that promotional slot for next year's DPC, but also a little bit more with those regional qualifiers as well. So first series done for the night. You guys want to stick around. It is a followed by schedule. It's not going to be a long break. We'll have a short one, and when we come back, we're going to be starting with the 3-way tiebreakers for that last slot. We'll see you guys then.
is under attack.
Onwards we go to another tiebreaker series, and this one means so goddamn much as well. It's going to be a three-way tiebreaker with the teams being Zero, Big Brain, and The Last Dark, all fighting for that final position, a best-of-one affair. We've had to say goodbye to my best Aussie mate and bringing the worst out of the crew here in China. It's unfortunate. Got to do what we got to do, though. What's up, brother?
I'm out. No, I'm kidding. No, it's going to be good. It's going to be good to be able to cast these three best of ones as well. No best of threes anymore. Three-way tiebreaker means best of ones. And honestly, it has been so back and forth all season that we could just go around again with another round of them. I mean, it would be a great way to be able to send off the tour. But going into this, who do you think is going to be able to come out with the W?
I think Team Zero.
You just like Ice Ice. I know that's the only reason.
That's just not true.
Go on,
That's
then.
just-
Explain it. Show your work.
I've just been a little bit more impressed with their games. I think, both sides have some very standout players. I think Big Brain, Cicada, and God King, without a doubt. I think Zero, Ice Ice, ZTQ, I think has looked exceptional as well for them. And Last Dark, Erica and your Echo. I've only seen, I think, one or maybe two series though of them. So
there was a bit of a hesitation there before the Last Dark people that you mentioned out.
Definitely Erica. I just don't know if anyone else is at his level. I think he's definitely carried them over the finish line in a lot of games, and that is to be expected though. When you have a name like Erica, like you just have to do that. It is what it is. Unfortunately, I mean, you're a carry
What
player.
do you mean? When your name is Erica, you have to do that. You know, shade the guy's name.
No, I'm not shaming the guy's name. I'm shaming just he is a very, very skilled carry. I mean, placed top 6 at TIs. This guy has been through the works. He's been in the region for a very long time. He is one of the best carries here. That's what I mean. When your name is Erica, you've got to get the boys over the finish line. When you are playing as his carry, some games you just got to pull everyone on the back and have a big backpack and get them over. So that's what I mean. And he's been able to do that. And I think he's done that in a lot of games, a lot of series. Can he do that in the tiebreakers though?
Yeah, I thought you were kind of... I completely understand what you're saying. I was just pulling your chain a little bit there. But, you know, God King, having a name like God King, you know, that's kind of one where, you know what, if you're going to call yourself that, you better put in a performance that makes it worthy of that sort of name. It would be great to see him in Division 1 again. Then, like you said before, Team Zero, they've got Ice Ice, TI winner, TI 6 with wings. And then you've got, you know, very high placing with the Last Arc, with Erica coming through. It did seem, though, that you were favoring the Last Arc, probably the least of the three. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I would favor them. I don't know, man. They're so close. I do think I prefer Team Zero first.
Didn't the Last Arc just 2-0 Team Zero to force this tiebreaker?
Yes.
Yeah,
they did.
That's what was saying. That's like the mental process. My thing is, like, I think Big Brain has the highest ceiling, but the lowest floor by far. By far, they have the lowest floor. Like the biggest variance, Big Brain. But you know, the Last Arc and Team Zero, it really just depends on the day. You know, whether they turn up. It might be like we see in a bunch of other regions, a matchup sort of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, it is a 3-1-1s that we get at the end of this three-way best-of-one tiebreaker, and we have to just try and sort it out again.
Which would be very exciting. So I guess we can just look at it in series from series. I think one of the better ways to do it is just see how these teams faced out in the regular season, if you want to call it. And Zero, they were able to 2-0 Big Brain. So of course, it's very different being a best-of-3 compared to a best-of-1, but in that previous series, they didn't drop a map against them. So we'll also see how rocked they are with yesterday's performance, getting 2-0, like you said, from the Last Arc, and they were pretty convincing games as well from them. So we'll see how Rock Zero are going to be, but at least if you base it off the regular season, they've been able to beat this team going in for Big Brain. For me, and yesterday though, Big Brain had a great showing. I wonder if they're going to put a lot of emphasis on the Sven. Were you casting that game with me, or was I with Fluke that game?
Which one?
No, I think I was with Fluke. God King played a very good Sven in game 1 and game 3, and they won. No, I was definitely with Luke. So that's something I am we should definitely be looking at this game. Maybe he has got a bit of a feeling for the hero, especially a lot of confidence with those recent victories. So that is something that we might need to be looking at.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing that we need to be looking at, if you talk about individual matchups, let's just go over each of the three, right? Whenever Big Brain played up against The Last Ark and Team Zero, they are 0-4 against them. You look at the Last Ark, they are, I believe, 4-0, and then Team Zero are 2-2. So leading into this one, despite Ares' hatred of The Last Ark, I think they're actually going to be slightly favored here overall. I don't know. Something about Big Brain makes me feel like they could potentially do it. But again, draft can change things around. It's best of ones. There's no chance for any sort of clumsy mistakes. You know, you can't be picking a Deucer, for example, and leave a Shadow Demon in the pool, which is, you know, as a support, a legitimate counter to that Deucer.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, and we start ourselves off here. Beast Timber Bandana, Undying Morphling. All right, this is not what I was expecting.
It's flex. It's fine. I think. Like, I'm not a huge Wind Ranger fan, but if you want to open the draft up with something that's not going to give away anything really about your draft, I think you could be feeling pretty satisfied with it.
And I just want to jump in. I think Techies looks really good for Zero. Ice has been putting a lot of priority on it. I think Techies or Shadow Demon.
Look at him. He's keen for it as well. He's like bopping his head back and forth like, give me the Techies, come on. Because
the Ag Shard just destroys the Wind Ranger. You can pop it on anyone with Focus Fire. You dispel the Wind Run. And now you also take one of the better heroes away with the Batrider too. They would often play it on Cicada or on CSJ. I really like this opener from Team Zero, but of course it gives them the potential to go for one of those broken heroes. No Timber, no Morph, so Deuce is really one of the ones that are standing out. But how do we feel about a Deuce Wind Ranger up against a Techie's Bat first phase?
Deuce is totally fine here in my books. Sure. You know, you just want to be able to pick up something that you feel very confident. I mean, no, I guess that's fine. I mean, the thing is that God King wouldn't be able to play as Wind Ranger, which he has done in the past, but I think you're much more reliable on God King playing these super hyper late game carries that are just going to give you so much more confidence. And, you know, why not just pick the Deucer? All right. Decent stop for the Batrider chain, I guess. But not exactly what I would be hoping to use the strongest pick of your draft for.
Yeah. I definitely think this is a bit of a weak first phase for Big Brain. So if you want to compare the two, I'd say Zero are probably happier with the position they're currently in. Of course, I completely understand the reasoning for the silencer, but like you said, this is probably not the position you want to pick it with your strongest hero. So obviously they just value it a lot overall to be able to address the Batrider. We'll see if that's going to prove to be the case, though.
10 seconds.
I just love taking this time. Like, we go over a lot of drafts, and a lot of drafts are very similar at this point. You know, we're still newish into the patch, but they're kind of becoming this one similar-looking blob. So I'm going to take more time just watching the player cam, seeing a bunch of reactions, seeing who's going to be the ones to do a lot of the talking. My man Desiree there, with he's looking good. He's looking hype. He's looking like he wants to carry the series here for Big Brain.
Surely you see him stick some... what's the nose tube thing that clears your nose? You know what I'm saying? Or no, that you might just not very described well.
I mean, like a nose tube thing that clears your nose, like salts, like bath salts, Epsom salts.
No. I'll look when he does it. I'll point it out because he does it every draft. He does it a lot. I'll show you.
Okay, good to see Blake looking good. By the way, sitting in 70's seat right now, doing the coaching for Team Zero. Of course, TI winning teammate with Ice Ice. Ice Ice doesn't look 27 to me. He looks like perfect health. You know, fountain of youth. What's going on?
Yeah, brother, you need it. Holy shit.
All right. Maybe it's in Bali. We'll have to go on searching. A little bit of an expedition.
True. Maybe it's in the depths of Bali, some remote location where they've got tribes protecting it. We've got to fight our way in.
Mm-hmm.
Steal some of the
no stealing.
Sorry, no stealing?
Just borrowing.
No stealing. Borrowing, yes. Borrowing some of the elixir of life.
Mm-hmm.
So as good as Ice Ice does. How is this guy sitting?
He's got the old, not quite the L pose. Have you watched Death Note?
Dire team pick.
Do I watch Death Note? What question is that?
No, have you watched Death Note?
No.
You should. It's actually a really good anime. I'm not kidding. Like, a normie could very easily get into it.
Normie.
Like
That's
yourself.
you, not me.
10 seconds remaining.
Void Spirit,
No,
huh?
I have not watched Death Note. Yes, Void Spirit, huh? This is a very interesting decision. They did play it. Again, I don't know.
Why is
shit.
Magnus fallen completely out of the pool? I don't know why. Like, Undying
nerfs
isn't
were
being
enough,
picked up
apparently.
a lot. Huh?
I said those nerfs were enough, apparently.
No, I don't think so. Like, I think you're still able to get just enough farm. I think you want to pick it with this draft that would just give you a really good amount of team fights, some good initiation, some great catch. Like, if Team Zero could pick up a Magnus here and then ban out some of the counters, like, Monkey King's already gone, so they don't even need to use the last 2 bans for that. I think they would be very happy. Also enables the Void Spirit quite heavily.
Would it be a mag bat off lane?
You could go like a 1 Void Spirit, a 5 Bat Rider, a Techies 4, and a Mag 3, and then still have your mid laner. Because we don't know where this win rate is going.
I do think Mag is very, like, still playable. I'm quite surprised he's not getting picked as much. I just, I don't think he can be played as a 1, and I think the 2 Mag is also much weaker with the Empower change. But I do agree. I'm very surprised we're not getting it as much at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds
We'll see, though.
remaining.
Probably means that we're not going to do what I just said with the Void Spirit going into a position 1. That lane sounds horrible to me. Now,
Radiant team ban.
this sounds fine. Tusk, heavy physical damage. LC, heavy physical damage. Yeah, there's illusions to be able to play with the overwhelming odds, but I mean, even the Wind Ranger, right? You can't just make a rotation with an Atos on its own. You need a Maelstrom. You need to start working towards something like an MKB if it's going to be successful at all. So TB feels like a solid overall pick. Could still be the Bat Rider 5,
Dire team
mid
ban.
Void Spirit.
Has your opinion at all changed about the Wind Ranger TB carry matchup? Because again, I know Ramses really likes this, and he's like probably the most frequent carry Wind Ranger player.
I mean, I think it's fine, but again, like we've been saying, you're into a techies, and that's not an easy matchup to have if you just toss the reactive taser onto the TB. Then what are you supposed to do?
Seconds remaining.
That's a really good point. So we shall see. They're going to need to find a way to address it. They even banned out a Darkseer just in case some craziness gets flexed. I mean,
Yeah, could have been a 1 Wind Ranger, mid LC, and a Tusk Darkseer offlane. I mean, we saw a mid Darkseer last night. Didn't work out. Where was the Blick Dagger Thompson? Come on.
yeah, it was experimental.
Well, not the time to experiment. They're stuck in Div 2 now. No chance for promotion because of the results of some of the other games. It was Manaspa and Level Up did get the wins there. So guaranteed they're going to be part of, well, maybe not tiebreakers. Who knows? If Alliance beat Nigma, then we've already got our top 2.
Pick.
Bloodseeker ban as well. Okay, so just covering their tracks a little bit in case there is still a lot of flex potential. There's a Sven. All right. Instant response into the Spirit Breaker. So are we running a support breaker? Is this a core breaker? Will be an Ice Spirit Breaker. Looks like actually ZZQ is going to pick up the Techies, so that's a very strong lane. Techies Terrorblade.
It's a good
Off-lane Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know how I feel about all this. I mean, Cicada's going to be playing the mid LC, and that should be a crushed lane. Like, he should dominate Void Spirit in this lane. There really isn't anything that's going to assist that, except for, of course, the support rotations that are potentially looking to happen. It is beyond playing the Bat Rider. It's off lane, so a little bit more farm priority. Not the best heroes at being able to build up a bunch of stacks, but certainly, once he gets into the Vanguard, I still think Bat Rider probably can go Vanguard first, just because of how much physical damage you're going up against, and then disassemble it into the Octarine. Maybe you keep the Ring of Health component just to build into, I don't know, Pipe or something like that. Or you could just sell it if you want to get into your Octarine timing a little bit sooner. But I think this could still work for Team Zero overall. I'm just really worried that Cicada could get off the chain with this mid LC.
Oh, really? Okay. Let us see. I'm very intrigued. They do kind of favor Zero's draft heading into this game one. But I don't have a lot of faith of offlane Wind Ranger. I mean, that's really the big thing. And I've seen Legion Commander really fall off a cliff. And at least the recency bias I probably have is the games that I've seen very lately is not look good. So
this is a mid LC though, and it's not like it was an LC that was put mid towards the very end. It's gonna get levels. They've got heroes that have kill potential with Tusk, with Wind Ranger, with Sven. You're gonna be able to confirm a lot of these dual kills, and the matchup's good in mid.
Do you think so? As
so.
in the dual kill confirm? I agree with the mid lane. But
all you need is level 6 on Tusk, right? If you're dueling tag team into a Walrus Pudge, like you're gonna get kills.
there's no real save on Zero as well. That's another big concern. I do really like the Spirit Breaker pick though for Ice Ice. I think this is going to give you a lot of value versus Sven. I mean, this is a hero that you rely heavily on your BKB. We did see though yesterday in the game for God King, he did prioritize BKB a little bit later. We really liked one game where he valued Sanjin Yasha as some status resistance. Even the other game he went Halberd as well for some. So regardless though, I think this Spirit Breaker is going to be a great way to address this Sven. So we will see how much that's going to continue on. But we were saying before we started, you know, God King on this hero, he's had a lot of success recently. He's going to have some confidence in the hero. And we'll see if that is going to be enough for them.
They both know where each other are. ZZQ pinged out when he was making this venture forward up towards the top side that they're hanging around up on this high ground, so no one's going to go there. That's where the circle is being drawn right now by CTY. And Techies himself walked around after breaking the smoke underneath the observer ward. So in terms of where they are exactly right now, you know, probably it's going to be Big Brain with a little bit more of an idea of where they're looking to set up, but I mean, God King, you cannot be walking here solo without the rest of the boys. Do not have a weak level 1 lineup here on Team Zero. 2 blood grenades as well on the SB.
All right, maybe that's how they craft the kill. God King's going to go for the safe for Rune. He thinks it's safe. Run into one. I mean, okay. Maybe he doesn't live actually. I was going to say, dude, if he lived because of 3-man Stormhammer like that, that would be insane. But that would not be the case. CZQ, far out, dude. He actually almost lived because of it. But
it's a very greedy thing to be able to go for that bounty rune, though, right? Like, did he even get it? No, he didn't as well. So there's also that to be able to play off the back of. You know, they had the ward around the mid lane. They had the high ground claimed for themselves. Where else could this lane possibly be? And it's not like Techies, Bat Rider, Spirit Breaker are hesitant to take level 1 fights. So God King going a little bit greedy. These are the sorts of aggressive plays you need to make in best of ones, but you got to make sure that you're making smart movements as well, not just giving your life away and potentially making a lane much harder for yourself.
All right, so to further on to this mid matchup that you were saying Cicada should have a very good time versus the Void Spirit, what is in particular the reason why this Legion should be able to dominate the Void?
I mean, it's pretty simple, right? The Void Spirit, low armor, LC, plenty of movement speed. You're always going to have a big creep wave that he's standing in the middle of, so overwhelming odds to potentially get a slight level advantage over him as well. And he could just look to stand like he's doing right now and trade, kind of act like a Monkey King and just make sure that you've got that consistent lifesteal in the lane as well. So you should be able to out-sustain the Void Spirit too. Already got the bottle coming out, I believe, on Cicada.
Oh, very nice timing. We'll have to see how 70 uses his Resonant Pulse inside this lane. I mean, that's really going to be the big shield for him for the Legion damage. So we'll, even if he wants to put more levels in that, and he will. That is enough about mid. We'll see top lane, of course, there's always going to be some kill threat pretty shortly. Their creep wave is not in the greatest position, but you got Meta at the ready, probably just waiting for the level 2 on ZZQ.
Yeah, I mean, he, of course, still has plenty of stats. He got the first blood. Now he's got the level 2 to be able to play around with. He's just going to keep bullying away. these heroes as much as possible. And I think TB is very happy just standing solo into the TB lane as they're actually looking to make a play onto CSJ. He used the win run already.
And he's dead as a result. Really nicely done. It's even a kill under the tower with the creep wave where it was. It's going to be difficult to find. Bottom lane, the action continues. They've already used the Stormhammer defensively. Beyond should be able to get in front of the Sven. Warcry movement speed is going to pay off at the end. They'll go for the easy kill onto Desire, but here too will just limp away. They don't get the kill, but the damage has really been dealt. Desire, I guess he's got 2 tangos. God King's got a full set as well, but they really do bring the resources down low.
And they've still got a blood grenade to be able to go for, and they're going to go for another charge here. Might not even need to use it. Damage over time should be enough to be able to take out Desiree, and yeah, that is the case.
I swear to God, if you say Desiree one more time, you're not getting shit at Barley. No present, nothing like that.
It's my birthday.
It's going to be... No, I don't give a damn. Desiree this, Desiree that.
I was just listening to Desiree a bit
Desiree,
earlier.
that's what you are.
She's a great artist. You don't know. You're not a 90s kid like me.
Sorry. No, I'm not. No boomer. No 30s.
Oh.
Damn, 3-0, huh? Every time
No.
I hear
3-2.
that,
3-2 is what I am.
The 32?
Yep.
No, you're not.
Yes,
no,
I am.
you're not. Are you?
Yes, I am.
You're not. What? You're definitely joking.
Nope.
Are you sure? Because I swear you just said like you're in your 30s now.
No, I didn't say I'm in now. I am 32.
32? Fuck, you are a boomer. Oh, it's okay. The youth comes back.
Does it?
I told you, we'll go Barley, you're present. Oh, yeah, it does, dude. We'll go Barley, Elixir of Life.
True. That's my
You'll
one
look better
hope.
than anyone else there.
Look, if Old Man Fear is still thriving, I can too. Top lane, a little bit of aggression, but it might be not the best time to be able to make this aggression happen. Shackle doesn't latch, and nice
snowball.
use of the snowball, yeah. Still got a
Some
sticky
from
bomb as
CSJ
well.
still proving to be a bit of a nuisance.
Oh,
They might get both
The
of them,
disarm.
dude. Dude, the disarm. All right. Durant time. Why does Techies have a disarm and something that dispels? Why does he have a nuke? Why does he have a stun? Why does he have big team fight wave clear? What is this hero?
Smoke break, longest range in the game, universal hero now, so you can harass one. Like the man does everything. Not even the man, the 3 men. Come on, Techie's names. I want you to call them all.
Is there 3?
Yes, there's 3. One's in the.
I don't know.
It's Squee, Spleen, and Spoon. Spoon's the one
Squeeze,
in the.
spleen, and spoon.
Yeah. Spoon is the one that's got the really deep voice that you occasionally hear. Like when you hear their voice lines, they're like, "I miss our friend," and he's like, "I'm still here."
Okay. I guess God King's still farming down bottom, even with that death. But really, the mid lane, that's a big thing at the moment. Legion, couple hundred advantage over 70. We'll see how they're going to look to try and play around with the duel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's got the double damage as well, bottled, and okay, they get a kill. Desire ends up getting that kill on the lane. I mean, you have to be a little bit scared when Big Brain do hit level 6 on CSJ, right? Because 1-1-1, it's the way to build on this Tusk, and they should be able to get a kill here onto ZZQ. He's disarmed, but at least it means that CSJ isn't going to get. But look at CTY just putting his body in the way, realizing that all the damage that they've got at this point is physical, and you're going to have to get through this super farm TB to be able to get to my my squishier techies. So nice team play coming out there from Team Zero.
Bonk. Little love tap. Any bashes? No, sir. I really want to see it play around mid. Cicada has his DD. He's just needing a +1 to get the kill onto 7E.
Maybe just getting the Wisdom Rune on Tusk and then making that rotation. He's got 2 points tag team now, so obviously almost more than doubling the effectiveness of it. It's actually CTY once again getting a bit of the business up on this top side. able to get away, but if you're just spending a lot of your time running, you're not actually going to be getting too many last hits. And I think they saw him place down that Observer Ward as well. So it might get a bit of a D ward happening up there. And once again, Cicada's kind of on the back foot. You know, this is not where he wants to be playing. He's got the Fades boots coming out to him now. The DD, I believe, just timed out. So he has to have it activated. And you could potentially just look to stay away from this lane for now. You know, it's not like he has any great catch without the Tusk being available. And, well, speaking of Ice, he's found the Tusk, but it's going to cost him his life. So at least Void Spirit feels a little bit safer in this mid lane.
Yep. And Cicada tried to rotate down as well. He TP'd, dude. So...
Yeah. Leaves some power room free. 70. I mean, if he's really quick as well, could be able to get that illusion off to be able to disjoint the duel a little bit.
And what can the potential rotations look like then? Cicada's actually getting charged. This is still a difficult kill. We'll see how much the press attack's really going to be able to provide them. They got the lasso as well, but it doesn't seem like it's required. They'll use it just to guarantee. But I'm starting to get a little bit worried with Cicada's game.
I'm a lot worried. You know, I really think that the Tusk needed to play around him a whole lot more. I think just, yeah, well, this would be a big kill. He doesn't have the Sunder. He just leveled it up, actually.
Nice shackle though. CTY, can he find an angle for the Sunder? That's a big one. Gets enough health back to give him some time. And now 70, he's got the damage to turn it around. Desire chased down next to the tower. They're considering about CSJ as well, but 70's out of resources, so the Wind Ranger's going to be able to reposition. But, I mean, that was really their first big movement, right? And it doesn't connect. You rotate perfectly. 70 read it. You get the double kill as a result.
Yeah, I just don't think you can do that without Wind Ranger having at least the Javelin and the Focus Fire as a bit of a response to this Terrorblade. You know, you could deal all the physical damage that you want, but it's a Terrorblade. He's got a crap ton of armor, and you don't even make the Legion Commander to make that movement. This would be a big kill. There's the effect of the tag team coming through, and it is going to be enough to be able to secure that first duel victory. Okay. This is what I've been wanting to see.
Dude. So what's the play? You got to keep that ball rolling now. You got a little bit of momentum. You got to keep going. So I'd like to see him maybe farm around mid, shove out the next wave, and then try and smoke with the Tusk. There is a potential opportunity to kill CTY with Sunder being on cooldown. They do have ZZQ starting to play around, but I'd really like to see the Tusk and Legion continue to make plays now.
Yeah, for me, it was more of a case of, all right, it looks like Desire's the one that's done it, but I wouldn't have hated if Tusk built up a bunch of stacks for the Sven to be able to pick up and then made a rotation. But they're still going to make that rotation with the Smoke of Deceit. It's just that it's being popped by ZZQ here. Probably doesn't even know that he's been in the perfect place to be able to stop this continued aggression. They would love this other dual kill, but still 8 seconds away.
They're here. 70's got a arcane run as well. So this is going to be a great fight. Cicada gets chunked down. Press the attack. I mean, this is a fast peeky, but CTY is going to try and block off the escape avenue as Ice charges in, crashes onto 2, and Beyond will fly in out of nowhere as well. But the offlane Batrider looking to get active early on. He's even going to shove God King out of the triangle to prevent him from getting stacks, but that's not the important thing. CSJ getting chased down. Another charge from Ice. T2 tower means nothing when they can get the Wind Ranger in front of it.
Oh, they even glyphed to be able to potentially get a little bit of extra sustain there. I mean, that means that they don't have glyph for this this siege creep wave that's hitting it onto the top side, and they're making sure to be able to take care of the Radiant heroes as they come in to try and potentially defend it.
Nice for him then. Dude, the spell casting has been so on point. 7E. They can sit. They've already got 6. ZZQ. Oh, it's 11 minutes in, I suppose, but Techi's damage is something they need to fear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They really want to be able to get a kill. They know the Thunder's been used as well, but TP with the meta popped is probably just a little bit too much damage to be able to deal with, at least until that Blade Mail comes out for Cicada. The fact that Beyond was able to take away some of those stacks as well inside of the triangle, pretty huge. So it really just feels like Zero outmaneuvering right now. They really just needed to disengage as soon as that smoke popped, right? You want the easy kills until the Tusk has the Blink Dagger or the LC does, and both of them are miles away.
So let's go back. All right, they're going to smoke now as 3, so we'll hold that.
Yeah.
Let's see where the target's going to be. They can connect to God King.
Yeah, if it's an easy kill, it's fine. You know, like they'll take anyone at this point. It's really just about enabling Cicada to scale. You have to. As
Well,
Ice
easy one
Ice.
could be Ice Ice. He's got CZQ nearby to maybe be a bit of a pest. It's a pretty nice blast
Surely.
off. With God King nearby, that's a huge double Storm Hammer. That is what they need. But 7E, he'll find their own rebuttal. Beyond's going to be ready with the lasso as well. They'll target down God
Can't
King.
leave God
Without the
King.
meta, they might be lacking some of the damage and the stuns as well. So God King TP's out, and they'll also catch up to 7E. So a great fight. They smoke as 3, connect to the Sven, and they'll be rewarded. Yes, Tusk goes down. That is a worthwhile sacrifice in the end.
It's so belated, that movement there, right? I'm so happy that they made that move because it really felt like they had potential to get another couple of dual kills in this time. You know, it brings Cicada up to level 9. Now he's level with the Void Spirit, basically identical in terms of experience. He's able to pick up that Blade Mail, so even now the TB is very killable, whether he's in meta or not, and you can start making a good amount of progress towards that Blink Dagger as well. That is not going to help, though. Just going way too far up on the Wind Ranger, and wasn't even a lasso needed to be able to confirm that kill.
So, what are we hoping out of God King this game in regards to his items? Because the Sven can be a little bit versatile, but he can be kind of locked in. What would we hope his progression is going to be currently after the Mask of Madness and the Echo?
To me, it really feels like, the Mask of Madness Echo, he's going into the Sange. I'm assuming that's for a halberd just against the Terrorblade. He wants to be able to stand and man fight, for me. Like, that's really all that God King cares about, because this is a very brawling style team. Tusk is the king of these consistent brawls. Wind Ranger as well, once you get a few more levels up. Love the fact that they've gone for another smoke together. You know, this is as a team, but it was underneath an Observer Ward this time around. So that is something that we haven't really seen them do, you know, place down those sentry wards, especially considering that this is an area that was invaded not too long ago. So it's a bit of a blunder for them. They still don't have the Blink Daggers on either the LC or the Tusk. And it looks like Ice Ice, he doesn't have a point in the Bulldoze just yet, but will be able to pop the smoke. They're actually going.
He knows no fear with the shield rune on 7E. It's going to be a little bit more... Oh, never mind. Look at the damage.
Tag team.
Okay. I mean, maxed out, doing a ridiculous amount. Both the carries feel the importance of the shot for this
Nice.
early game fight. A great man to dodge. It's only cute, only flashy, doesn't provide a whole lot. A real turnaround potential there, but you do expend some big things though. Meta and God Strength used.
Beyond has to be a little careful here. Stormhammer's coming up in 2 seconds. He has the Blink
The
Dagger
blink,
though.
Ice Ice. Oh, but look at the charge! Crashes through all 5. Another blast off as well from ZZQ. The bombs are going off, and now it's an all-out retreat with the alarms getting sounded. God King, he just got to them a little bit too late, and now Beyond will get in front of the Sven, and they'll catch up to the carry. A triple kill for Beyond. This guy... he's going to scale so well. 6, 0, and 7, second in net worth. He's going to be a huge issue this game.
He is, and I mean, again, it was just another one of those cases of Big Brain overstaying their welcome. You know, you got the kill. You got the quick 100-0 on the Void Spirit. Tusk has 4 points tag team. You've got all of that physical damage that you're able to burst through with the Blade Mail. He even got a pretty good Resonant Pulse to be able to, you know, sustain himself for that little bit, holding onto the Spark of Courage too for the initial armor. But once the rest of the boys show up, you just gotta get the hell out of there. I mean, the Sven had popped the God Strength, and maybe they got baited in a little bit by that as they make another attempt here. But maybe going in a bit too deep. Cicada. I think, you know, you want to go for another kill, that's great. But just get your Blink Dagger. 200 net worth away on Cicada to be able to pick this one up. It really doesn't make too much sense for them to be going just balls deep, basically, without the tools to be able to do so. I mean, Wind Ranger almost into the Maelstrom. That's going to give her a huge buff. They also
Don't
have...
look at her net worth though.
Yeah. I'm choosing not to. But you also have a Solar Crest coming out soon-ish for Desire as well. Just about 900 or so gold away. So it really is going to, again, buff up the single target pick-off attempts. That's the way that
70 with Invis.
Brain need to
They're gonna
play.
the jump. The turnaround needs to be quick. The global silence, it's just not fast enough. It'll result in a 1-for-1.
Oh,
Can they still get anything more out of it? Cicada will find a freebie onto Ice Ice. And all
Just get
right,
out.
very nicely done. But Beyond, I mean, he's teetering on the edge, ready with that blink. No one else is showing himself, though.
Did pop the God Strength for that, but playing near a couple of Ancient stacks, God King will be happy enough to be able to pick that one up. He is working towards that Halberd, so again, really just going to limit the effectiveness of this Terrorblade. I mean, they are a very single target oriented lineup, right, on Big Brain. They've got a Wind Ranger, they've got a Legion Commander, they've got a Tusk. That is just single target, single target, single target. So you just got to make sure that you can go in, you pop the Global Silence to make sure there's no turnaround potential. See you later, Desire. Maybe.
It's not an easy kill now. They'll have to use Lasso. So they'll have to be able to jump in with 70. I was going to say with the press the attack, maybe it forces you to Lasso because you didn't want to, but didn't see 70 either.
But yeah, with the Heaven's Halberd, it really means that you can actually look to join into these fights as the Sven and just not worry about the Terrorblade. You know, I still don't think TB is the target for them to be able to go on to. Maybe if he's completely alone and you've got this Maelstrom, which is just 100 gold away on CSJ, you can look to do it. But outside of that, I'm really not wanting to see them go for that sort of route. You know, just find any other pickoff. Honestly, the Batrider would be the perfect one to get at this stage, both to stop the Lasso turnaround potential, as well as get this big kill streak away from him. Honestly, you know, most of the time you want it to go to the position 1, but CSJ needs that gold.
So
He's got the Maelstrom.
I'm looking towards the Tormentors for either side with them being up in a minute 30. We've spoken about the value of the Bishard on techies. I mean, to even further at this game, it's just such an early dispel for Warcry where, I mean, God King would, I don't think you could ever go for Agshard this early. So that's another reason, like we spoke with the Wind Run, there'd be a decent chunk of value with the planar pocket, actually, even for Ice. I mean, Shackle, Stormhammer. I don't know how dual interaction works, but I imagine that would work as well, which could be nice onto you instead of another valuable hero. You compare Radiant supports, like, they really don't use Shard well.
Yeah, the planar pocket interaction's a little weird. Like, you need to be in the physical, like, attack range as well for it to be able to go onto you. So it's kind of interesting, even though planar pockets range is a little bit bigger.
You'd definitely be hoping that it is the techies that picks it up. And honestly, I think if techies doesn't get it from the Shard, he should buy it instead of whatever he has queued up. I think it can solo win them this game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it'd be the absolute dream, especially considering Techies is working towards a Greaves, right? So you're able to... Global Silence goes through, you pop the Greaves, and then you pop the Reactive Taser onto someone else that's getting focused down. They live. You may be able to turn things around because, again, it is very single target, heavy committal that Big Brain are playing around, and, well, they're committing onto Cicada.
That's a big kill, and perfectly executed as well. Drive back into the range of ZZ's Q's mines. And this is with Butterfly timing. You could not have asked for a better go. Bottom is pushed out. Butter just completed. 20 minutes, so Roche moves to bottom. I think you... Do you go in? I think you do on Team Zero.
I think you can certainly consider it. You know, they're all coming down there to be able to play around this. No... Already used all of their drums charges on Beyond, so he can get those Boots of Bearing coming out to him very shortly. No Solar Crest, but yeah, I think the damage should be enough. I'm a little puzzled that there was no one playing with the LC. You know, like, it's an LC with a freshly picked up Blink Dagger. Surely that's the one that you want to be playing around first and foremost, but it was him mid farming a creep wave and 4 heroes top. Feels a little bit odd to me. Pinging out this movement coming through. Roche is dying.
Careful about going through the rift. Yeah, okay. 2 mines and no one there just yet. They do have to charge on the God King. A love tap, trying to force some reactions out.
Even just with his movement, testing if they've got vision up on that high ground, or have probably been able to land that Nether Strike if they did. I really want to see CSJ...
They might be able to get a lasso. Do they need to use the Global Silence to protect him? It'll come out from Desire, so a couple of ultimates traded. Meta used as well. Oh, but they're just going to turn to Beyond. He gets blown up. And now with numbers advantage, but you've got to be cautious about God King's health, but it's starting to get ripped apart thanks to the Terrorblade. As the disarm is just far too late. And now without your Sven, where is the damage going to come into play? You still got to be worried about the duel into tag team.
I don't think you can duel this.
But 70, he's always got the backup of CTYs off to the other side. CSJ was able to find a kill into Ice. So they're doing a decent job to pick some of the stragglers off.
They are, and again, importantly, it is the Wind Ranger that's able to do it. Much better TP location than the going through the Twin Gate would have been, of course, just rallying around the rest of the boys. They always know that they've got a response, excuse me, to that lasso if they've got the LC around with the press the attack. So that is an area of the draft that Big Brain are able to take advantage of. But again, if they blew up someone pretty quickly, but then their effectiveness falls off a cliff very rapidly. You know, they use the Heaven's Halberd there onto the TB, but it's still only 5 seconds. You know, you're able to get a turnaround happening, and it's not even like they scaled with the duel victory there. It wasn't a duel kill. He just died way too fast.
I really like this BKB choice for God King. I mean, he had a Crystals queued up, but I mean, this game is a must for BKB. Tech is just going to destroy you. He can potentially disarm the Batrider damage, the Void Spirit. I know you're going up against a lot of piercing control, but it's just, you would not be able to play Dota without it. So with that also being said, they did get the Tormentor on Die. Unfortunately, Shard's going to be on Ice Ice. Again, we spoke about it is some value, but definitely you would have preferred the Techies.
They're going hunting. This is the rotation that I wanted to see out of Big Brain. 4 heroes, just looking to see who they can find. Got to be careful about moving up here around the time when a creep wave's moving. And look at 70's positioning. Smoke's going to pop. They're not going to know where it is. Surely they would have to think it's over to the right side, but I'm not sure how they, like, why they're not looking to continue, right? They placed down the sentry.
Did the smoke pop with the creep wave passing? Because they were starting to ping like exactly where Radiant were. No, okay.
It was gone, yeah.
That's an incredible read then from them.
I mean, they did like walk on top of the creep wave, so the creeps like stutter stepped a little bit. So maybe if you're really thinking next level stuff, that's what they saw. High ground already getting a little bit of attention as well. CTY pushing in with his illusions. And mid lane too.
No joke of damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You're going to make a call pretty soon. So
I don't know if this Torment is going to change much. Big Brain. Sure. A little bit of silence, I guess, can be nice if you're able to somehow right-click TZY 4 times, but probably not going to happen.
Radiant's middle tower has
There we go. Mid 2 claimed for free. So we were talking about itemization a little bit before. You were mentioning, Sven, you were happy that he was going into the BKB for himself. Sakata had a BKB queued up for quite some time, and he still does, but I would really rather him go into this Heaven's Halberd, right? Just they need more TB answers right now. CTY is having far too good of a game, and I mean, he's almost got the MKB finished up as well, so he's not going to worry about that evasion coming through from the Halberds or the Wind Ranger at all.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
For who are the easy kills that Radiant need to go for inside the fights?
Gotta kill Bat. Yeah. What's he working on?
Radiant's top tower.
Halberd.
Halberd. All right, smoke up, Ice. They have really good vision inside the jungle. You're gonna get a glimpse of CSJ. Desire's a pretty valuable kill as well. Looks like they'll be able to blow up the Wind Ranger and then potentially even get Desire as well on the retreat. Beyond's already looking for the +1. Look at the Batrider, maybe seeing if he can catch any stragglers out before they get closer towards the base. So just a couple of free kills. You still got Aegis for about 20 seconds, but CTY is not near the base. They are going to be eyeing up Sakata though. Does he need help? Nice sidestep. They got vision? They do. ZZQ's going to be nearby. Let's see what he's really able to do here. Mechanism repairs some of the damage. It's buying time at least for the boys to move on over. CTY's going to pop the meta. Not any stuns. Beyond and 70. We're not nearby to be able to follow up, so they get a dual kill. Wasn't able to get the victory, but you do also waste the meta usage as well.
He's gone back into a BKB here on Sakata. I guess the thing is he wants to make sure that he doesn't even have that big right-click damage, right? Like the stuns coming through from the SB, that's not going to care about it. If you get lassoed, not going to care about it. Techies can just blast off onto you. If you don't have the BKB, that's probably his main concern, right? Maybe almost also preempting the reactive taser that ZZQ might look to purchase. Really feels like, once again, this LC isn't having the effectiveness that we know that it can, but it's just an unforced error as a global silence used and Wind Ranger still dies. They might get more.
It looks like they will. Lasso, of course, was used for that though, so maybe they're lacking a little bit of control to catch up. Oh, that's where Ice can come into play, but King's too far back inside the base.
Seems like Cicada is just desperately trying to get A, his level 15, and B, the BKB. He's got it now. To go back to the base. Hopefully he doesn't TP because, okay, now he can. Spirit Breaker Charge was coming out onto him, but they have no tier 2 towers to be able to play around with anymore. And for a draft that needs to find pickoffs and needs to find this single target initiation, look at where the Team Zero Observer wards are, right? Not all in like... Actually, there's a pretty damn obvious spots. You know, high ground cliffs. The only one is that mid lane that's, you know, a little bit more tricky. But it's just going to scout out any non-smoked movement that they're looking to try and make. And they have just one, and it's right underneath that ward as well. So ZZQ, great positioning there. And you can just see them go for a full-on retreat on Team Zero to be able to back off.
We'll see at least ZZQ under this ward.
They'll take it.
It's a dual victory as well. So yes, they will take it indeed. 84 damage now for Cicada. He's going to need so much more damage, though, if he will be a threat in this late game. And especially a threat of 15k comeback as well.
But also that kind of... They're going to be able to get a D-ward off now. I mean, by the time he gets there, it's probably going to have expired anyway. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, the only reason that you're able to get that kill is because of the one Observer ward that you've got on the map right now. And that's about to go away. They didn't even use this time to be able to place up any wards of their own because, well... They don't have any in the inventory. It's a very, very rough stage of the game for Big Brain to be able to play around with. They need to get next level with like the predicting of movements.
And then need to try and
hope for a minute-long Roche respawn, right? Try and fight on the bottom side where they've still got that outpost to be able to buy back and TP to.
I was just going to ask, like, how do you kind of construct a Roche fight? Because that really needs to be the next real big thing they're considering.
Gaben smiling on them, 40 seconds away, so will be down bottom. Once it does spawn, it might need to make the journey down, but you know what? They'll take it. Span nearly level 20 as well. So I wonder what he goes for, because they're not really kiting them around that well. They do still have pretty great jump on Big Brain. So maybe he goes for the Warcry armor instead, again, just to enable that man fight even further. Look at where Team Zero are setting up. They're basically all positioned on this bottom side of the map. No wards placed just yet, but very soon is going to be the rule that they're just looking to be like, all right, get our high ground vision up and play around that.
This ward has to go. This cliff ward still by the secret shop that you said.
Yeah.
I mean, they just saw Desire place a ward down, instantly pings it out. That can't happen. Just a slight mistake, and it's going to cost you a lot.
And they can't be hesitating consistently, right? Like, they know Roche has the potential to be coming up right now. And they're kind of not grouped together. They're dilly-dallying around top. They're whacking a couple of neutral creeps. At least you've got the Glitnir now on CSJ, so that's going to enable the Sven to be a lot more, you know, in the thick of things in the team fight. That plus the Harpoon as well. And he has gone the Warcry armor, so it really just is going to be an all-out brawl this next team fight for them. But it's going to be into an Aegis. Not really what you want when you're full, heavy, single target committal.
I hope they don't go high ground until they take their Tormentor. I'm very, very surprised ZZQ hasn't bought it. Maybe it's just waiting for it. Dude, it has so much value, but they're 19k up. They have Aegis Cheese, level 20 on CTY and MKB. They're ready to go. They feel strong enough to be able to take the fight. And this is going to be a very difficult hold for the boys on Big Brain.
I wonder if they can potentially get some baits happening. They might put it on that cheeky little cliff there. Yeah, ZZQ gives you high ground vision as well. Nice little location to put that one. Creepwave's not quite there yet. Maybe looking to bait out that this is not the real TB, but when Void Spirit's hitting it as well, it kind of does reveal that that's probably the real hero. The lane is still being pushed.
Oh, they're going to start. Cicada gets the duel onto the Bat Rider.
That's what you want.
And that's a great way to start. Ice as well, charging in the middle. All eyes on what God King's going to be able to continue to do to take the team fight. BKB God Strength. That combo's about to expire. They bought back on Beyond as well, so there's a bit of a commitment now for Team Zero.
they really want to play with this meta. Like, you got to just wait. Wait for the glyph, wait for the next creep wave, wait for the God Strength to be gone, and then you could look to reliably take these fights. But they don't have a creep wave to be able to play around with. At least that backdoor protection is gone. Fully buying out here on this fan. He wants to 100 to 0.
See if he can.
10 seconds on the duel.
15.
Yeah.
Beyond super hesitant about jumping. Of course, you always got a big issue with Cicada being able to save with the press the attack or the snowball as well. So they're actually going to disengage. That is the buyback out of Beyond Wasted. They get a tier 3 tower, but a great defense coming out from Big Brain.
Yep. 19k shrinks to 16. You lose a tier 3 tower, but who cares? You don't have any super creeps coming into you. You get a buyback out of Beyond. So again, he was the main target previously, that BKB piercing stun that they've all committed BKBs towards. Now, if you're able to take him out, not only do you get a dieback, you also get the gem. Really feels like they're in a good spot if they are able to find that pick off again. And this tower has not taken a lick of damage on the bottom side of the map, so seems like that is the next goal for them to be able to pick up.
Doesn't seem like they're going to defend it though. Tormentor's back up for them.
This time, ZVQ, surely. Hopefully he doesn't die.
Oh my god, he didn't get it. He's got to buy it. You just got to buy it now.
He's so close to the Solar Crest, bro.
Yeah, bro. Solar Crest, very value, very pog. I mean, it is very good with the CTY, so.
And just, again, whoever gets Focus Fire, dueled, targeted by Sven, just Solar Crest them. You know, that +7 armor is huge.
Alright, well, God King's got his shard now. And you're going to be going to Satanic next. So, here's a huge boy, but your other cores are going to be the big issue. So, I don't even think you need to look at the cores. I mean, Legion's got a lot of value, but I mean, Silencer has just as much value as well. I think his Global Silence has been pretty good throughout the game.
LC just got 18. Yeah, they see them coming up as well.
Wow, Tusk?
Yeah, it's a bit sussy.
Just a sacrifice? Have
No,
me
I
instead,
don't know.
brothers?
Definitely didn't need to do that. But I guess,
gets out at least.
Yeah, the lanes aren't mega pushed, right? So probably won't even need to use the buyback for that. Cicada, he was able to pick up his level 18 as well. So at least you've got that extra dual damage coming through if you are victorious. Be up to 38 now, bringing him to 150 off the next victory. And that's the point where the LC really starts to feel like a menace. You know, you can pick off these supports individually in a lot of these team fights. No cares, though. They want to try and force out a buyback or force out a rotation without the Tusk. Will they be able to do it in the next 10 seconds, though, is the real question. Feeling a little hesitant, constantly backing up a little bit, but looks like they'll be able to at least claim the melee for free. Actually, a double.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Alright. Easy retreat. That is all they'll get with the Aegis, though. Happy with a full set of barracks and probably happy with the lead that they've continued.
They would be happy to claim God King as well. He walked out into this lane,
Radiant's
past the Observer Ward that has not been dewarded inside of the base. But no Batrider there. Not wanting to commit heavily, I suppose, for it. Actually make a charge onto Cicada.
See, Tusk is hesitant. 70's going to reveal. The Warrior's Punch might be able to set up for the duel. ZZQ is going to attempt to protect him. They got to commit now with the Global Silence, so they'll do that. Jewel's going to be out onto the Void Spirit. There'll be nothing to protect 7E. As Ice wants to try and charge in the middle, they intercept the Sven over the Lasso, sets up for CTY's damage. Is the Warcry going to be enough to keep him alive? It doesn't look like it will be. CTY reigns supreme. And now they should be able to clean up as well. Desire chased down from beyond. Meanwhile, Tusk has snowballed himself into his own grave. The boys on 0, they'll get 3 kills, and now they can look to try and get some objective damage as well with half duration left on the meta.
It was quite late on the Warcry as well for himself. Yes, he was lassoed, but, you know...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ready for another round.
I mean, he might be, but Sven is absolutely not. You know, even if he buys back, won't have the God Strength available while he was being lassoed. You know, you did get the bonus from the Vindicator's axe on the Sven for that additional 20 armor, but...
Sakata?
It feels confident.
All right,
Not sure if he
Chaos
should.
is breaking out inside the base. Beyond's got lasso up. Let's see who the target's going to be. Find to Legion. That's the perfect one. Where's your press the attack to save against the lasso target? It's not to be. It's not Desire. That's a dieback for the Silencer. 3v5. They're going to try and slowly dwindle down Ice Ice. That's a big odds.
He's disarmed.
But the charge breaks the Legion. They're still able to get the kill in the end. But now
Can't
you are
let
stuck
Sakata just die.
outside the base. Looks like he might... Nah, not with 7E. Jumping over the top. He will die indeed. And maybe the base is soon going to follow, as well as the Tusk, without a doubt, will join his brothers. That is not a position you want to be in. It looks like Team Zero, they're going to be able to start our three-way tiebreaker off with a victory, unless God King has something else to say about this. Doing a decent amount of damage into Beyond. God King will turn and stand strong. That's all they can do. There's no escape. There's no running. That'll mean Team Zero can wipe it out for one final time and get the game as well.
They will. I mean, it felt pretty clinical. You know, the lanes probably went a bit better for Team Zero than I was expecting, especially the Wind Ranger lane. I thought with the Tusk helping her out a little bit with that tag team, as long as you're able to get her up to that level 6, she should be just fine, but just overextending far too many times. And Techie's really doing a fantastic job of punishing ZZQ. His choice not to go the Shard might be the only thing holding me back for saying I feel like the Techies should maybe get the MVP of this game, because he was everywhere. You know, he was constantly harassing in the mid lane, the sticky bombs for any sort of these heavy committal team fights, the proximity mines. As soon as they committed with all of that, they just laid down 3, and then they were actually able to turn around a lot of these engagements with all of their AoE potential that they had off the back of the Void Spirit and the Batrider.
Yeah, not only do they have Ice Ice, who has an incredible techies, but ZZQ as well. So, I mean, we see what they're able to do when they get this hero in their hands. And yeah, it's just stupid amounts of damage. Maybe the big issue early on, we saw it was a little bit too late with the Legion and Tusk got paired together. You made a good call that these will have plenty of damage with that tag team. We saw it a couple times. But just with the Legion, you can never stop. This hero, you need to get just victory after victory after victory. And they just weren't able to do that this game.
Yeah, I think the Sven needed a Blink Dagger as well. I was just constantly like waiting for it to come out, and it never did. Like, he had the Harpoon, sure, for some sort of reach, but I really don't think it's enough. You know, even just his neutral item decision-making was really good. You know, the Vindicator's axe, he's playing with the Mask of Madness, so he's always going to have that additional 30 damage to be able to play around with. And if he gets lassoed, if he gets stunned, he's going to have that plus 20 armor and then still be able to pop the Warcry after it. So I really don't think that God King, outside of the lack of BKB, played a poor game by any means. I really just think that he wasn't... The enemy team had too many heroes that were far too strong, just because the Wind Ranger had a poor lane, and the Wind Ranger, Tusk, and Legion Commander didn't play together enough early on when they were really in their strong period.
And as a result, you got to this position where they were able to walk high ground 31 minutes in with that first Aegis, be able to get a full set of barracks, and then this was the game-ending fight, pretty much, where we saw it really spill out of control here. So,
See, they got the damage.
Zero.
They got the damage to be able to kill Void Spirit, but then once that's happened, yeah, like Warcry was waiting, and it's a full like 2 seconds after that lasso ended that he popped it. So he was just brought down from like 60% to 30, and by then the team fight was done. I think at this point CTY had the Satanic as well, plus the Sunder still to play with, so there was no chance of God King being able to take that fight. But yeah, like you said, Team Zero, very important victory for them.
Yeah. Does Beyond get it? 11, 2, and 17?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy with that one. Beyond had a great performance on the Batrider, well deserved. Again, I mean, we saw everyone have a great game though, nonetheless, on the boys of Zero. Very much required for them to be able to get this victory, which means they are a game away now from being able to take it. They will not be playing though in the upcoming game. We're gonna have Big Brain versus
Last Arc.
Boys Last Arc. Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll see. This is if Big Brain don't win, then we don't go again. So if they get a victory here, then there is still potential for us to have another round of tiebreakers with, of course, what happens with the last series. But because I know everyone wants as much Dota as we possibly can get. So at least for that to happen, Big Brain, they need to get this victory now over Last Ark. It is do or die for them, for the potential to be able to go into Division 1. And for the boys on Zero, they get to have a little bit of time where they can chill, watch this series, get some food, get some drink, and be able to evaluate what they need to do in their upcoming series as well to close potentially out our first round of tiebreakers. But for us, we're done for our first best of one. Next up, Big Brain taking on the Last Ark. There's a lot more tiebreaker action. We'll see you guys after the break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
And both our teams are ready to go for our second tiebreaker in the three-way best of one. We're going to have the boys on Big Brain looking to try and avenge that previous loss. They're going to take on Last Dark here, who are yet to play today. And Big Brain with a loss, that means we will not go another round of tiebreakers into the Last Dark, or Team Zero will be the teams promoted out of Division 1.
Man, you're already assuming Big Brain are going to lose. I think they potentially learned a lot from that previous one. I'm sure they're going to be quite frustrated that they weren't able to play this draft that scales off of kills just because they were never able to play together. They weren't able to play and be able to secure a lot of those kills because they just didn't come together enough. And when they did, they smoked under a ward 3 separate times. So I really think this is going to need to be something that they have a discussion with the supports specifically about, you know, like I want to say not to put everything over onto their POS 4, but it really feels like both being able to build up stacks for the Sven and smoke together with the Legion Commander were very important tasks, and for Desire, making sure the D wards were happening around those smoke timings as well was a pretty key thing that they just ended up missing out on. So hopefully for them, they're able to rectify it this time around. They're picking a Storm Spirit very early on into this draft, which really can't go too many other places than mid. So I wonder if you just look to go a Storm Spirit counter now, or if you're happy enough playing the Bat Rider into it. I just quap here, you know, and run Bat Rider as a 3 or a 4.
Oh, you say, man, dude, you haven't seen Position 4 Storm Spirit lately?
Last time I saw it was MGC playing it in the Oz Leagues.
Ah. How'd it go?
It won, actually.
Oh, wow.
And Corrosive played it as well with a Meepo when the Agshar just freshly come out, and all Meepo clones got the Overload stuff on them. It was a busted amount of damage.
Are we scared about this Morphling pick? Because it's a Erica staple, and you got it the 8th as well, where you can protect it.
Into a Willow. Which is pretty good.
Into a Willow.
Universal hero, gotta love it, and what was already mega busted to be able to steal her Shadow Realm before this all happened. So, yeah, what do you do now? I mean, I'm a little surprised that they haven't banned out the Naga Siren here on the Last Dark instead of the Muerta, just because I feel like Naga is pretty decent against both the Bat Rider and the Morphling, both for the Dispel for the lane, as well as for the Song reset, as well as just a hero that doesn't really care about the Morphling all that much.
They must maybe feel not too worried about Go King's Naga. I mean, that's the thing I would suggest.
I guess.
Which we'll see if it bites him in the back, if they do go for the Naga or not. But Sky's going to be picked up, so it gives you, I mean, 2 very aggressive supports. These can pump out a lot of damage, but they are very reliant on heroes to start and also levels.
And you're also kind of screwed if the Last Dark pick here is that go BKB or have a cleanse.
So could you look at something like a Shadow Demon? I mean, well, kind of cleanse, but I'm just also thinking save.
Give me an Omni Knight. Just cause.
Oh, just cause?
Yeah.
Just cause it's a best of 1 potential promotion. Let's say, screw it, let's go on Omni.
Sure.
All right.
Stick it in front of the Morphling, maybe.
Hero gets let through. Snag it. Why not? Of course, plenty of damage by now
Wouldn't
with
hate
their
a
own
snap
support.
as well. I'm a little surprised we don't see more Snapfire. And what do you know? They're not going to run the Bat Rider. Yeah, I know you don't like this.
Well, I think this Ember Storm matchup is what? No, well, let me speak and I'll tell you why. I think the Ember Storm matchup is much more playable than it's ever been before. I feel like you're very vulnerable to Sky and Dark Willow rotating. Well, I think Ancient Seal and Willow control is a really big issue, and so that means you've got like 20 minutes of the game where Ember can be vulnerable. Like, you're going to go Maelstrom BKB. If he has a really bad lane, he's probably going to rush BKB, but I definitely thought they would have gone for a different mid laner.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you see the co-op was the first ban in that second phase. But I guess they just wanted a mid laner that buys BKB, right? Again, against the first 3 picks, it's really solid. And then Big Brain looked to follow it up with a BKB piercing disable in the black hole. They instantly ban out the silencer to make sure that it's going to give them a lot of value. Makes sense to me. but I don't know. I just feel like
Radiant team pick.
there were potentially better options. I quite like this Tidehunter though. Some AoE damage to be able to clear out the Eidolons, some more lockdown for the Storm Spirit. You can break out of the Ancient Seal, so you're never the one that gets the combo put onto them. Pretty good. Something that builds break for me, please.
Yeah.
The monkey would have been perfect, but they banned it.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Oz
do
one
not think
Viper,
you-
let's go.
Thoughts on... Never mind. I don't think they can run that.
Were you saying Ursa?
No, I was going to say Arc Water. But then I saw it and I don't think that's good. I'm trying to think something out of the box. That's still a hero.
A God King anti-mage.
Okay. A God King anti-mage. We
Into
see
a Morphling.
often into a Morphling. Like, usually you are banning that hero. So, it should have a pretty good time versus the Tidehunter as well. I mean, you kind of need Kraken Shell to last it. You will be fine with Vanguard in the lane. Like, you're going to be able to get your farm, but just being able to farm without no mana is a little bit more difficult. So I wonder if he's going to go some stat items to help. But look, on paper, it looks like a pretty good anti-mage game. Can he carry, though? Because it feels like there is not a lot of synergy with all their heroes.
I guess the positive thing is that Morphling isn't really one of those heroes like the Terrorblade that can push towers very early on. You know, you don't have this big like metamorphosis timing where it's just like, all right, we want to fight, let's take a tower or two. So Anti-Mage should be able to get a decent amount of space to be able to play this game. And, you know, I think the Storm Spirit as well, relatively decent hero at being able to push out waves. Enigma's okay, but you know, once you get that Maelstrom on the Ember Spirit, it becomes a lot more challenging. As long as Tidehunter isn't being followed by the Anti-Mage, again, Anchor Smash feels pretty good. So I don't know, this really does feel like it's going to go back and forth. I'm again really just looking for these BKB timings that they're going to be playing around with for the last arc, because they are just going to be able to ignore 3 of their heroes once they've got it.
All right. We'll have to find out once they get the BKB and what the position the game is in. But until then, I gotta say, I just think Dai's lineup last arc is a little bit easier to execute compared to Radiance. I feel like there's not as much synergy. One thing for me is that how do you feel like the safe lane's gonna go for last arc? Because I think with a Morphling techies up against an Enigma +1, I think they should be able to have a very good lane there. Do you also agree?
The last arc will?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it should be just fine. Just seeing... Okay, it's going to be
Morph Bat,
Skyrest
sorry,
playing
not
into that.
So I think I said Morph Techies. I meant Morph Bat, sorry.
Yes, you are correct.
So, again, I don't think anything changes. Support's very reliant on levels, and they also do a crap load of damage in the early game, which is going to be important. There is a lot of kill potential on everyone across the map. I even think the Tide can go down this game. Because, I mean, what do we... Let's think about the build for Shining against the Anti-Mage. You don't go Meteor Hammer, right? I mean, there's no value. Do we agree on that? No Meteor?
I think they kind of might be forced to, is the thing. Like,
Okay.
I'm really feeling like they're lacking tower damage, personally. And, you know, just something else to be able to stop the Willow from Shadow Realm TPing away feels pretty nice. Something that's just going to keep your mana up. Not for the lane, but for the game as well. I don't think this is a game where Soul Ring is necessarily an option for the Tidehunter. So for me, it's like double Bracer into a Boots into Meteor Hammer is the go for me.
I also see the value out of the Meteor. It's just a question of like how many times you're going to use it in the lane. Apologies, fucking fire up. The value that it provides is just booting the Anti-Mage into the jungle, which of course he very much doesn't want to be in. So again, we spoke about Vanguard. That is pretty much an item we see very often when you're laning versus the Anti-Mage.
Not for a Tide,
after that though, true, not for a Tide though. So after that, what are we looking at? Because like you might be needing some magic resistance when you're going up against the Sky Dark Willow plus the Storm. So we're thinking potentially Meteor into Pipe. Is there another item you could be looking at? Second item?
Meteor into Pipe seems totally fine for me. I'm just thinking as well, like, is there anything I know you're a Tide and you don't want to go Vanguard, but I'm just seeing, like, is there anything that's going to give value with a Vitality booster? Probably not this game, so I think he wants to be able to avoid it. Yeah, Pipe seems totally fine, especially against the Enigma, right? Like, he's got the Midnight Pulse as well. It pierces debuff immunity, but it is still magic damage, so Pipe is going to be able to protect not just himself, but also the Morphling, who might be strength morphed at some periods in a lot of these fights, so that should be pretty good for him as well. But are they even in a position to, like... You're playing with the techies, right? He's got enough movement speed. He might just pull the first few waves to make sure that Shining gets into a first few of those item timings.
I don't think the first couple of waves are hard because you just spam your spells. I hope he goes Gush, and he did. You just go Gush and spam of techies, right click and bomb, and I think the first couple of waves are actually going to be pretty good.
It's already leveled up the mana break on God King, so he's not going to be in a position to, like, you know, blink away from that aggression or counterspell the Gush or anything like that. They know that they've got this kill threat with a Bat Rider, with a Techies, with a Tide. So much to have to deal with.
Yeah, there is actually even a, I think, or hold that because we're going to find First Blood. Oh, what do you know? 5 heroes. I found him, guys. Found him indeed. Echoes gets the First Blood. But it's going to be a nice way to be able to help out this lane. I can even, I know you brought up the Soul Ring before. I really can see a world where he goes Soul Ring and just spams Gush, like goes 2 points, like puts a lot more emphasis in Gush, maybe 2, and with the nuke of techies, you could actually play that lane until maybe like level 4 and 5.
So what are you thinking? Like, he goes Gush and then they look to brawl a lot more rather than try and trade farm? Because, you know, if the anti-mages are getting farmed, then the Morphling's going to have a much freer time.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. You can just, like, I think there's a lot of potential for Shining to play this lane different ways. So I'm very intrigued. At the moment, he does have the Bracer and he's actually going to go phase to one of the other ways. It looks like
he's setting up for a Soul Ring, right? He'll have 2 Gauntlets of Strength plus the Bracer recipe for himself. So I actually sells one of the Gauntlets and just brings out the Bracer instead. But I could see him just having that secondary Gauntlet, right? Just to be able to set up for the Soul Ring.
Yep. So we'll see. We got some exciting lane set up. Should be a good best of one here between boys. Again, we'll see what Big Brain, how they're going to be able to overcome that previous defeat and how this mid lane is going to go as well. Because, I mean,
he was just standing in the middle of that creep wave, taking a few right clicks, not just from the heroes, but the creeps as well, and he's going to die.
This is the thing. This is why I suggested the Soul Ring with Gush and Techies, because we've seen what Gush and Techies can do, man. This is a stupid lane, and Normal Lane has gone for all the stats, and he's going to go Bracer as well on the Techies, so this could be very volatile now. They're going to do it once again.
Surely not.
I like what Desai's doing, like just running at Normal Lane, making sure that Techies cannot freely right-click.
Grenaded. Oh, there it goes. Waited for the Tango to be expended. All right, value. The most important thing, of course, is that AM doesn't have that initial death after just TPing back to the lane as well, so at least should be able to bring God King up to his level 2. I wonder if he's asking for Desai just to stay out of the lane so that he gets it as quickly as possible. It's able to blink away from any continuous aggression that they might be going for.
Really gets that second level. Is going to be a lot of pressure put onto him. So we'll keep paying attention until then. Nothing else is really happening in other side lanes. They're going to get the jump before the... Oh my lord. All right, dude.
Blast off.
Just beautifully done. Blast off as soon as the blink was being channeled, but not fast enough. Now we can look at some of the lanes. Let's see how top lane is shaping up at the moment. Morphling Bat Rider up against Enigma and the Sky. They might be able to get a pull off here. That's going to do his best to disrupt. I think the pull still does go through.
Half pull? No, full pull. No regen left, though, on this bat, so he's really not going to be able to contest this at all. Should be a couple of range creeps that actually end up getting dealt with. No flame break for another couple of seconds to be able to potentially secure these the experience from that. So that's a pretty big deal for this top side. You know, Morphing's one of those heroes that just needs to get up to, like, the level 4 timing, I suppose. But even just against the the Enigma with the Eidolons, once they're split, you kind of need that waveform just to be able to break away from a lot of the aggression that they're pumping in onto you. Focusing down the bat instead. Again, Eidolon power.
I'll get him. I mean, this top lane's going very well. That pull is just completely disrupts the lane. That's going to continue to have the creep wave in a great position. Are you a bit surprised they were able to have this hard camp open when you have an Enigma?
Yeah, very surprised, to be honest, right? You're always going to naturally just like shove waves in quite effectively if you want to. You know, I haven't seen what CSJ has been using the demonic conversion onto, but considering the hard camp is in the way that it is, I wouldn't even hate seeing him use it onto like an enemy creep instead of an ally one. Speaking of him though, getting a little bit of the business, Blood Grenade might help him out. So we'll be able to back off.
Well, as well, we see the mid lane's going pretty well. Normal Lane even has to leave bottom to potentially help Echoes. We'll be able to take the Water Rune away, so Sakata, we'll see if one of the boys want to tactically feed to refill the bottle.
It's just another one of these lanes that should be Storm favored, but he gets the first blood of the Ember Spirit, and then suddenly it's an early bottle, and he's got a 400 net worth lead over the Storm. Like, when can we see these matchups actually end the way that they should, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. First bloods, man. They can do something. So you just see how value it is to get it on the mid laner as well. Echoes is chilling. He is chilling. Orb Corrosion now. It's going to be able to have a good time. If they continue to enable him as well with sealing water runes and power runes, and he's even going to have a greater time. So good start overall, but of course Radiant, they're still neck and neck as well. Even though it's a 1,000 net worth lead, you do see that this Enigma is getting a lot out of the lane. Anti-Mage has kind of been able to restabilize, well, I should say just stabilize bottom lane. But it's still not like he's free farming though.
Wondering if Echoes is actually, he might be looking to make a kill attempt here onto Sakata.
Far out, super close.
If he's able to do that before Sakata hits onto level 6, that'd be huge for him, but...
Big kill. Good trade, but of course...
Tactical.
Whenever Erica gets the kill, and yep, tactical, there you go. Just TP mid, refill. Whenever Erica gets the kill though, he's going to be loving life. Some solo experience for him. The Sky shouldn't really be able to zone him out by himself.
Hit level 6 just prior to Ember. Absolutely will need that tactical TP. Just wants to pick that level 6 up as quickly as possible, with Storm having to walk all the way back to base and White still hanging around, making sure that the power rune, the first power rune of the game, does go the last Dark's way. It's going to be bottom as well. Not a horrible one to be able to have. You're much less concerned about a Skywrath now rotating towards you with that Ancient Seal or the Brambles. They know that they've got a potential opportunity to go in onto Erica on this top side with a 2v1, but they're not really in too much danger.
Sakata's actually going to TP in to try and help out. That's a pretty good blast off, but Shining still should go down. Sakata's going to be rewarded with a kill. That is a much needed rotation, but look at it. Oh, he actually jumps in. I thought he jumped out for a second. Echoes should be able to mirror this and get his own kill, so it does not matter. They nullify each other's movement. Well, in fact, Mobs, you will be definitely happy. Echoes gets a full wave now as well. Very nice to them.
Is going for that Meteor Hammer build as well on Shining. Again, I feel like it's so necessary. They had no one that was going to be able to take towers, and I really feel like Tide on his own generally is fine, but against someone like an anti-mage, you just make sure that you never have any mana to be able to make these anchor smash plays with. As well, at least he was able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune on the Batrider.
Oh, no way. Oh my god. What happened to the... Okay, Normal Lane got the other one as well. Yeah.
Yep. I didn't see, did you see if Echo got the boots first, or did he go the Blades of the Attack? So I wouldn't have hated to see him go Blades of Attack first, just to be able to, again, just dominate the Storm, make sure that he's not able to get this net worth in the lane, and you're just focused about dishing out a lot of that heavy right-click damage. You know, Desire, Skywrath Mage, they've already got such low armor, 3 and 1 respectively, and you've already picked up an Orb of Corrosion. You've got a Gush to be able to play with. I really want to see him trying to connect through to Shining as much as possible. Probably once he's got the... He's actually got enough for the phase boots now on the Ember, and he's got a double damage as well. So, yep, absolutely can look to make this sort of play now. He's going to go top instead.
They're dead top.
Yeah.
These stunners, oh, they got the damage instead. And now CSJ is not going to escape as well. Dude, this early game, it's getting to disaster territory. Like, this is not how you can start with an anti-mage lineup. You are, like, now you need to be looking at how can you get your supports levels. Desire level 5.
Sakata's out of mana.
And as a result, he might be in some danger. Echoes, does he want to go for it? Not with Desire showing up, so it looks like the Dark Willow is going to be enough of a deterrent. Nice dodge.
Has a clarity to be able to play around with, though. Probably not getting as much as he would have wanted
Bottom
out
lane.
of the... Oh.
Ravage into the blast off. They got the damage.
Bomb stays
Ambitious,
connected.
but I like it. That is a
dies.
Shad move. Oh, he dies.
Yep.
Ah, of course. My apologies. It's a techies. 98 damage. My bad. Sorry.
9 minutes in. So stupid.
He's out of the lane now, dude. What do? No one plays bottom. Top is almost unlaneable now as well, with the Morphling being top net worth in level 7. And because Ember had a great time.
You looking at these net worths? Speaking of the anti-mage and the techies?
Yeah.
Not ideal.
Sakata has to go ape this game. I see on no other way. Oh, nice silence timing. He's going to have enough health back. Lotus can be eaten. And he got the attribute shift up before the black hole. Ugh, the first one of the game. Not what you're hoping for out of the Enigma.
It's Morbin time. That's what he said. And, well, he was able to get out of it. And, yeah, it really does feel like Sakata, like you said, will need to pop off. But I really don't think that a Storm Spirit... Yeah, he is. I don't really think a Storm Spirit is the best hero to be able to do... any sort of significant damage against a Tide, against a Morphling, against even an Ember Spirit with the game that Echoes is having. Like, what is a Storm Spirit going to do against that? You don't have damage to be able to kill them solo.
And yeah, losing those Wisdom Runes are huge. So you've got the Mystic Flare now at least. Dark Willow's got a smoke. She's going to try and soak experience mid.
Normal End was level 7 at 9 minutes. Like, he actually hasn't gotten much in this last little bit, just off the back of that double Wisdom Rune play, off of the kills that he's been able to secure onto God King. Like, this man is a very, very good position 4 player. One of those under-recognized ones. I know you said Ice was your position 4, but Normal End is... I'm considering him as mine. Either him or DQQ, yeah.
Here we go. Can they tank it up? They're not going to be able to. Now, Normal End, well, he jumps into his own grave. So that is what you need to do. Rinse, repeat, continue to make these plays. Sakata and the two supports together, that is your way back into the game.
Go for a smoke. This time around, there's no ward to be able to scout out this sort of movement. I'm just a little worried that you're not going to have the burst damage without the Skywrath Mage Mystic Flare to be able to kill this Morphling. You're going to need to get real lucky, get that quick jump without Erica being able to react with the attribute shift. Save himself.
No one's showing mid. No one's showing mid. They should know. They have a ward inside the jungle as well, so not seeing the Storm back up and farm.
Scanned on top of where they were already?
Invis hero, bro. Did you see the Riki in the game?
Yeah, and the smoke that didn't pop.
At least they got two more to potentially do something with.
Wish they had the scan for that exact spot right now as they make the dive onto the morph, but he's already shifting.
He's not dying. Oh, maybe. Holy sh... That's so much damage. Erica...
Carter's out of mana.
He still survives her, and now he's out of mana on the Storm. They're going to be able to catch up to him with ease.
Got Ravage too.
Out, but he's got no one. Desires maybe waiting in the wings. No Terrorize is available. Sakata's just going to run them away from the team.
Oh, this would be huge. The Lotus.
They stole the Lotus. They stole it, dude. They stole it. Oh, no. Maybe the one thing they could play with. Is he going to Ravage? He shouldn't live, right? All right, they'll get the Enigma. So they'll get something. CSJ, they won't have the lasso, though, to get any more, but they might continue to chase. They're going to be cautious over the Sky respawning. They did refill the bottle on Sakata as well, so he's got a little bit of mana to work with.
Going to be able to get away as well towards that mid lane. Make sure that power rune goes over to him. I mean, I'm a little surprised with how much damage he's been able to output here. You know, yes, you've got the Skywrath Mage to be able to play with you, but I mean, Erica nearly dying while full attribute shifting towards strength was not something that I had on the cards.
Dire structures are fortified.
See the impact of that Meteor Hammer. Already able to push God King out of the lane into the bottom line of creeps, playing on the Radiant side. Oop, let's zip onto the morph, but again, he's shifting.
They might go for Shining instead. Poker's been picked up, so Shining's pretty survivable with this. And everything's going to be used from the support, so as soon as the extra reinforcements show up, they will have to just hope they can get away with their own lives, and that will be the case. Echoes joins the last hit, and they are okay.
Yeah, they're happy enough to just be able to get the tower, right? That was the whole goal of them making that movement in the first place. And yeah, I mean, it feels like a very logical build-up here for Shining, though, doesn't it, right? Like, he's going into the pipe to be able to negate a lot of the magic damage that they've got coming through. And, I mean, even if the Morphling gets caught again, the only thing that you're worried about right now is Storm Zip in, Skywrath Mage, Ancient Seal, Bedlam on Dark Willow. Yeah, anything other than that, you're probably not dying. Hopefully this time they get the Wisdom Runes for themselves. Looks like they'll at least get one.
And you see they're itemizing for all that damage. And we spoke about the pipe on the Tide, but Manta for Echoes, even Morph is going for it, first item. I mean, it's definitely more core on him, but yeah, they're just reading. This is the items that they're going to need to be able to survive through be able to purge off all the control from the Sky and Willow and be able to get out of danger.
I don't know if I like the Manta on Echoes. Surely the BKB is a better option. Means that Anti-Mage just can't join fights, right? He's not going to be mana breaking you in a lot of these engagements. Storm can't control you. I don't know. Feels a little bit odd to me. Maybe
It's
just
a flashy.
sure. Always have to be flashy. Rabbit
Yeah,
jump
of
in one.
course. Dude, normal line's level 10. Are you serious? I got it onto 2 as well. Ravage to follow. Enigma's somehow still alive, but he's going to drop shortly afterwards. They do have Storm starting to rotate, but Cicada needs to be here. If these fights are going to happen, it's just... Unfortunately, you're just going to be on another level to be able to read every single movement. Bottom lane, I reckon God King, we're going at it.
I mean, at least that time around, it was the last Dark making a play onto Big Brain and not the other way around. You know, if they were making that sort of aggressive movement saying, hey, we got Black Hole, hey, we got Ancient Seal, we've got Mech on the Enigma, which was what enabled him to survive that little bit longer, then I would be like, but bruh, where is Cicada? He needs to be with you this entire time. I guess he's at the moment focused on at least picking up the Witchblade for himself for that little bit of extra damage, which, you know, it's going to be nice for sure, even just the slow to be able to enable the Mystic Flare a little bit more, at least until some of these 4-staffs come out, which, I mean, Batrider could look to buy into one pretty shortly. Give a ton of value. Might just be rushing that Blink Dagger, though.
Looks like that's the case. Pretty close to it.
Big shield on the side.
And it's a big couple of kills if they're able to find it. Cicada might still go down with a run then over the top. It's a 1-for-1, but they'll also chain it into the Dark Willow kill. He's trying to run under the invulnerability. He'll be caught up to knocking down the door. And now Batrider's already setting up on the Enigma top lane as well. They've got a pretty nice ward that sees no one else behind him. So he's going to start to poke and prod, forcing out some reactions. Get the sticky up, and eventually once the team is close enough, he can look to drag it back with the lasso. It did go a little bit early though. Black Hole as well, because just why not? Get the kill on the Batrider, but now your Sky is going to die as well. We're stepping over the mark, and you are an ultimate down.
Oh, Shining's going to be able to take this Ancient stack as well.
Under attack.
The dream, and it's right at 17 minutes, so Ancients still have that slightly higher likelihood of dropping neutral items. Nah, this stack is far more important than any courier.
Could they contest it, even if you got it?
Nah.
Well, God King check. He is 500 away from Battle Fury.
Let's go.
One of the latest ones we've seen. Cicada, they got Ravaged up in a couple seconds. It's just up there in the nick of time. Oh no, dude, it just continues to get worse.
Time for Meteor Hammer Gaming.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Come on, Shining. Maybe he just wants to get double value out of it. use the hammer on the creep wave as well as the tower itself, or just don't use Meteor Hammer ever. Okay, I see how it is.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Conserve the mana, bro. I
Are they doing Roche?
think they are. We got
Oh,
2 points,
Is
gosh.
under attack.
No Ember Spirit yet. You can get the Bounty Rune look to join them, so at least they'll have that Orb of Corrosion.
Oh man, he's going Deso on Echoes. You take a look at the armor on Radiant. I mean, Sky's got 3, Dark Wheel has a 5,
Yep.
Enigma has a 9 with Mech. It's gonna eat them apart with the Morph, with the Gush as well. I like that choice a lot.
I do too. I mean, again, this is why I was like, well, they could just go once they've got the BKB, right? They've got so much damage, especially on the Ember Spirit. That is the main one that I'm really looking at here. But you know what? It's going to allow them to end the game early-ish, prevent any of those, big game-ending black holes that we've seen can happen at like the 50-plus minute mark of some of these team fights. So, Meteor Hammer speeds the game up, makes space for the Morphling. I feel like the Desolator at this rate, it's for hero kills, sure, but it's also just to make sure that high ground siege goes a little bit faster when the death timers are still going to be short-ish.
They smoked around Desire. It was acting as a block, but just wasn't in the right position. They sweep through the secret shop. As a result, they're going to be able to get the jump onto the Storm Spirit. Cicada down for his 3rd time this game, and now they can deal with mid and top, start to control the triangle, which gives them a powerful position to go from lane to lane and put pressure on these tier 2 towers.
They got good vision as well. Set up, mid is already pushing in, Eidolon's looking to try and deal with it, and yeah.
Nice body blocks.
Yep.
Dude. They're looking so good, man. And with this momentum potentially heading into... They got to close it out, but if they have this momentum heading to the next game where they already 2-0'd the Team 0 yesterday, damn, they must feel very, very good.
No. Ultra confident if they're able to do this in a first series. This is clinical. It really doesn't feel like there's too much that Big Brain can do against this, just because they've gone far too much into one style of draft. And well, they actually TP out. I was thinking maybe they might try and yoink away that Tormentor, but I guess their main concern is just keeping locked onto God King. Eventually, if he's able to get into that later stage, if the Enigma is as well, that's going to provide a big benefit to them. But, we want techies to have the reactive Taser Shard. Just going to push down mid now. 1 glyph left for them, and I really don't think they're going to want to use it onto this mid lane. That is
Can
a
they kill
tanky boy.
Tide?
Nope.
Yeah, and look at the lasso instantly with the follow-up from Normal, and 2 will go down. An ambitious attempt. Tide is... You got Pipe, you got Children. This guy is looking unkillable at this stage.
That was the thing. I was like, how is Cicada, even if he has an amazing Storm Spirit game, how is he going to kill this Tide Hunter? And then you jump onto him when he's got a freaking Shield Rune, a free 1100 HP off top of the 2300 that you've already got. It was a little bit crazy for them to make that sort of move.
And then Echoes also just takes the Wisdom Room away, so continuing have everything go their way. T2 towers now clean, all the outer towers with still 2 minutes 30 left on the Aegis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
'Tis mine.
Any Gossamer capes in the chat? All right, we got 1 on Enigma. Good against the Ember Spirit. Hopefully Willow... Does Willow even have a tier 2 item claimed, or have they just not been able to pick up enough? Yeah, it looks like she can utilize that token if she wanted to.
Is under attack.
Hopefully for her sake, she picks up the Gossamer. I don't think a Philosopher's Stone is going to give too much value this game. You need to try and win the fights now. You can't just hope that the last arc aren't going to try and end, because they want to. They're closing in on that Desolator timing. They're closing in on a Skadi as well for Erica. He's only got 1 of the components, sure, but it won't be too long
Nice
until he's
scan.
got more.
What a read. They saw
Yeah, you've got
that
Blink on the
Eric-
Tide too.
All right. And they're already up high ground. And no one's home. So formation can start to get set up behind Erica with the Aegis for another minute 20.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh. Right. No Mystic
Backed
Flare.
up.
They're going to try and get the jump. Batrider, that is such a huge target. Ravage as well to clip anyone else that's playing behind him. And these are going to be heroes without a buyback too. Cicada will attempt to go in, but the replicant on the sky gives them a silence. It's just over. It does not matter whenever this anti-mage comes online. You will not have a base. You will not have a team to play with. This is just a masterclass performance from the boys on Last Ark.
Yeah, typical anti-mage contribution this game, unfortunately. I just saw like the stutter step that Cicada had once he got hit with the Mystic Snare, with the Ancient Seal from the Morphling replicating into the Scarith Mage. And it's like, man, really? Really? Is this what's going to be happening to me this game? Because he's having such a rough one.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Did you stop?
No, I don't think so. Aegis 20 seconds away. Maybe they just wait for the Korea to bring out their next items after a big successful team fight, claim a power rune. Got the Skadi off the back of that. Deso completed as well. God King's hitting the high ground as well.
T3.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to bait someone back, but I mean, Ember can be the one.
Oh, Lasso. Oh, they got Cicada again. Back into the Meteor. Oh, very close. Almost Erica did enough damage throughout the Lasso as well.
So I probably don't want to go high ground just yet, right? Like, in a minute they can. It'll be Lasso up, Ravage up, Morph back available. Any other items set to come out for them? What's Techie's got coming through? Another pipe, sure. Why not?
Oh, why not? Dude, yeah, it's just... all right. Like, I have all this gold. I don't know what to spend it on.
Even just the passive
generator.
magic resist feels nice, you know?
Yeah. Just got more gold than he knows to spend. Higher than the Storm. Somehow, I mean, he's an Enigma with a Midas. He's about to have more than as well. So... yeah, like you said, I like the call. Just wait for the ultimates. You know, just a minute. They're going to be back up shortly. Enigma's already hunting as well. I think they got a glimpse of the Enigma outside the base. So...
yes, they do.
He's got a buyback at least.
Got a TP as
Storm's
well.
going to try and zip in as well. Black Hole, but instantly stop. Ravage as well. No messing around. Shining sees some kills. And he's going to be rewarded for that.
He is not going to do anything either. They just end up getting feet in the same direction they were walking anyway. And now you have no Black Hole. Sure, you have no Ravage, but you still got the Lasso. You know, when you're looking to go inside of the base, just going to use the Firefly on the sideline, stick shining out there for a little bit of that extra vision, and he's going to be able to play the Dark Willow.
It's just a freebie. Who has no buyback? It's going to be Megas, and yeah, this is game. It's been game for a while. What an incredible performance, and they're going to call it as well. So Big Brain, they will end the tour off, unfortunately, in 4th place, losing both the previous game and now this game in the tiebreakers, which means we will not go the second round. We will have a guaranteed winner, a guaranteed second team to be promoted along with Holy Grail in our next best of one. It's either going to be the boys on Team 0 or the Last Ark.
All right, that's pretty high. We get to see some resolution for this this tour in the next best of one, and it's still going to be a best of one. You know, just because it's come down to this last game doesn't mean we suddenly shift to best of threes. Best of one for all the chocolates at the end of the day, and it kind of feels like 2 games in a row where Big Brain we liked the anti-mage, but we liked even more what Last Ark were able to do in response to it, right? The Tide Hunter techies, it's not a passive lane. They got really aggressive. They got that second kill of the entire game. Would have been first blood if not for Skywrath just feeding his life away over to Echoes, making Cicada's life even easier even harder in that mid lane. So, I mean, it really didn't feel like they made too many mistakes overall on the Last Ark, did it?
No, not at all. And I mean, we're starting to speak about it a little bit throughout that game, but dude, they must have so much confidence now heading into this final best of one. We just saw them yesterday, 2-0, Team 0 in very convincing fashion as well. Now you just obliterate Big Brain. Like, their movements across the map was super crisp. The laning speed was crisp as well. So they must be feeling really, really good that they have to go up against a best of one with the position they're currently in.
Absolutely. I mean, having a quick look back as well at like some of the heroes that we might be expecting to see in that upcoming series, any common factors between the two, and there really aren't any across the board. So maybe the Timbersaw is one, I guess, that they're going to make sure that they try and ban out as much as possible. But other than that, I think it's just going to come down to who's going to be able to adapt their draft on the day. Might even come down to who wins the coin flip, right? Because I think in one of the games, it might have been this one, I want to say that Big Brain won the flip and chose Radiant. So the fact that they still were able to lose, you know, the lane matchups weren't amazing. I just really didn't like this like trio of cores. You know, the Storm Spirit, Skywrath, Dark Willow. It feels like you do a lot of the same thing, and it means that you're very easy to itemize against.
Yeah, no, we both said it feels like the lineup is. We don't really see the synergy with it. Looks a bit awkward. MVP though, what do we think?
Normaland?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I mean, he did what was required out of him out of that bottom lane to help body the anti-mage, made incredible rotations, got a lot of value out of his early levels as well, which we see very often that the techies can have high impact if you get active with all the damage you can have from the spell. So yeah, I mean, this is a person you've been praising. You've been praising Normaland, and we get to see him go up against who I've been praising as a position for being Ice Ice. So we're going to get to see them duke it out.
We will indeed. He ended up ahead of both the Storm and the Enigma at the end of the game on net worth. They were basically neck and neck for a lot of the time. But, I mean, even at the 23-minute mark, he was ahead of them. So, I mean, this is a guy that is one of those up-and-coming talents that they're going to be able to hopefully... This is what makes me hope that the last Arc are the ones to be able to get the win, right? Because not a lot of people would have seen Normaland before, and Div 1, it's where a lot of the eyes are. So if he's able to showcase just how good he is in that Division 1 setting, we might see another sort of situation like Mercy had, for example, playing for Piggy Killer. You know, they were able to be remaining in Division 1 a big part because of some of his performances.
Yep, so... we'll have to find out though. Like you said, all the chocolates will go one way here in our next best to one. Team Zero up against Last Arc. We're going to determine who will join Holy Grail in Division 1 with some incredible other teams in China for next year's DPC. Who will be able to take that slot? We'll find out shortly after the break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One game is all it is that stands in the way of being able to be promoted into Division 1. Team Zero up against Last Dark. We got to see this matchup very recently. In fact, we got to see it yesterday. Again, where that was a 2-0 for Last Dark. Then you were saying that maybe there were no real signs of like crazy priority in that game in particular, in that series in particular. So from what we've seen today, out of course, both sides getting their victory, what do we think we might have them continue to want to play, considering with that momentum they may be feeling on those heroes?
I mean, you always got to make sure that you're dealing with the Erica Morphling. That is top of the list for mine. But Techies, Ice can play it, ZZQ can play it, Normalan can play it, Y can play it. So Techies, Batrider, Morphling need to be dealt with in this draft.
All right. Gonna have to then also look how you're gonna be able to deal with the Timber, of course. There was a Brood opener last time as well from Last Dark, which was, we've seen multiple times responded with the Naga. But that game yesterday, they were not able to address it. So we'll see if we get another Brood type of style.
Ooh. I wonder if this is both teams just banning out like the second wave. So that the other hero that was banned out in both of those games previously was the Shadow Demon. So we've got Morphling, Techies, Shadow Demon, and the Batrider all let through at this point. Only the Morphling dealt with, and I like that because it's by far much more of an Erica staple. Wouldn't you know it, Batrider's picked up. Probably going to see a Techies plus... Techies plus what? I don't think you can Techies Shadow Demon yet.
You kind of want a core here, so someone at least with some flex. We have seen... Yeah, I really like a core +1, but...
Techie Spirit Breaker, maybe?
Yeah?
Potentially be the core? I think Beyond's played it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, has like Beyond played it? I don't really remember. Or not.
Yep.
Well, what can they pick it? Timber's still there, but you're picking Timber into Batrider, so buffs up the value of it being a core. And they take the Brood. Okay, so do you Naga now here for Last Dark? Erica has a very, very good Naga Siren.
Do you Spirit Breaker now on Last Dark?
True. Spirit Breaker is probably the... And there's a lot of other supports you could be considering. You could even... I think if you're going to Storm, you want to Storm Pugner at like the 16th, 17th. So maybe if you Storm here, Pugner would get banned.
They Nugget in response to it last time.
Yeah. I think it was Last Dark that picked it though, right? The Brood? And then Zero Nugget.
Yes, correct.
So I think they will Naga, but there's also, you could just go for another support answer. We have seen teams put priority on that. Crystal Maiden for the lane. Disruptor's a very good response. You already brought up Spirit Breaker.
Pudge, let's go.
They're just not like those supports in particular, not heroes I'd like at the 8th, but they are very good versus Brood.
I'm totally cool with Naga Siren here. All right. So this is something that I think they picked up later in the draft to be able to like deal with the eventual push that the Brood was providing. It just wasn't enough. And again, it was Team Zero that did that to be able to deal with it. So these drafts are basically just flipped of what they were when the previous series happened. This was game number 1 that they ended up playing against each other. Went 42 minutes. And it was a pretty convincing Last Dark victory, though, with all cores getting a ton of farms. So I wonder if that means that that Last Dark know exactly what they need to do to be able to deal with these sorts of heroes.
Radiant team ban.
Do you like a more...
Dire team ban.
You'd say Tide's a bit more of a game response to the Brood, yeah?
Yeah, but even just the lane isn't horrible, right? If you go Tide Bat, then, you know, Gush into Blood Grenade, into Flame Break, like it's a lot of kill threat for the laning stage. My main concern was like, well, okay, what heroes are you looking to ban out? I'd be fine if Team Zero were able to manage picking up like a lifesteal with the last pick of this phase. Good against the Tide, good against the Bat. We have seen a bit more of the Juggernaut though lately, so maybe they're going to consider that. But again, against the Tide, I'm not sure if you're going to feel as confident. I think this was in the draft as well. Might have been the other one. It was definitely picked in the series. Yeah,
Last Dark went for it though, game 2. How do you like Veno as a support to be able to play into the Tidehunter?
10 seconds remaining.
Not great, to be honest. Like, you're going to be able to get rid of the Venomous Gale. The Plague Wards, you don't really care about them at all because of the Kraken Shell. If he goes into like a Meteor Hammer style of build, you can look to still take towers off the back of, not needing creeps to be able to do it if Veno just tries to set up a Plague Ward wall. I think the Veno's job this game is just to prevent the Batrider from looking to run it whatever the core is consistently.
Okay. That's a really good read. I really like that call because you have 2 blink initiators, right? With the Tide and Batrider. I really like that call. No, Enchantress picked up, so a bit more of a... Why do you think they avoided the Crystal Maiden here? Seeing Alt Disruptor as well.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure if the Spiderlings count for the little friends. Maybe that was the mentality behind it. I mean, Broodmother is very hard to trade against in lane, so Enchantress is probably one of the better heroes. I mean, it might even just be a Techie's response as opposed to a Brood response, right? What's CM meant to do against a Techie's? I'll answer it, nothing. Whereas Enchantress, at least you've got the impetus to be able to play around with,
I'd be quite surprised if they don't pick that carry here. Keep the Batrider flex. At least you have that going for you.
Especially with the Venom being picked up, yeah.
I mean, Naga's always the standout. What others kind of come to mind?
Naga be banned. Sven? Fuck, okay. I mean, it's still a strong lane, Tide Bat, don't get me wrong. So that I'm still okay with it. It's something else that just, like, they feel like they've countered the Techies. Now they feel like they've countered the Brood. I think Last Arc are doing a very, like, gradual process where you're not necessarily wanting to reveal that last hero just yet because there's far too many carry heroes left in the pool. Against the Puck, though, they have no catch as well, so Puck feels really solid right now. Mid lane needs to be some form of catch. I very much like this. You're going to be able to deal with the Enchantress. You're going to be able to catch the Puck. You've got some reposition. If you are in a really bad position or, just toss people back into Techie's mines or Veno wards or whatever, and Kraken Shell, you might be able to shell it off, but you're still going to take damage from another toss combination. I think this is probably the best pick they could have gone for at this stage.
It does have to be said it's a very volatile pick, though. We have seen the Tiny. I agree. I think it's very good for the game, but just like the hero's current state, that if you do not snowball, your scaling potential is very weak. And I think we also, we got to see the Tiny have a lot of success with Betboom playing it in Eastern Europe, but a lot of the time that was paired with a mag, so he could scale much easier. So you're going to have to get kills this game for the Tiny, and at least he's got some good matchups to play into, though.
So it was against a Naga Timber Tidehunter. They went a Necro, but I don't think you can Necro against that this game. Like, it would be fine against the Brood, it would be fine against the Venomancer, but Tiny, way too much burst damage for a Necro to have any sort of value this game.
You need a 1, no? You're not going to play that's a...
Also, yes.
So... You need a way to... Enchantress and Tide can at least take early towers, but you need a way to crack high ground and get Aegis. You haven't got that unlocked just yet. You also need a lane into Brood, which is a big thing. I like the TA because they won with that yesterday versus Zero.
Dire team pick.
Anti-mage.
Okay.
It is something that's going to be able to have some passive magic resistance, right? So you're not going to get blowed up quite as easily by this Tiny in the later stages of the game. So you're really putting a lot of pressure on Tiny to scale now in terms of right click. I feel like you just have to pick up the pace, right?
Yeah.
I think your main focus is something fast and something that beats Tide in lane. Simple as that. And if you can have something that has a stun or builds into an early basher, even better.
All right, there's a couple. I'll say it again. Ursa has some value. I don't think it'll get picked, though, but it's good matchups. C2I has been playing a lot of the Lycan, but it's not the greatest game, but it picks it up. Good versus AM, but Tide and Puck can be a bit annoying.
Just give me the Lifestealer, honestly. I think Lifestealer's fine. Rage out of the Puck Coil, good against the Tide Hunter, gets rid of the sticky stacks in lane, potentially enables you to go for kills yourselves with a Ghoul Frenzy slow plus a Veno being paired together with you. I wouldn't hate it. Early Deso builder potentially as well. Maybe you think Juggernaut, just because of a lot of those reasons, plus you also have Healing Ward so that you can just stay playing together as a full squadron. Natural Solar Crest builders on your team as well to be able to buff up that hero.
You may now
All right.
select your hero.
I really like this too, right? You're just going to be able to snap the coil with the Dark Pact going. You can just Shadow Dance inside of that as well. Great against the Tide Hunter, great against the Bat. Earlier tempo than an Anti-Mage. Slark feels pretty solid to me. Who's getting promoted?
I think last, I don't know. We're seeing an anti-mage again, which makes me a little bit worrisome, but so, okay, we've seen the anti-mage first Brood have very, very good times going Vanguard, and you just play that lane super easily. Like, you don't get shoved out. You're going to have, you're actually able to play versus him. But I don't know what the difference is now with Universal, because we saw that like a couple times in qualifiers, but then we've yet to seen it since with the Universal change. So I will just say that I don't know if it really changes the matchup at all from what it used to be, but that's because that's my concern. I think overall, like, I kind of prefer the value that the potential Last Arc have with Ravage team fight, with Coil as well. It's a guaranteed lasso kill. There's no save. Whereas Die, they don't really have that. Like, their way to execute is really just tiny jump with the techies and the Brood value of just swarming the map and taking over the game. So I think if Last Arc can have an even game and get through that second nighttime, I'd feel like they can take it, but I'm just concerned that 15 to 20 minutes should be all Team Zero and they can build a big lead then.
The thing I'm interested to see what happens is who's playing who in terms of the supports, right? Because Normal End, he's picked up the Enchantress, and it's going to be Y playing the Bat Rider. We just saw Y Bat Rider come through being paired together with Anti-Mage this game. And you have to wonder, like, why have they gone for that sort of route? Obviously, the Enchantress better into the techies, but I would have to imagine it could even just be something as simple as, look, this Enchantress is able to stay much further away from the Slark Venomancer combination as smoke breaks. So they're gonna, if they can get a quick pick off here onto Beyond, that would be huge. But the Enchantress doesn't need to be on top of these heroes, and Bat Rider kind of does, you know? So if you're standing on top of them, Slark Veno is going to rip through you, whereas Enchantress, you can really look to play the backlines a little bit more. Still not going to be easy though for Shining.
I want to know, do you think we're going to have a good game? Will we have an even game?
We're having a better game than the first two best of ones.
Let's go! Which is all I wanted to hear, with so much on the line, a potential promotional spot.
I think we're going to see Shining get aggressive again with this Enchantress. You know, Ench still an int hero, so not as much value out of going into a bunch of those stats. Obviously still has a bunch, but a Blightstone being picked up for her as well. So really looking to try and punish these heroes in the laning stage if they look to get overly aggressive against them, because they will be in negative armor for sure.
Look like they're going to be starting with a tri-lane top lane.
Like it a lot.
So
just get the ball rolling. Essence Shift already leveled up here on CTY. He knows that they've got the control to be able to enable him to close in. Even just the things like the body blocks that he's doing here in front of the tower. Most of the time you think, oh, I don't want to over body block. It'll be too far back. Maybe it's going to hit underneath my tower, but he just wants to be as far forward as possible. Having a look at the Radiant Vision. They don't know that the Techies is here just yet, but Ice Ice reveals just now. And if he TP'd immediately a normal end, maybe he lives, but it's that first blood, those first permanent Essence Shift stacks. So exactly the start that they were needing on Team Zero.
instantly Ice Ice TP's down at the bottom, so we'll see what they're going to be able to do with that first spot advantage. Probably there will be some action in the side lanes, no real kill threat at the moment, so let's take a look at how mid is going. You got it, nothing really changes, right?
Top lane.
It's going to be a tiny... Oh. ZQ getting body right now. That's something you're worried about. The gush into the right clicks from normal, and that will definitely continue to be an issue. Maybe second round they can go because they do have that blood grenade ready for normal end.
I mean, they know he's got Essence Shift. Oh, he just leveled up.
Just got level 2. Okay.
Yeah. Look at how, like, normal end, he's got 2 sets of tangos. Like, he is ready to brawl. Yeah, you can't walk into this Enchantress. Hopefully he eats a tree. Maybe really trying to bait them in, saying, yeah, I'm killable. Come on, come get me. Impetus. Oh, he didn't use it.
They can dive with this pool, can they not? What have they got? No mana for Gush. It's going to continue to be an issue. Double cell pop, though, so a lot of resources expended early on in this lane.
It's really just keep Shining safe for the very start of the game, right? Make sure that he's not going to be completely harassed out by this Slark. Normal End is doing a fantastic job so far. He's even got the Wild Ring creep to be able to keep this harass up. And, I mean, you kind of have to deal with it, but if you walk forward, again, you're just going to get... Doesn't have enough for the Gush, actually. So I wonder if Team Zero are just going to be keeping mindful of how much Tidehunter's mana pool is and when they can look to get perhaps a little bit more aggressive. This is certainly the time to do it. Level 2 on the Venomancer, Pounce available on the Slark. You've still got a Blood Grenade available. If you were going to kill the Tidehunter, it's now. Another Blood Grenade coming out for the Veno.
Meanwhile, bottom, we see a little bit of back and forth between Ice along with Y. So, just no mana, though, for the Batrider. What's he got on his choreo? Stick and Tango. Meanwhile, I mean, Anti-Mage is getting a lot out of it. Broodmother only 7 and 5. So it does look like we have the Vanguard queued up as well for Erica.
So because they didn't go this this aggressive route on this top side when he had an opportunity to, Shining now has 3 mangoes that he's delivered to himself, and he's given the Healing Lotus over to normal end. So the Ench is enabled to be even more aggressive in this lane, and you really are just going to continue to pressure away CTY. He's still got a very slight net worth lead over Shining, but you want to crush this lane as the Slark Veno.
I guess you both have very mobile heroes in the mid lane with the Puck and the Tiny that like to make rotations. We'll see if 70 plays very similar to GPK, where he just picks up treads and doesn't actually rotate till the blink is completed. He might be kind of forced to do so, though, with how poor this top lane's going. CTY, though, will start to get aggressive. Sealing a little bit of essence, nothing too crazy. Shining, not wanting to pop one of the mangoes. Might be forced to, though. And now try and beat back CTYs. They'll get some separation between normal end, but still 13 essence, man. CTY, 111 damage. He is going to tear you apart once he's been able to feast onto your body.
Yeah, and they might be able to get a kill on normal end.
He's a Chad. That is that's just a lane-winning double kill, man. Like, you get the solo experience for one of them. They got first blood to start. We saw his almost bottom last hit out of all the cores, and he just got a double kill.
And the second one was a solo kill as well. So he ends up getting all of that XP for himself. Meanwhile, ZZQ able to make this lane pull at the back happen. Might even be able to connect through in this onto the hard camp as well, just to keep it away, but not quite able to accomplish it. Still fine. They would have seen normal end TP to the mid lane as well to refill Puck's bottle, so if they wanted to make another attempt onto Shining, he still doesn't have that Kraken Shell. Blood Grenade available too if they need it, but they won't.
Oh my.
They might use the Blood Grenade for the Ench.
Do they want to go for it?
No need.
Ooh,
Walk of Shame
creep.
coming for Shining.
Well, now with this lane going exceptionally well top, they kind of freeze up 7E. You can decide to rotate there and really enable your Slark and shut down the Tide, but I wouldn't even hate. It looks like he's actually going to rush the blink, though, so no phase, no treads, just straight into that blink to try and get active.
So I think if his top lane wasn't going well, he would have itemized towards like the phase boot style. But I think because top is going so well for them now, you can afford to go this early Blink Dagger and just rely on the Slark that's, you know, again, already 4 Essence Shift stacks. You've got a Venomancer that's going to be providing a lot to these team fights as well. It's really just, Tide's not a factor anymore. Kill the Puck, kill the Anti-Mage. What's going to allow us to do that? It's a Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. Because outside of that, they have very limited control.
But you're also going to be going up against the Arcane Rune now for 70. So for the first Power Rune, goes the Tiny's way. Bottom lane, Erica should be right. Blinks back up. A little bit too late from Ice Ice.
Almost level 6 already on CTY. About a quarter of a level away. It's like Normaland is going to be able to contest this this pull as well, so not going to get any of the neutral creep XP, but CTY just on his own in the lane as well. CZQ making sure to stay out of XP range, just so that Slark has the potential to be able to rotate back to the jungle if needed. Honestly, they're probably going to use this aggressively though, right? We've seen him already go for plenty of kills even without the Shadow Dance, but now if you could just look to dive underneath the tower, why not? At least he's got the Kraken Shell leveled up now though on Shining, so that Venomous Gale should go away soon.
Oh, he got it on the Bat Rider. He'll still dive beyond, wanted to TP over to try and help out. Actually, no mind, he didn't even TP, just ran over. So yeah, Wisdom Rune taken. They're going to be able to get their own Wisdom Rune as well by the looks of it. Noble will back on off.
Doesn't even need to TP mid for the Puck. Puck already had walked all the way back to base. Level 6 available on the Puck. Maybe just with these levels, you know, Bat Rider's going to be hitting into that lasso soon-ish. So, you know, you could look to make some sort of a play once he hits that one up. Oh, Puck's actually TPing bottom. Wanted to get a kill off this first Dream Coil.
I mean, they saw him, though. If anyone was looking mid...
Slow, though.
They're able to break the coil, jump in, Ice Ice. It's actually enough. Beyond, he's going to be alive, and 70, and meanwhile in the side lane, CTY gets another kill, 5 perma essence. You could not have asked for a better start, I think, considering what we saw going on early on. So this is, damn, Team Zero. They're in the driver's seat now for the early game.
And look at ZZQ as well. He's just positioning himself in front of this Power Rune. Not going to take it, not going to get baited out. So 70, he had an Arcane Rune to be able to make that TP down. And now he's got a DD as well to be able to confirm a bunch of kills. And his Blink Dagger is only 300 gold away. So might not be from this wave, but absolutely the next one that they can look to make that sort of play.
Shining's game is no bueno. Oh, God.
They still haven't Shadow Danced as well. And they should see that he's under vision as well. So ZZQ at the moment doesn't have the sentry to be able to deward this here, but it's a lot of useful future information. Honestly, I mean, CTY, as soon as he picks up this this Echo Saber for himself, I want to see a bunch of sentries come out on the courier for himself too. I think he's just gotten handed one.
And what is the choice? Because he has the pick of the litter now with what items he wants to go for CTY. Is his Echo Diffusal? Are you going Echo into Rush of Aghanims? And I guess
I like the Ags. They just need more catch for Puck and Anti-Mage, right? Tiny's there for the initial catch. Leash is nice for an extra little bit of damage, but I think they're probably still going to be lacking a tiny bit of damage unless you get that second pounce off. He's dead.
Yeah, well, we see that we're lacking that damage there. You got the kill, but it meant that ZZQ had to step a little bit too far over the river into Radiant's half of the map, so it's a 1-for-1. The Blink reveal with a DBT. Oh, man. Dude, Power Runes. Just, that's all that needs to be said. Power Runes for 70, got the Arcane prior. Now he has a DD as soon as Blink is delivered. And you could not have asked for a better reveal to be able to blow up the park.
Mm-hmm. We'll even get a bottle refill coming through from the base around the Power Rune timing as well. One of the other great mid runes that you could look to get, the Haste Rune. So he doesn't have a TP scroll available, but you don't need one, as long as you could just quickly look to make a rotation to one of the side lanes. So might even opt to stick around while he's got a couple of seconds left on the DD. Doesn't seem like it though. Ends up just walking away towards this bot side of the map, but yeah. You can already tell that Erica knows that this potential threat is coming. He's got a ward to be able to play around with. Actually going to look to potentially make a play here. Oh, popping everything. Can they kill him? I don't know if they can.
Can't kill Tiny. Get the Veno though. Flame Break's going to be able to knock them away. Dude, CTY wants to get involved. But there will be no value out of that.
It's such a heavy committal though, right? No more Coil now, no Ravage, and you popped, what, a Noxious Plague on a position 5 Venomancer? You're more than happy with that. This is what I love about the Veno, right? You can feed your ass off, but as long as you press that Q and R, you've done your job.
My Anti-Mage shoved out. He's going Radiance. Ooh. Oh.
I don't hate it. They need a way to deal with this Slark damage coming through, and a little bit of blind and evasion is going to help. It's also a bit of a way to be able to deal with the brood spiderlings. Of course, one might say, why not Battle Fury? And the answer to that is, I don't know. But this is the choice that Erica has gone for, and I trust the man. Again, top 6 at TI. He knows what he's doing.
Knows what he's doing, but this is a very, very difficult call to make. As 7-8 up on a normal end is another kill, and importantly, it's the Tiny that gets it as well. So he continues to be able to scale, continues to be able to get the gold towards his Echo, and I'd love to see them just continue to sweep inside the jungle. Like, Beyond is going to have full control of this area, and he can put a lot of pressure onto the tower with the boys to play with him. As 7-8 even gets rewarded with the power rune as well.
I mean, and with going for this this Radiance as well, kind of similar to what we see for an Abaddon, you are going to be doing nothing with this anti-mage until he picks it up, and it's going to take even longer than a Battle Fury does to come out.
And you just have a Brood taking your jungle, which, so how do you split the farm? We already see Tide's really struggling. In fact, Shining, he can't even show himself. You pick this Tide to be able to play into the Brood and pop yourself in front of him. We see he can't even do that right now with the difficulty he had. They're going to jump over the top. 7E avoids the Tiny, avoids the Tide. They know that he is unkillable, or at least it might be, but not blow him up.
You don't want to commit that heavily.
They have to go through. Exactly right. You don't want to commit that heavily, so go for a support, be able to refresh the Spiderlings, and go back with the next wave.
They'll just take the freebies whenever they can, and it's with another valuable power rune. The shield rune just enabling them to go beyond the tower, no pun intended, to be able to pick up that kill. And, I mean, Shining at least is doing his job of standing wherever the Broodmother is looking to try and play. Prevent towers from going down. He's going to need to play an extremely selfless game here on Shining. Like,
Halberd Rush, though?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, again, this is why they're building into the evasion and the mischance on the anti-mage as well. The Slark is too big of an issue. You just need to, honestly, luck out a little bit by maybe getting a lucky mischance here and there. Tiny's not hitting with one of his big right clicks. If he picks up another, like, double damage, for example, think of how that could potentially change the outcome of a fight. These little things add up.
And they're definitely adding up at the moment. 2-12 kill count, 4,000 net worth lead. Team Zero playing the map much, much better. You just see CTY is uncontested top lane, very close to his diffusal blade, and they're going to make it go on the Bat Rider as well. Noxious players used from afar. That'll be able to grant them another kill. Continue to go just inside the jungle, taking away gold, taking away experience. And they'll get in a position very shortly where they can get some towers as well.
Like in the Venos build as well. No boots upgrade just yet. Looking to rush into the Parvis. I mean, it's just so value. The range that you're able to use it from. And it's... You might say that these are like selfish items, but as a 5 Veno, you need to be a little bit selfish. It's all about just make sure I live long enough to cast my spells. So what's going to do that? Parvis for the physical barrier, Force Staff to get myself out of harm's way, Glimmer Cape to be able to, make them at least spend a dust for me. I wouldn't have hated a Solar Crest as well, just for the Slark and even the Tiny, but this is a fine build-up for me.
Dude, look at the Brood.
Yeah, this is her hill.
Just break the coil. Flame break maybe back into the lasso, but now you don't know about the TPs. It's nighttime as well, so it's time for Slark to feast. This is his go, and he's going to be able to run into Shining. Might need to use a defensive Ravage. CTY's almost out of mana. Pops the one. He's okay. Now 7E's got the double jump as well, controlling Echoes momentarily. Echoes will be able to get some distance away. They did connect the slow, and that means they can also close the distance. This is getting out of hand. Team Zero, relentless pressure on the map. It doesn't matter where Last Ark are, they are always hunting.
These Derrickers finally had some space to be able to go up onto this top side. This is a legitimate 5v4 situation. Like, this is a Team Zero draft that wants to be able to play around each other very, very regularly. And, they just want to try and distract as much as they can for Erica. I mean, he hasn't even been able to touch this top tower at all. At least someone's going to need to come back and deal with this creep wave. But the thing is, you don't even need to expend a TP for it, because CTY, he was right next to... Ooh, the stun is enough. The pounce will be enough as well.
Can he get rid of the other mine? It might be enough, actually.
Nope.
Oh, but look at 70's positioning. Reads it perfect. Oh, they're starting to tip. Team Zero about to get some revenge from that previous series loss yesterday versus the Last Dark. I mean, that is a big reason. With that loss, they put them in this tiebreaker.
Yep.
We could have not had this three-way tiebreaker if they got the victory. It was not to be. Now they have come to play today. CTY is just solo killing Batrider as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
has
it's possible to see it, but like I'd love to see Tidehunter's net worth progression, because it is really not changed that much in what feels like the past 6 minutes. He's gone from level 7 to 9 and maybe gotten like one small item upgrade. He's holding on to a lot of his net worth right now, just having not been able to spend it, essentially.
And it's scary that Puck is only 600 gold ahead. That's a worrying sign. It's Shining. Yeah, well, you're supposed to be a tanky boy. That's why they picked the hero. 3/4 of his health just evaporate. Looks like it will be okay, but it forces everyone else to reveal their own positioning. That is a beacon for CTY. Godlike streak now for the Slark.
And this is why we were so happy about the Tiny pick, right? Like, you can jump on the Tidehunter and Avatos combo and he can't crack and shell away from it. Like, you might reduce a little bit from the right-click damage, but it's a freaking Tiny. He's swinging his... Where's he got? A tree? What's his cosmetic? The big skeleton bone that he's holding on to right now. And, yeah, you're still going to be taking the brunt of that damage. I really need Shining to buy something with his gold. Like, he's got 1,000 unreliable gold. Just buy the Ogre Axe, surely.
Hey,
as well. I think he's got a BKB. So no coil worries, no mana break worries, no ravage worries, no enchantress worries. Hey, what?
At least they almost have the Sacred Relic on the anti-mage, dude.
Okay.
They're also going to get a kill. Echoes
Okay.
will get it. 335 gold for him. A couple others get a bounty as well.
I want to see the win prop. 6%. Is it crazy for me to think that Last Ark still can come back into this game?
No,
I
but
really think off the back of all this evasion they can.
definitely.
Then again, CTY has Ags now completed and Echo Saber about to come back out to him.
Wait, are you saying it should be a different percentage, or are you just?
I think it could be like 15 instead of 6.
Oh, 15.
Yeah.
Well, you have a little bit more hope than I do. I also agree. I think they can come back. So there needs kind of some miracles to happen. But I do kind of also agree with this 6%.
I guess we haven't really seen CTY in these past couple of fights, right? He is a menace for this lineup. Already hard counters the Tidehunter. Speaking of, dead. So now you have no one to be able to stand in front of towers, to be able to protect them. They really don't want to use this glyph, and, well, CTY is just around solo killing people. Ended up TPing underneath an Observer Ward, unfortunately, so has to cancel it because you would have reacted in time anyway on Erica. We say that.
Dude.
So.
He has a Diffusal Echo Scepter at 19 minutes. Erica might be dead.
Him.
He should be dead. He's got all this essence, needs to chain it perfectly. Oh, and he is. Dude.
All right, 6%'s about right.
He is so farmed.
Yeah. This is what you pick the Slark for against a Tidehunter for the lane. Like, I honestly think that that Last Dark did everything that they possibly could have in that lane. You know, they got aggressive. They used the Gush, they used the Blood Grenades, they used the strength of the Enchantress, but it's a freaking Veto Slark, man. What are you meant to do against this?
All right. What a ridiculous performance in the game that matters the most.
I honestly was about to suggest this, but I was like, oh, if they do this, it'd be really like we're having a rough time. 4 staff on the Tidehunter was the item that he went for. Not conventional, but again, it really just is. We got to stay away from this freaking Slark. Just try and catch him when he's used both of his pounces. But I mean, now off the back of that solid kill, he's already back up to 2,000 gold, and he's going to be able to have a Roshan Aegis to be able to play with too.
Is it weird to say I wish they did this ages like in a couple minutes? Because you're now going to have, it's going to be daytime for 3 minutes 45 now. So you'd only get about a minute of nighttime to work with. Could you not just see them leave it?
Maybe they feel like they're like gonna wait for 70 to have the BKB anyway before they look to like siege onto the high ground or do any sort of plays like that. Tier 2 token still on the ground that Slark didn't get. The one mistake that CTY has made this game so far.
How disappointing. They are also
they see
hunting
you,
Erica. Yeah. Can he get enough gold for the Radiance before he dies? First stun. And the chain control is perfect. Yes, it is. CTY leaping from the low ground. Did he buy Radiance? He did not. Oh my god, dude. He was like 50 gold away. And they get Tormentor.
So he didn't even have the courier there though, right? So wouldn't have been able to.
That's true. Shard for Ice.
It's meh.
Yep.
It's fine.
It is what it is.
Who do you jump even? Like, I legit think it's, yeah. Like, who do Radiant jump with?
I think you jump the Venom.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the only person you may kill, and he does a decent chunk of damage being level 10. Or techies, Venom or techies. Just you gotta get easy kills. CTY? No hesitation, sees normal end, sees a freebie. They're even able to run into the bat right as well. It's Team Zero that want the easy kills. Ravage gonna come out, but beyond with the BKB timing, along with the Dark Pants. It's just perfect. The Shadow Dance, should say, from CTY, on point with the timing.
Pants. Too
Dark
strong.
Pants was good. Yeah, okay. Dark Pants, yeah.
They even use the glyph to be able to get a little bit of tower multi-shot again, and again, like, they have no Ravage, they have no Dream Coil, they still have no Radiance on Erica. Like, you need to get the hell out of here and, you know, pick up this. He's got enough. Let's go, last fight. If they can wait for Dream Coil, that's the dream,
Shining.
but no Shining. Drag back into Fountain.
CTY is absolutely okay.
Bought the Depth Shroud.
T4 Tower, no cares. Looking for a lasso.
He's just waiting
I'll
for his
find a
pounces to have two. All right, here we go.
And now he's got two.
Anti-mage game contribution. 0-3-0, what can he do?
But you're not going to have a team to play with by the looks of it.
They've
CTY
still
can
got
jump
plenty
to
of mana
normal
as well.
double pounce.
No one's spending mana.
To waste the 4-staff. Echoes as well. Jeez, it dropped. What a
Demolition.
for 4. Yeah, it's a demolition. A demolition performance. Yeah, this is
Div
just
1
incredible.
worthy.
It is indeed. And they have players that are worthy. I mean, we get to see... It's going to be, dude, it's going to be crazy. We get to see 2 TI winners, Ice and Blink the Coach, in DPC. They've never been in DPC. CTY has never been in DPC as well. You know, this was a big name player, big name carry back multiple years ago in the China region, so that we get to see them in Division 1. And it's not just them. They have the young guns also coming through. I mean, Beyond, ZZQ, all pull their weight, pull their weight, and beyond that. They are incredible boys, 70 as well. This is a very exciting team, and it's going to be, hopefully they can have some really good performance in Division 1 as well, because that is a very competitive region and a competitive division.
I mean, I think the rumors of the Chinese region being, you know, a little bit dead, a little bit free, they're kind of going away, right? LGD,
Yeah.
they've been putting through some amazing performances in recent times. They got, what is it, third over in Dream League, and part of that was, you know, stress involved with you not having a visa that was going to last into the grand finals. They were able to take games off of teams that no one else were able to do. Astra, of course, with Sumail bringing a lot of attention over. And now you've got, you know, the return of people like FY Chalice, Somnus playing together on Azure. You've got, like you said, a couple of TI winners coming back into it, as well as some first-time DPC players. This is really exciting to see, and I mean, this is for next year as well. I mean, who knows who else could come back? Maybe Ame's going to come back once he's had enough of a break. Never know.
Let's go. Ame back. China would be rebirthed, ready to go. The Phoenix has arisen, but It's going to be said, last arc that they've had an incredible tour as well, and just narrowly weren't able to make it over the finish line. Fell just short. Up-and-coming stars as well for them as well. You praise Normal End a lot. I mean, he's looked incredible. You on the back of Erica doing some incredible things, and Echoes as well being the playmaker. But unfortunately, this is just a team that we saw yesterday, 2-0 Team 0, but it just unfortunately was not their day.
It wasn't. And if there's any consolation prize here, yes, you're not in Division 2, but because they were able to win that series against Big Brain, it's another 4,000 that they get for finishing third in the region. So, 15,000 instead of 11,000 always feels pretty good. Normally production ask us who the MVP is, but they were just like, no, it's CTY. It's the Slark. What could you possibly want? I mean, I kind of wanted to give it to Ice Ice because, 0-0-13. Yeah, like you can't ask for more from a support. Just don't die, don't yoke my kills, just get a lot of assists on the board. And I mean, he was pretty integral in being able to kill the anti-mage in that period before CTY had the Aghanim Scepter, right? We remember that rotation up through the Twin Gate. They're able to get the blast off in onto him to enable the pounce to happen. And I mean, even that wasn't enough to kill the AM, but 7E, they were just all on the same page. He was there to be able to intercept any sort of blink retreat, and what a performance coming through from them.
What a performance indeed, as we get to see the results of the final day of the 2 of 3. So Supernova were able to take the 2-0 over Team Disillusion, which was the 5th-6th tiebreaker, netting them extra chunk of change and potential better positioning, better seeding in the regional qualifiers for TI. And of course, a 3-way best-of-1 tiebreaker, 0 coming out on top. So they will join Holy Grail in Division 1 as our 2 promotees in the final tour of the year. It's been a blast. 3 tours have flown by. The fact we're already here, almost end of June, that we finished these off, and we covered China all the way. We get to see how these teams develop. We've spoken a lot about Division 2. It is really just the time for development for them, because we started really the year off saying China wasn't as strong, but like you said, that script is starting to flip without a doubt with how everyone's coming back to Division 1 and the things we're seeing in Division 2 as well. So a lot of new guns rising, a lot of old blood coming back as well.
Absolutely, and it's something that we haven't talked about, but next up for these guys, mid-August, I want to say, is the regional qualifiers, and who knows, maybe getting third is enough, even if you're not getting promoted to Division 1, maybe it's enough for an upper bracket spot for the last arc to be able to have that double chance. Nothing is confirmed about that just yet, because of course we've got the Bali Major still to come. Who knows how many points LGD, Asta, Azure Ray and IG are going to be able to claim off the back of that, and then you've still got some very worthy teams like Extreme Gaming and Piggy Killer who are going to be waiting in those qualifiers as well.
Yes, it's going to be a bloodbath of a regional qualifier. It's going to be very exciting for us, at least in China. That is what we are looking for next. 1 spot as well, which is crazy. 1 spot is all they get. So we'll see who's going to be able to take it. Like we said, other regions are battling out as well, but for here in China for Div 2, we are done. Denog, any closing words?
Obviously a lot of people, Div 1 is the place to be, but Div 2 is where a lot of the stars are made, a lot of where the stories start for a lot of these teams, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to cover it. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as well for the whole season, and hopefully we'll see you guys real soon.
Hopefully we will indeed. So for Dan Ogadai and all the crew, we are done for China Division 2. It's been a pleasure. Unfortunately, we don't go a second and potentially third round in the best of 1 tiebreakers, but nonetheless, 0, they will join Holy Grail in Division 1 for next year's DPC. We'll see you guys all next time. Stick around. There's a lot more action this year for Dota. We'll see you then.